Chapter 221. You humans are really shameless! Before Su Qin could say anything, Qingqiu Qianqian was so angry that she laughed. Su Qin was the first to arrive at Immortal Abode Island. Whether it was the heaven and earth formation outside or the killing formation in the lake, Su Qin was the one who broke them. Yet Ming Yu and the others came over and demanded that Su Qin hand over the treasures. You're just a little demon who has just entered the myth realm. The Kuragenkyo Ming Yu glanced at Qingqiu Qianqian and suddenly shouted. If you don't attack now, when will you? Ming Yu had just finished speaking. Not far away, Elder Shui Yu of the Snow God Palace and the man with a long sword from Wanjian's school suddenly unleashed a powerful aura. Boom! Elder Shui Yu of the Snow God Palace made the first move. She seemed to have transformed into a 1,000-year-old iceberg. Terrifying cold air spread wildly in all directions with her as the center. Extreme cold world! Elder Shui Yu of the Snow God Palace enunciated each word clearly. With each word she uttered, the temperature around her plummeted. By the time she uttered the last word, earth, ice crystals were already spreading around her. It's so cold! Qingqiu Qianqian shivered. She felt the temperature around her continue to drop. It's still warmer around you, Lord. Qingqiu Qianqian instinctively moved closer to Su Qin. From the beginning to the end, no matter how the cold air released by Elder Shui Yu of the Snow God Palace spread, the area within 30 feet of Su Qin was as warm as spring. It was as if it was another world. The Snow God Palace's extreme cold world lives up to its name. The Lao Dao master from the Daoyi school who had retreated a long time ago clicked his tongue in wonder. Hundreds of years ago, the previous master of the Snow God Palace had used this move to turn an island with hundreds of thousands of living beings into a world of ice crystals. His name shook the overseas martial arts world. The power displayed by Elder Shui Yu of the Snow God Palace was far inferior to the previous master of the Snow God Palace, but it was not something an ordinary myth realm martial artist could resist. 10,000 swords as one. The man from Wanjian's school with a long sword on his back sighed softly, and slowly pulled out the long sword on his back. In an instant, an extremely sharp sword she rose and instantly covered a radius of dozens of meters around him. It vaguely converged into a huge sword more than 10 meters long and slashed towards Su Qin from afar. Wanjian's school has always been good at killing. It's said that once the divine sword is drawn, it can kill all living things. And the 10,000 swords in one brings the sharpness to the extreme. Even a mountain will be cut in two under this sword. The Lao Dao scholar from the Daoyi school commented. At this moment, he no longer wanted to interrupt the fight for true monarch EC's treasure. Naturally, he wouldn't interfere. And Ming Yu? The Lao Dao cultivators of the Daoyi school narrowed their eyes and looked at the black-robed Ming Yu, who seemed to have disappeared from the world. Decades ago, Ming Yu was already known as the mythical warrior who was closest to the leader level overseas. Now decades had passed, and Ming Yu's strength was only higher. Even if he had not really entered the leader level, he was afraid that he was only a little bit away. Buzz! Ming Yu was still standing there, motionless, but when his figure split, a black shadow leaped towards Su Qin. This black shadow was silent and didn't even have the slightest aura. If the Lao Dao cultivators of the Daoyi school hadn't been paying attention to Ming Yu, they probably wouldn't have thought that the other party had already made a move. That black shadow? The Lao Dao cultivator of the Daoyi school felt his scalp go numb, and his face was as grave as water. When watching the Snow God Palace Elder Shui Yu and the man with the long sword from Wanjian's school, the Lao Dao cultivator could still calmly comment, because although the killing moves of these two people were terrifying, they couldn't threaten him. However, at this moment, when he saw the black shadow released by Ming Yu, the Lao Dao cultivator felt a sense of life and death crisis from the depths of his heart. What kind of strange killing move have these Kuragenkyo lunatics created this time? The Lao Dao cultivator of the Daoyi school cursed in his heart. He looked at Su Qin and thought to himself. Under the joint attack of the three people, especially Ming Yu's killing move, unless this person is a real master, he can't even escape. The Lao Dao cultivator of the Taoist school shook his head slightly. Elder Shui Yu of the Snow God Palace and the man from Wanjian's school were fine, but Mingyu, in all fairness, the Lao Dao cultivator had a vague feeling that Mingyu was already half a step into the master level, and victory was in his hands. Otherwise, he would never dare to be so impulsive and attack Su Qin without hesitation. At this moment, in the face of the spreading ice crystals, the sharp sword qi, and the strange and deep black shadow, Su Qin still stood still, as if he didn't notice the earth-shattering attack that was about to come. Stupid! Seeing this scene, a mocking look appeared on Mingyu's face. At first, he was extremely afraid of Su Qin, but now, it seemed that the other party was just lucky enough to enter the perfected cultivator's residence. It should be known that in a fight, it was extremely important to strike first. Su Qin was simply stupid to let them join forces. However, the next moment, Mingyu's face froze. Under Mingyu's shocked gaze, whether it was the Snow God Temple Elder Shui Yu's world of extreme cold, or the 10,000 sword sex man's 10,000 swords as one, or even the black shadow he shot out, they all dissipated when they came within 30 feet of Su Qin. It was as if this 30 feet area was a forbidden zone of the martial Tao, where all evils could not break through and all methods could not invade. This is... The Lao Dao cultivator of the Taoist school who was watching the battle in the distance was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. He had expected that Su Qin would have to use all his strength and energy to block the joint attack of the three of them. But now, Su Qin stood there without moving, and he'd casually made Mingyu's group of three return without accomplishing anything. It was simply shocking. How strong is this person? The sword-bearing man from the Myriad Swords sect shuddered inwardly. He had used all of his strength to activate the Myriad Swords sect's killer move. Even a true powerhouse at the level of a sect leader would have to move their hands to block it. But what about Su Qin? Elder Shui Yu of the Snow God Palace was also shocked. She didn't expect Su Qin's strength to be so terrifying that the Snow God Palace's killing move, the Cold World, didn't affect him at all. Thinking of this, Shui Yu suddenly felt like retreating. She certainly wanted the treasures of perfected cultivator Donghai, but only if she could survive. Now, Su Qin's strength had obviously exceeded the limit of what she could bear. Continue. Kiragenkyo Mingyu's expression was cold as he quickly said, "This person should be in a state of epiphany. This is the best chance for us to kill him. Otherwise, if we wait for him to wake up from his state of epiphany, none of us will be able to escape." Kiragenkyo Mingyu's tone had a rare hint of urgency. Based on the scene just now, Mingyu judged that Su Qin's strength was at least at the peak of the sect master level. There weren't many of such experts in the entire overseas. If Su Qin recovered, they would be hunted down by a peak sect master. At that time, even Mingyu, who was confident in his life-saving means, would be in trouble. Although Mingyu was not afraid of ordinary sect masters, a peak sect master level expert could easily crush him. Epiphany. Snow God Palace Elder Shui Yu looked hesitant. Mingyu was right. It was too late for them to stop now. Since they had already attacked just now, they were completely against Su Qin. If they ran now, they would give Su Qin a chance to kill them one by one. Only by taking advantage of Su Qin's epiphany and attacking with all their might and killing him would they have a chance to survive. Mythical martial artists' divine sense was powerful, and their thoughts were fast. In almost an instant, Snow God Palace Elder Shui Yu and the man with the sword on his back from Wanjian's school realized what they should do. Extreme Cold Field. Snow God Palace Elder Shui Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, her long black hair began to turn gray. At the same time, the cold air around her suddenly skyrocketed. Extreme Cold Field. Some ancestor of Snow God Palace imitated the miniature field condensed by a peak mythical martial artist and created an ultimate technique. In the distance, the Lao Dao cultivator of Taoist school muttered to himself. Of course, compared with the real miniature field, the so-called Extreme Cold Field was nothing at all. But it had to be said that the Extreme Cold Field did have 1/10,000th of the power of the real miniature field. Although it could not cut off a mythical martial artist's connection with heaven and earth, it could barely suppress and restrict other mythical martial artists. Heart Sword returns to origin. The man with the sword on his back from Wanjian's school gritted his teeth and stabbed the sword into his heart meridian. Suddenly, an illusory sword will began to gather. He's going all out. He's really going all out. The Lao Dao cultivator of Daoi's school swallowed. Wanjian's school's heart sword art was used. Every time it was used, one's cultivation would regress by at least 60 years. If it was not for the fact that there was no way out, no Wanjian school disciple would be willing to use this move. Netherworld illusion, cycle of life and death. Kuragenkyo cultivator Ming Yu took 7 steps in a row. With each step, his aura skyrocketed. When he finished the 7 steps, Ming Yu had stepped into a new realm. Sect leader. Ming Yu has become the sect leader? The Lao Dao cultivator of Daoi's school was stunned on the spot. At this moment, although the aura of Kuragenkyo cultivator Ming Yu was still weaker than the real Zhang Jiao, it was obviously much stronger than theirs. Go to hell! Ming Yu's aura was monstrous. His figure was constantly switching between illusory and real. He threw a punch at Su Qin. Now, Lao Dao, let's get out of here first. The Lao Dao cultivator of Daoi's school began to retreat rapidly, fleeing out of Yingzhou Island. I'm afraid that young man is in danger now. The Lao Dao cultivator of Daoi's school thought quickly. After fleeing several miles away, he turned his head and glanced at the battlefield. However, this glance gave the Lao Dao cultivator an unforgettable scene. Su Qin, who seemed to be immersed in some kind of state, frowned slightly and looked at Ming Yu and the other two impatiently. Noisy! Buzz! An invisible ripple spread out. Under this invisible wave, Elder Shui Yu of Snow God Palace suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood again, flew backward, and smashed hard on the ground. The long sword in the hand of the man carrying a sword on his back from Wanjian's school was directly shattered, and his aura suddenly faded. Only Ming Yu's figure completely turned illusory at the last moment, dodging part of the attack. But even so, Ming Yu's aura was weak. He took a few steps back and almost fell to the ground. What? The Lao Dao cultivator's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 222. How can he be so powerful? The old Taoist from the Dao One sect was shocked to the core. He had already overestimated Su Qin and guessed that Su Qin should be an overlord who stood at the peak of the sect master level. But even a peak sect master couldn't defeat Ming Yu and the other 2 elders of the Kuragenkyo in an instant. He would at least have to exchange a few moves. In the eyes of the Lao Dao cultivator, Su Qin didn't even need to fight with Ming Yu and the others. He only needed to stall them for a while and wait for them to weaken. Then, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. However, the Lao Dao cultivator didn't expect that Ming Yu and the other 2 disciples of the major sects were like paper in front of Su Qin. Even if they used all their forbidden arts, they were still easily defeated. It was simply shocking. If he's so powerful, why didn't he do anything just now? Why did he just watch us break the array and enter the island? The Lao Dao cultivator's hands and feet were cold, and there was a trace of confusion in his heart. It was because nothing happened when they broke the array that he made up his mind to come in. The Lao Dao cultivator didn't know that Su Qin had been in seclusion, and his immortal will had been restrained in his body. After Qingqiu Qianqian told him that someone had broken in, Su Qin released his immortal will. After knowing that they were the intruders, he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he carefully experienced the details of the 8th heavenly level. For Su Qin, whether it was Ming Yu or the others of the Kuragenkyo, they were all like ants that he could crush at any time. How could they compare to the enlightenment after the breakthrough? Of course. This was also because Ming Yu and the others were too weak. Otherwise, if a group of 7th, 8th, or 9th heavenly level legends came to his door, Su Qin wouldn't be so careless. I wanted to let you live a little longer. Su Qin looked at Ming Yu and the others calmly. In fact, except for Ming Yu, who was barely standing, Elder Shui Yu of the Snow God Palace and the man with the sword in Wanjian's school were already lying on the ground, seriously injured and dying. Your Excellency's strength is terrifying. You should have already surpassed the sect master level. Kuragenkyo Mingyu calmed himself down. The closer it was to life and death, the calmer he became. Mingyu knew that this was the only way to seize a chance of survival. I'm from the overseas Kuragenkyo. You must have heard of it. Mingyu racked his brains and said quickly. As long as Your Excellency spares my life, I, the Kuragenkyo, promise to follow Your Excellency's orders in the future. Cold sweat broke out on Mingyu's forehead. He was very clear that to an expert like Su Qin, the so-called threat was completely useless. Instead, it would only infuriate him. The Kuragenkyo had many ancestors who had surpassed the sect leader, but so what? The vitality of these old ancestors had long declined, and their lifespan was nearing its end. Unless Black Source sect encountered a great calamity, it was impossible for them to awaken, let alone threaten Su Qin. Promise? Are you worthy of making a promise to me? Su Qin chuckled. With a thought, the void within a radius of 10,000 feet began to condense, as if it had turned into a cage. Crack! Crack! Within this range, Elder Shui Yu of the Snow God Palace and the man from the Wanjian school instantly turned into dust and vanished. Even their divine senses could not escape. Ah! You forced me to do this! When Mingyu of the Kuragenkyo saw this scene, he immediately knew that Su Qin had no intention of letting him go. He immediately roared in anger. Countless black devil chi appeared on the surface of Mingyu's body. This devil chi continued to penetrate into his body, rapidly transforming his physical body. Then, Mingyu's physical body gradually began to fade, as if he had completely disappeared from the world. At this moment, although Mingyu was standing there in a black robe, no one could perceive his existence. If Mingyu was still constantly switching between reality and illusion before then now, he was completely turning into an illusion. The final forbidden technique of the Kuragenkyo illusory devil body is to sacrifice the physical body to the illusion, and then completely abandon the physical body, sinking into the illusion for eternity. A trace of bitterness appeared on the face of the Lao Dao from the Daoyi school in the distance when he saw this scene. The illusory devil body of the Kuragenkyo could allow one to switch between reality and illusion, achieving the effect of avoiding most attacks in the world. It could be said that a Kuragenkyo disciple who had mastered the illusory devil body was extremely difficult to kill, especially someone like Mingyu, who had cultivated the illusory devil body to the realm of great success. Even a master-level powerhouse might not be able to do anything to him. Of course, no matter how strange the illusory devil body was, after all, it was based on reality. No matter how the Kuragenkyo disciple turned into the illusion, he still retained a trace of reality. This way, he could turn from illusion to reality again. But now, Mingyu had abandoned the last trace of reality. After today, even if Mingyu survived, it would be impossible for him to have a complete physical body, qi, and blood. Even his divine sense would be integrated with the illusory. His strength would stagnate, and even his thoughts would sink into the illusory forever. It could be said that some of the disciples of the Black Source sect would rather die in battle than live such a life that was either human nor ghost. Of course, Mingyu chose to completely turn into the illusion, and he had to pay an unprecedented price. But at the same time, Mingyu in this state would ignore almost all attacks in the world. Unless it was a peerless powerhouse who had condensed a miniature domain and stood at the top of the legends, even if a group of ancestors woke up, they would not be able to do anything to Mingyu. Even Mingyu was forced to do this to save his life. What should I do? The Lao Dao disciple of the Daoyi sect sighed softly. Although he was far away from Su Qin, he was still on Yingzhou Island. The heaven and earth formation outside had shrouded him again, and it was impossible for him to leave easily. Brother Mingyu is very courageous. The Lao Dao disciple of the Daoyi sect shook his head slightly. In his opinion, Mingyu's life should be saved at this moment. No matter how strong Su Qin was, he could not do anything to Mingyu, who was in a completely illusory state. Ha 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 ha! Don't you want to kill me? Come on, come and kill me quickly! The Kuragenkyo disciple Mingyu roared at Su Qin almost crazily. He had abandoned reality and turned to the illusion. He would sink into the illusion for the rest of his life. All of this was forced by Su Qin. Therefore, even if Su Qin's strength had surpassed the sect leader's level and reached a level that only the ancestors of various sects could reach, Mingyu was not afraid at all. No matter how strong Su Qin was, what could he do? As long as he did not condense the micro-domain, he could not do anything to him. He could only watch him turn into a bar. As for condensing the micro-domain, although as long as he reached the seventh heaven, he would have the hope of condensing the micro-domain. But hope was just hope. In fact, only a ninth heaven peak legend could do this. Therefore, Mingyu was completely unscrupulous now. At this moment, Mingyu suddenly noticed Qingqiu Qianqian next to Su Qin. At this moment, this little demon of the Fox clan was looking at him with pity. Pity? Mingyu was slightly stunned and did not react for a long time. However, before Mingyu could figure out the reason for Qingqiu Qianqian's pity, a calm and cold voice sounded in his ear. As you wish. What? Mingyu suddenly felt a sense of danger and subconsciously wanted to escape. At this moment, he had completely transformed into an illusory state, and his speed naturally soared by countless times. He could escape hundreds of miles away with a single thought. However, at this moment, Mingyu suddenly felt that the void around him suddenly became as hard as iron, firmly imprisoning him in place. How is this possible? I have completely transformed into an illusory state. How can I be trapped in place? Mingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, he looked at Su Qin with despair on his face. A domain? You condensed a domain? In this world, except for the domain that controlled everything, Mingyu could not think of any other means that could trap him at this moment. The next moment, a terrifying pressure descended upon them. Under this pressure, even though Mingyu had completely transformed into an illusory state, his body collapsed inch by inch. In an instant, he completely disappeared from the world. Illusory? A trace of contempt flashed across Su Qin's face. The so-called illusory state was only relatively speaking. Even if Su Qin did not use the domain, he had dozens of other means to deal with Mingyu. It was just that the domain was the simplest and most effective one. For example, the most powerful divine skill of the Shaolin Temple, the Buddha's palm, the 9 notes of the demon path, the true fire of the 3-legged golden crow, and so on. However, this transformation from reality to illusory has something to do with the demon path. Su Qin stroked his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. The demon path he spoke of was, of course, not the demon path of the demon sect, but the demon race of the underground cave world. My lord's divine power is unparalleled, Qingqiu Qianqian beside him said respectfully. Before Su Qin went into seclusion, he was able to kill the Green Hill Fox clan's patriarch, Qingqiu Qingling, with one punch, and cut off the heaven and earth formation of Immortal Abode Island with a flip of his palm. Mingyu's state just now was indeed strange, but it would be a joke to say that it could stump Su Qin. This is... In the distance, the Lao Dao master of the Daoyi sect looked at Su Qin in disbelief. He just saw with his own eyes that Mingyu, who was roaring, instantly turned into nothingness. It's your turn. Su Qin looked at the Lao Dao master of the Daoyi sect, and his mind moved. Suddenly, the Lao Dao master felt the world change, and when he saw his surroundings clearly, he was already standing in front of Su Qin. The art of teleportation. I should have known it was a domain. The Lao Dao master's face was pale. He was still in shock about what happened to Mingyu, but now it seemed that the other party had already died. The most incomprehensible part of the Kura Genkyo's illusory devil body was that it could switch between reality and illusion, but whether it was reality or illusion, it relied on the current world. However, the power of the domain completely replaced the world, and the illusory devil body was entrusted to the world, which was equivalent to being entrusted to the domain. The end result was obvious. It could be said that the power of the domain completely restrained the Kura Genkyo's illusory devil body. Greetings, senior. The Lao Dao master's mind turned quickly, and he said respectfully, No matter what senior wants to know, I will tell you everything I know. The Lao Dao master knew very well that if Su Qin really condensed the domain, it would only take a thought to kill him. Within the domain, Su Qin was the only master. There was only one reason why he was still alive, and that was that Su Qin didn't want to kill him for the time being. Chapter 223. The Lao Dao warrior had never felt so powerless before. He was an elder of the Taoist school. Even in the entire Taoist school, other than the Taoist master and the slumbering old ancestor, he was not afraid of anyone. Even the elders of the other great sects did not dare to overstep their boundaries when they met him because the Taoist school stood behind him. But now, all of his confidence and identity seemed pale and powerless because of the young man in front of him. The Lao Dao warrior did not know Su Qin's name and origin. He did not even know the relationship between Su Qin and the Lord of the East Sea. The only thing he knew was that Su Qin was a peak legend who had condensed a domain. Domain. Peak legend. In the martial arts world outside the sea, these words represented absolute strength, especially when the two were combined. It was enough to overlook the entire martial arts world outside the sea. Even if all the sleeping ancestors of the major sects in this era were counted, there were probably not many peak legends who had condensed the domain. What was even more frightening was that Su Qin's vitality was at its peak. Although the Lao Dao warrior could not see Su Qin's true age, he could feel that Su Qin was still far from the end of the Shuyuan's lifespan. It should be known that in a fight between martial artists, the strength of the realm was the main factor, but the vitality of one's own vitality was also important. Senior, if you have any doubts, please ask. I will not hide anything from you. The old Taoist calmed himself down and bowed respectfully as a junior would. In the eyes of the Lao Dao warrior, although Su Qin looked young, he must be an old monster who had lived for 400 or 500 years. As for his appearance, to any legend, eternal youth was just an insignificant trick. Senior? Su Qin shook his head slightly. His real age was not even 50 years old, which was not even a fraction of the age of the Lao Dao warrior in front of him, but he was called a senior by the other party. However, in the path of martial arts, the one who reached the top was the teacher. Su Qin's strength and realm were far superior to the Lao Dao's. Su Qin fully deserved to be called a senior. What are you doing here? Su Qin glanced at the Lao Dao staff and asked casually. Whether it was Ming Yu, the other two, or even the Lao Dao warrior in front of him, they were all mythical warriors at the peak of the fourth heavenly layer. Ming Yu, in particular, was one step away from the fifth heavenly layer. Usually, there would not be a single expert with such strength in a few generations. Now, they had entered Immortal Abode Island in groups. Senior! We are here to investigate the accidental death of a disciple of our sect. The Lao Dao officer pondered for a while, organizing his words, and finally said in a low voice. A disciple of the sect accidentally died? Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face as he said faintly. You mean the few level 3 mythical realm experts with similar auras as you? Exactly. The Lao Dao officer was slightly startled and asked cautiously. Senior, have you seen them? Yes, I have. Su Qin's tone was calm. They should have been killed by me. Some time ago, a few overseas mythical realm experts had returned and wanted to conquer Chang'an City. However, Su Qin came out of seclusion and killed them casually. They must be the disciples that the Lao Dao officer had mentioned. Senior! The Lao Dao officer's face turned red. Finally, he said, It is their blessing to die in your hands. Even in the overseas martial arts world, it was rare to see a peak mythical realm expert who could form a realm. Those disciples of the major sects were only level 3 mythical realm experts. They should be proud that Su Qin had killed them personally. Is that so? Su Qin did not comment and continued to ask. Do you have any life-prolonging treasures overseas? Su Qin looked at the Lao Dao officer with interest. Back in the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin had obtained a piece of animal skin after killing the demon lord. On it was recorded that there was a wisp of longevity chi from overseas 800 years ago. Su Qin had asked Yan Hai before, but he said that he did not know about it. Su Qin was not surprised. In any case, even overseas, it was impossible for every mythical realm martial artist to have the chance to obtain life-prolonging treasures. Although Yan Hai was a disciple of the Taoist sect, he was not powerful enough. Therefore, it was normal that he did not know about it. However, the old Taoist in front of him was much more powerful than Yan Hai. He might know what the Qi of immortality was. Overseas? The Lao Dao officer caught Su Qin's tone. Senior, you are not from the overseas martial arts world? The Lao Dao officer was dumbfounded and could not believe it. In the eyes of the Lao Dao officer, Su Qin's strength was only comparable to a few sleeping ancestors. He originally thought that Su Qin was a hidden master from overseas, but now he saw that Su Qin was not so. Senior, are you from that place? The Lao Dao officer's heart trembled, and he became more respectful. Senior, there are indeed life-prolonging treasures overseas, but they are extremely rare. At least a mythical realm martial artist is required to bear its medicinal power. Moreover, each person can only take it once. At most, it can extend their life by a few decades. The Lao Dao officer quickly said. Mythical realm martial artist? I can only extend my life once? Su Qin shook his head slightly. In fact, this was normal. If the life-prolonging treasures could be taken continuously, wouldn't it make people immortal? But a few decades is not bad. When I have the chance, I can go overseas. Su Qin thought to himself. Although he currently had 1,000-year-old Shouyuan, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. A few decades of Shouyuan was absolutely precious. Su Qin had only lived for a few decades now. I heard that the overseas martial arts sects all have their own sleeping ancestors. Tell me about it. Su Qin seemed to have thought of something and looked at the Lao Dao officer with interest. Yan Hai once told him that there were at least 9 sleeping ancestors in the depths of the Taoist sect. These ancestors were the last foundation of the Taoist sect. Unless the Taoist sect was in danger of being destroyed, they would not wake up at all. And according to the information that Yan Hai knew, the sleeping ancestors were basically 7th heavenly layer mythical realm martial artists. There were even 8th or 9th heavenly layer mythical realm martial artists. Senior! The Lao Dao officer did not know what Su Qin meant by these words. He could only suppress the anxiety in his heart and truthfully said, In our sect, there are indeed ancestors who are sleeping with their qi and blood concealed with a secret technique. Secret technique? Su Qin's eyes lit up. That's right. The Lao Dao officer bowed his head respectfully and said, Once this secret technique is used, one's qi and blood will be completely silent. At the same time, one's mind and spirit will be the same, falling into a state of thoughtlessness. This state can greatly delay the Shouyuan, but at the same time, one's qi and blood will be forever imprisoned, and the possibility of further progress will be lost. Therefore, except for the Shouyuan who is about to die, no one is willing to use this secret technique. At this point, the old Taoist paused for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, in order to use this secret technique to hibernate, one must consume a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures. Even for our Tao One sect, every time an old ancestor wants to hibernate, we have to exhaust all of our resources and it takes decades to recover. The Lao Dao officer smiled bitterly. If this secret technique of sleeping could be used casually, the ancestors of the Taoist sect would have fallen into a deep sleep one after another. I see. Su Qin nodded slightly. Su Qin had also seen the secret technique mentioned by the Lao Dao officer. In the back mountain of the Shaolin Temple, in front of the Buddha mountain where the Devil Buddha was sealed, there were 5 holy monks of the Shaolin Temple sitting there. These 5 holy monks had all fallen into a deep sleep through the use of a secret technique that spanned several eras. However, the secret technique used by the 5 holy monks to hibernate was somewhat different from the secret technique used overseas. At the very least, it didn't require too many heavenly treasures. Of course, the 5 holy monks had to go through all kinds of torment during their hibernation, living a life worse than death. Moreover, the 5 holy monk died soon after waking up, while the overseas ancestor woke up and seemed to have retained most of his combat strength. So, there are earth immortals in deep sleep? Su Qin suddenly thought of something, narrowed his eyes slightly and asked slowly. Even a seventh heavenly layer martial artist could survive for hundreds of thousands of years with this secret technique, let alone an earth immortal. If what Su Qin thought was true, then the level of danger overseas was far beyond Su Qin's expectations. Although Su Qin has entered the 8th heavenly layer at this moment, coupled with all kinds of trump cards, it is enough to fight across realms, but an earth immortal, unless Su Qin immediately mastered the picture of the great sun, and could transform into a 3-legged golden crow cub and spit out true fire of the sun and other terrifying divine abilities, he would have the confidence to defeat an earth immortal. As for the rest? An earth immortal's domain had reached great success, and could cover hundreds of miles with the thought. If Su Qin really encountered an earth immortal, he would definitely turn around and leave without hesitation. Earth immortal? Deep sleep? The Lao Dao officer was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and then hurriedly said, "Senior, you must be joking. How strong is the qi and blood of an earth immortal? Their divine sense is as vast as the void. How could a mere secret technique be able to make them go into deep sleep?" "Oh?" Su Qin's eyes flashed as he looked at the Lao Dao officer and said, "Tell me the secret technique." "Yes." The Lao Dao officer immediately told him his secret technique. This secret technique was not top secret in the overseas martial arts world. Every great sect had it, and even some rogue cultivators had it. However, the secret technique was not precious. But if one really wanted to use this secret technique, they would need to consume a lot of natural treasures. This alone was enough to rule out almost all rogue cultivators. In addition, they also needed to not be disturbed in the slightest after they went into deep sleep. Otherwise, not only would their previous efforts be wasted, but their lives might also be in danger. So it's a self-sealing technique. Su Qin nodded slightly when he heard the Lao Dao officer's honest explanation of the secret technique. In Su Qin's view, the secret technique mentioned by the Lao Dao officer was just a self-sealing technique to seal one's qi, blood, and divine sense to slow down the aging process. This kind of self-sealing technique was at most useful for mythical warriors. Once one reached the earth immortal realm, one's qi and blood would be vigorous to the extreme. How could it be self-sealing? Su Qin even had a feeling that this secret technique might not be useful for him. Now that Su Qin's body had undergone 5 transformations, even if it was not as good as a real earth immortal's body, it should not be far off. Even if Su Qin was willing to cooperate, his qi and blood would be able to easily break the seal of the secret technique. Chapter 224. "You're right, senior," the Lao Dao warrior said respectfully. "All right." Su Qin didn't ask any more questions. He turned to Qingqiu Qianqian and asked, "Is there a box made of jade on Yingzhou Island?" "A box made of jade?" Although Qingqiu Qianqian didn't know why Su Qin wanted it, she still answered honestly, "My lord, I'll get it for you." Although the Qingqiu Fox clan was a demon, they loved beautiful things. There were golden corals on the island and jade boxes were also on the list. Soon, Qingqiu Qianqian took out a jade box that was half the size of a person. The jade box was made of exquisite materials. It would be priceless in the Empire of Tang, but in Su Qin's eyes, it was just an item to store things. "Follow me." Su Qin glanced at the jade box, and walked towards the island in the middle of the lake. "Yes." Qingqiu Qianqian held the jade box and followed behind Su Qin. The old Taoist priest hesitated for a moment before he braced himself and followed. Although Su Qin didn't let him stay, he didn't let him leave either. Under such circumstances, the Lao Dao warrior didn't dare to act rashly. Soon, the 3 of them arrived outside Lord Donghai's abode. Clatter! The black stone door opened slowly. "This is Lord Donghai's abode." The Lao Dao warrior glanced carefully and found that most of the things were rotten, especially some bottles and jars. Su Qin might not know about them, but the Lao Dao warrior was heartbroken when he saw them. Spirit wood pill, spirit transformation pill, golden fire pill. These are all extremely rare divine pills and miraculous medicines. They are enough to produce a group of true disciples of a great sect. Some of these pills have even been lost for thousands of years. The Lao Dao warrior was heartbroken. The bottles and jars in the abode might not be useful to him, but they were enough to raise the foundation of his sect by 1 or 2 levels. But these pills were destroyed in the passage of time. How could the Lao Dao warrior not be heartbroken? The Lao Dao warrior continued to look deeper. When he saw true monarch Donghai's body, his pupils suddenly shrank. If it wasn't for Su Qin in front of him, the Lao Dao warrior would have run away on the spot. The Eastern Sea, the true lord of the Eastern Sea. The Lao Dao cultivator gulped, his legs trembling. It's true monarch Eastern Sea. However, all that's left of him is his body. His consciousness has already completely dissipated. When Qingqiu Qianqian saw the Lao Dao's reaction, she immediately puffed out her chest and pretended not to care at all. Body, that's right. How could Donghai's true monarch be alive until now? It must be a shell. The Lao Dao cultivator felt cold sweat dripping down his forehead as he hurriedly said. Su Qin stopped in front of true monarch Donghai's body and fell into deep thought. My lord, how about I move him out? Qingqiu Qianqian thought that Su Qin felt that this body was a hindrance, and hurriedly went forward to say, There's no need. Su Qin shook his head slightly and said lightly, Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Even if he's an earth immortal, after passing away, he's still buried in the soil. Su Qin said softly as he casually stomped his right foot. Instantly, the ground where true monarch Donghai's body was suddenly collapsed and buried true monarch Donghai within. When Qingqiu Qianqian saw this scene, a complicated expression appeared on her face. Compared to others, true monarch Donghai had a special meaning in the eyes of the Green Hill Fox clan. True monarch Donghai had enslaved the Green Hill Fox clan for hundreds of years. Even after passing away for almost 10,000 years, he still left a huge psychological shadow in the hearts of the Green Hill Fox clan. Sigh. When the Lao Dao cultivator saw this scene, he sighed in his heart. The so-called martial artists, even if they were peak earth immortals like true monarch Donghai, or even the strongest in the mortal world who surpassed earth immortals, were still ordinary people. Shouyuan's great limit Dao turned into ashes. After Su Qin finished dealing with true monarch Donghai's body, he turned around and came to the spiritual opportunity spring. After Su Qin's consumption during his breakthrough, the spiritual opportunity spring had completely dried up. If it weren't for the fact that there were still traces of spiritual opportunity lingering in the air, people might have overlooked it. Senior, is this the rumored spiritual opportunity spring? The Lao Dao cultivator's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but ask. You have some good eyesight. Su Qin turned his head and glanced at the Lao Dao cultivator. At this moment, the spiritual opportunity spring didn't look like a spring at all. If one didn't pay close attention, they would only think that it was a place where spiritual opportunity gathered. The Lao Dao cultivator was able to recognize its true origin at a glance. Clearly, he was very knowledgeable. Our Daoyi sect once had a spiritual opportunity spring, but it dried up 5,000 years ago. The Lao Dao cultivator hurriedly said. So the sect has a detailed record of the spiritual opportunity spring. The Daoyi sect was an overseas force, and it was even a major sect that had been passed down since the last vitality tide. It wasn't strange for them to have a spiritual opportunity spring. Senior, are you planning to move the spiritual opportunity spring? The Lao Dao cultivator looked at the jade box in Qingqiu Qianqian's hands and asked. The spiritual opportunity spring was formed by the accumulation of endless spiritual opportunity. Ordinary items couldn't bear it at all. Only pure jade could barely stop the spiritual opportunity spring from flowing away. Su Qin asked Qingqiu Qianqian to find a wooden box for this purpose. That's right, Su Qin said. Now that the spiritual opportunity spring had almost completely exhausted its spiritual opportunity, instead of continuing to stay on a mortal abode island, it would be better to recuperate in Chang'an City. Maybe one day, the spiritual opportunity spring would recover, and the spiritual opportunity would spread throughout Chang'an City, turning it into a martial arts holy land. Okay. Put down the jade box. You guys stay away. Su Qin glanced at Qingqiu Qianqian and said slowly, "Yes." Qingqiu Qianqian immediately placed the jade box in front of the spiritual opportunity spring and left respectfully. The Lao Dao cultivator was full of awe. After leaving the cave, he kept looking around as if he was worried about something. "What are you looking at?" Qingqiu Qianqian looked at the Lao Dao cultivator curiously and asked. "Senior wants to move the spiritual opportunity spring. Don't you know anything?" The Lao Dao cultivator was puzzled and asked. "Huh!" Qingqiu Qianqian blinked. Sigh. The Lao Dao cultivator saw this and could only patiently explain to Qingqiu Qianqian. The spiritual opportunity spring is rooted in the earth. If Senior wants to move the spiritual opportunity spring, it's no different from uprooting an ancient tree. Do you know what this means? What does it mean? Qingqiu Qianqian didn't quite understand. It means... The Lao Dao cultivator was about to speak. Just then. Kaboom! The entire Immortal Abode Island suddenly shook and the sea water surged. Even though Qingqiu Qianqian was a demon, she felt like she was facing the end of the world. If it weren't for the heaven and earth formation around Immortal Abode Island that barely resisted the shaking, the entire island would have been torn apart. Half an hour later. Only then did the shaking slowly stop. Until now, the Lao Dao cultivator finally had the chance to say the second half of his sentence. It means the world has turned upside down. Senior's strength is indeed unfathomable. The Lao Dao cultivator looked at the perfected Lord's cave on the island in the middle of the lake and said sincerely. When the Daoyi sect used up the spiritual opportunity spring and was about to move it, they used the power of the entire sect and spent a few months to barely complete it. But Su Qin, on the other hand, solved it in just an hour. Just as the Lao Dao cultivator and Qingqiu Qianqian were stunned, Su Qin's voice suddenly rang in their ears. "Come in." "Yes." Qingqiu Qianqian and the Lao Dao cultivator looked at each other and bowed as they entered the cave. At this moment, compared to the chaos outside, there were no changes inside the cave. The only difference was that the pit that the spiritual opportunity spring originally occupied had disappeared. "Sir, where's the spiritual opportunity spring?" Qingqiu Qianqian immediately noticed the change and asked carefully. "It's already inside." Su Qin looked at the jade box beside him and said lightly. If Su Qin hadn't entered the 8th level of heaven, it would have taken more effort to move the spiritual opportunity spring. Lord Donghai planted the spiritual opportunity spring on Immortal Abode Island, and for almost 10,000 years, the spiritual opportunity spring had almost merged with the entire island. If Su Qin wanted to move the spiritual opportunity spring, it was equivalent to shaking the entire Immortal Abode Island. Immortal Abode Island might not be comparable to a continent, but it was still a few hundred miles wide. Normal 7th or 8th level of heaven legends couldn't shake such an island. "It's already inside?" Qingqiu Qianqian kept looking at the jade box. "Pick up the jade box." Su Qin glanced at the jade box next to him and ordered. Although the system space claimed to be able to accommodate everything, it was only useful for treasures obtained from signing in. As for other things, it couldn't store them. "Yes." Qingqiu Qianqian immediately stepped forward. She looked at the jade box curiously, and then prepared to continue holding it in her hand. "Aya! My lord, why did the jade box become so heavy?" Qingqiu Qianqian's pretty face was slightly red. After trying for a long time, she could only move the jade box a little, let alone pick it up. Although the spiritual opportunity spring is gathered by endless spiritual opportunity, it is related to the veins of the earth. Even if it's just a trace, it weighs 1,000 pounds, not to mention that it's far more than a trace now. The Lao Dao warrior explained. After hesitating for a moment, he asked Su Qin tentatively. "Senior, why don't you let this junior try?" Although Qingqiu Qianqian was a monster, she only had the strength of a beginner in the mythical realm. No matter what, the Lao Dao warrior was still a peak 4th level of heaven legend. Although he wasn't good at physical strength, strength wasn't only determined by the strength of the physical body. "Okay. Give it a try." Su Qin nodded slightly. Hearing this, the Lao Dao warrior immediately stepped forward. He channeled his true essence into his hands and grabbed the sides of the jade box. Up! The Lao Dao warrior shouted and slowly lifted the jade box, then held it in his hands. Senior! What do you think? The Lao Dao warrior was slightly relieved and said respectfully to Su Qin. Not bad. Su Qin smiled and said approvingly. I'll leave it to you along the way. This is what I should do. The Lao Dao warrior was overjoyed and hurriedly said. What he was most afraid of was not being able to help Su Qin. If so, he might end up like Mingyu and the others. Along the way? The Lao Dao warrior was slightly stunned and asked subconsciously. Senior, where are we going? Back to Chang'an. Su Qin looked up in the direction of Chang'an and said lightly. Overseas. Kuragenkyo. The Kuragenkyo sect master sat high on the main seat. His eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this time, a man sitting below bowed and said, Sect Master, Senior Brother Mingyu has mastered the demonic art, and the illusory demonic body has been cultivated to the extreme. If he goes to the battlefield, he will definitely be able to find out what happened. Of course, I'm not worried about the battlefield. The Kuragenkyo sect master shook his head and whispered. For the Kuragenkyo sect master, although the battlefield was important, it was not a top priority. It's not about the battlefield? The Kuragenkyo elders below looked at each other, full of doubts. Currently, Black Source sect stood tall in the Endless Sea Islands, standing side by side with Thunder God sect, Dao One sect, and many other superior sects. They controlled the majority of the resources of the Endless Sea Islands martial arts world. Besides the matter of the great battle, what else was worthy of the sect master's contemplation? I let Mingyu take action this time. In addition to the battlefield, it is also related to Lord Donghai's cave abode. The Kuragenkyo sect master glanced at the crowd and slowly said. Although Lord Donghai's cave abode was top secret, at least the Kuragenkyo elders present knew about it. Lord Donghai's cave abode? The pupils of the people below shrank slightly, and their faces were full of shock. Lord Donghai was an Earth Immortal 10,000 years ago, and a peak Earth Immortal at that. His cave abode must contain a rare opportunity, and maybe there is a way to make up for the shortcomings of the Kuragenkyo arts. Originally, the Kuragenkyo planned to join forces to take down Lord Donghai's cave abode, but He Yuan sect master wanted Mingyu to go ahead. That's right. The Kuragenkyo sect master nodded and said, Now that the vitality tide is recovering, Lord Donghai's cave abode may leak its aura and reveal itself to the world. If we continue to wait, it is very likely that someone will beat us to it. I see. The elders suddenly realized what was going on. As a sect master, the Kuragenkyo sect master must be in charge of the Kuragenkyo, and besides the Kuragenkyo sect master, Mingyu was obviously the most suitable. Mingyu, as one of the mythical warriors closest to the sect master in the entire overseas, was good at survival. Even if a real sect master took action, they may not be able to do anything to him. Since Senior Brother Mingyu is taking action, why are you worried, sect master? A Kuragenkyo sect master asked doubtfully. I am worried about Lord Donghai's cave abode. The Kuragenkyo sect master sighed softly and said, For example, Raytheon, Daoi sect, Snow God Palace, and many other greater sects have produced Earth Immortals, but the Kuragenkyo has never produced an Earth Immortal because of the shortcomings of their arts. Compared to other greater sects, the Kuragenkyo really needs the inheritance of Lord Donghai. Sect Master, you worry too much. The Kuragenkyo elder who spoke first smiled and said, We know Senior Brother Mingyu's strength. Even if something really happens to Lord Donghai's cave abode and someone occupies it in advance, Senior Brother Mingyu will be able to take it down easily. That's right. If there is really someone who doesn't know what's good for them, they should obediently hand over the inheritance of Lord Donghai's treasure. Otherwise, the Kuragenkyo will make them beg for death. My black origin sect might shakes the entire sea. Even a great sect like the Daoi sect would have to give way to something we fancy. I want to see if there's really someone who dares to occupy the Eastern Sea's true monarch's cave. The Kuragenkyo elders were either disdainful, contemptuous, or confident. That's right. I worry too much. A smile appeared on the Kuragenkyo sect master's face. With Mingyu's strength, even if it was easy to defeat him, it would be difficult to kill him. No matter what happened in Lord Donghai's cave abode, Mingyu was enough to deal with it. Besides, even if Mingyu couldn't deal with it, with his life-saving power, he could escape back to the Kuragenkyo. By then, who in the world could resist the power of the Kuragenkyo? The Kuragenkyo sect master became happier and happier. Just as the elders began to discuss what kind of treasure was in Lord Donghai's cave abode, a Kuragenkyo disciple hurried over. Sect master. The disciple knelt on the ground with a thud, his voice trembling. Don't panic, just say it, the Kuragenkyo sect master said with a pleasant face. Now that the Kuragenkyo was about to obtain Lord Donghai's cave abode, he was naturally in a good mood. Otherwise, if a disciple dared to barge in without permission, he would have slapped him to death. Sect master. It's Uncle Master Mingyu, Uncle Master Mingyu, he. The Dark Origins sect disciple stuttered and stammered. Senior brother Mingyu? Has he already obtained Lord Donghai's cave abode? A Kuragenkyo elder was overjoyed as he stared at the Kuragenkyo disciple with shining eyes. The Kuragenkyo sect master's eyes lit up as he also thought of this. He began to spread his divine sense in all directions. Sect master, Uncle Master Mingyu, he. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the Kuragenkyo disciple almost cried. Uncle Master Mingyu's life fire has been extinguished. As soon as these words came out, the elders present, including the Kuragenkyo sect master, suddenly froze in shock. Chapter 225. Uncle Master Mingyu's vital fire has been extinguished. The Kuragenkyo disciple trembled as he finished speaking, then closed his eyes and resigned himself to fate. Vital fire extinguished. It meant that he had completely fallen. Even his divine sense could not escape. It was precisely because of this that the disciple became more and more desperate. He was well aware of Mingyu's position in the Kuragenkyo. As one of the mythical martial artists closest to the hierarch level in the entire overseas, Mingyu's fall would definitely incur the wrath of the Kuragenkyo hierarch. And under the wrath of the hierarch, it would be difficult for an ordinary disciple like him to escape. This was the Kuragenkyo. There was no distinction between good and evil in the overseas greater sects. Here, the strong were respected, and the weak were destined to be enslaved and slaughtered. What did you say? The scene was silent at first, then the Kuragenkyo elders reacted and stared at the disciple in disbelief. Mingyu was almost a hierarch-level powerhouse, and his reputation was illustrious. How could he fall just like that? Moreover, when his vital fire was extinguished, his body and divine sense dissipated. Unless his strength was overwhelming, how could his divine sense not be able to escape? Impossible, senior brother Mingyu's illusory demon body was almost completed. With a thought, he could switch between reality and illusion at will. Even a hierarch-level powerhouse could not do anything. How could he fall? Yes, not to mention a hierarch-level powerhouse, even if several hierarchs joined forces, at most they could destroy senior brother Mingyu's body, and his divine sense could escape. What is your name? Which generation of disciple are you? Do you know that if you lie to us, you will be tortured by the Kuragenkyo? At that time, you will beg for death. Don't ask us to give you a quick death. Many elders stared at the disciple, and even some of the more irritable elders were ready to kill him. In the hearts of the elders, anyone under the Kuragenkyo hierarch could fall, but it was absolutely impossible for Mingyu to fall. Enough. Quiet down. Just as the disciple was about to be slapped to death by the irritable elder, the Kuragenkyo hierarch finally spoke. As he spoke, an inexplicable aura appeared. The face of the elder that slapped out paled. He immediately stopped and listened with a respectful expression. The rest of the elders did the same, and the noisy scene suddenly quieted down. What did you see just now? The Kuragenkyo sect leader looked at the messenger disciple, his voice calm. However, all the elders knew that the more this was the case, the more the Kuragenkyo sect leader was on the verge of exploding. Headmaster. I've been guarding the vital fires of my granduncles day and night. I've watched Mingyu's vital fire extinguish with my own eyes. The messenger disciple mustered up his courage and said, I got it. The Kuragenkyo sect leader was expressionless. In fact, when the messenger disciple said that the nether life flame had been extinguished, he had already used his divine sense to determine that what the disciple said was true. Seeing this, the other elders all extended their divine senses. The divine sense of a martial artist who had just entered the myth realm could already cover a radius of 10 miles, let alone the Kuragenkyo elders present. To be able to become a Kuragenkyo elder, they were at least at the 4th heavenly layer, and most of them were even at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer. In their eyes, in the entire Kuragenkyo, except for some secret places that could block the detection of divine sense, there were no secrets in other places. Soon, as the elders' divine sense scanned the place where the Kuragenkyo life flame was placed, all the elders fell silent. Mingyu's vital fire had indeed been extinguished. After being confirmed by so many elders, it could be said that it had become a fact. Senior brother Mingyu has really fallen. After a long time, a Kuragenkyo elder said bitterly. They had great confidence in Mingyu just now, and thought that the true Lord's cave abode would be a piece of cake, but it didn't take long for Mingyu to fall. The rest of the elders also showed a look of sadness. Headmaster, about this. An elder was just about to ask the Kuragenkyo headmaster about it. But he was interrupted by the Kuragenkyo headmaster. That's enough, all of you can leave. Yes. The elders looked at each other, bowed, and left with speculations and uneasiness. At the same time, it wasn't just the Kuragenkyo. The Snow God Palace, Wanjian School, and other exalted sects were also shocked. There was no way to hide the fact that their elders' vital fire had been extinguished. Even the Snow God Palace Master was enraged. An extremely cold world shrouded a radius of 10 miles, freezing the sky and the ground, freezing water into ice. Except for the disciples of the Snow God Palace, any myth realm martial artists who came close were frozen on the spot. It was extremely terrifying. Many of the exalted sects overseas weren't peaceful. Occasionally, there would be disputes, but no matter what, the disciples would at most kill each other. It was rare for the elders to even enter the arena, let alone die. Now that the Kuragenkyo, Snow God Palace, and other exalted sects had lost an elder, especially Mingyu of the Kuragenkyo, who was at the level of deputy headmaster, one could imagine the shock caused by this. The martial arts world overseas was abuzz with discussion. The itinerant cultivators and the other exalted sects kept talking in secret. The Snow God Palace, Wanjian School, and the Kuragenkyo have suffered a great loss this time. The Snow God Palace is fine, but the Kuragenkyo has lost a deputy headmaster. The Snow God Palace is fine? You don't know that the goddess of the Snow God Palace of this generation has also died, right? What? The goddess has also died. Many martial artists were stunned. The goddess of the Snow God Palace had a special status. She was the successor of the next palace master, and her status was above that of the elders. Regardless of the losses of these exalted sects, I'm curious as to who did it. Someone voiced his doubts. Could it be that the other exalted sects secretly made a move? Impossible. The exalted sects aren't stupid. Even if they wanted to make a move, they would do it one by one. How could they directly declare war on the Snow God Palace, Wanjian School, and the Kuragenkyo? Countless people kept arguing, but no one had an accurate answer. In the end, the only conjecture that everyone agreed on was that the person who did it had reached an unfathomable level of strength. Just as the outside world was arguing incessantly. On an island overseas, the Kuragenkyo sect master, the Snow God Palace master, the Wanjian School master, and the sect master of the Daoyi School were all gathered here. At this moment, other than the sect master of the Daoyi School, the others had gloomy expressions. What's going on? The Snow God Palace master stared at the Kuragenkyo sect master and said word by word. Your Kuragenkyo vice sect master, Mingyu, said that he found the cave abode of the Eastern Sea True Lord from 10,000 years ago. In the end, all the elders we sent were killed. As soon as the Snow God Palace Master said this, the Wanjian School Master also looked over. Even the Kirigenkyo Sect Master frowned slightly when the two Sect Masters pressured him at the same time. How would I know what's going on? Don't forget that your elders are dead. Our Kirigenkyo even lost a Vice Sect Master. The Kirigenkyo Sect Master suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice. That's right. The Wanjian School Master's expression eased a little. In terms of losses, the Kirigenkyo had suffered the most, even more than the Snow God Palace. Although the goddess of the Snow God Palace was dead, a goddess was only a goddess. No matter how great her potential was, it was still just potential. The Kirigenkyo Vice Sect Master, Mingyu, was a real combat force. No one knew how much he had contributed to the Kirigenkyo. Sect Master, this has happened twice in a row. The Black Source Sect Master turned to look at the Daoi Sect's Daoi Sect Master and said coldly. The first time might have been a coincidence, but the second time, the people we sent out all died. However, your Daoi Sect elder is still alive and well. Lao Dao, I don't know. The Sect Master of the Daoi school looked helpless. Although it was a good thing that his disciples and elders were still alive, it was clear that whether it was the sect leader of the Dark Source Sect, the Snow God Palace Princess, or the sect leader of the Thousand Swords Sect, they all began to suspect him. If the Daoi school really wanted to attack you, how could we just kill your elders and disciples? The sect master of the Daoi school was silent for a while, and then said slowly. For the Snow God Palace and the Kirigenkyo, the death of a goddess and vice sect master was a great loss, but it did not hurt their foundation. The ones who could truly decide the future of the great sects were always the sect masters and the slumbering ancestors. As for the elders and disciples below them, there were countless people overseas, and some so-called geniuses would appear every year. If the goddess was gone, they could just nurture another one. I hope you're not lying to me, Sect Master. The Snow God Palace Master thought for a while, and then said softly. She thought for a while, and also felt that if the Daoi school really wanted to attack them, they would definitely kill the sect masters. There was no need to attack the younger generation. Enough. In that case, let's talk about what to do next. The sect master of the Wanjian school glanced at them and asked calmly. Although my disciple didn't die, I also know that to be able to kill an elder of your sect so silently, one must be at least at the level of a sect master. In order to clear himself of suspicion, the sect master of the Daoi school immediately told them his speculation. The Snow God Palace Master and the Wanjian school's sect master nodded slightly to show their agreement. They were afraid that only the real sect master could kill all the elders they sent out so cleanly, and even their divine thoughts could not escape. It's not just the sect master. At this time, the Kirigenkyo sect master shook his head and said, I know Mingyu's strength. An ordinary sect master can't kill him. It must be at least a sect master at the peak. As soon as the Kirigenkyo sect master finished speaking, the Snow God Palace Master and the others all changed their expressions. A sect master at the peak? Generally speaking, the fifth heavenly layer to the sixth heavenly layer was the sect master level, while the peak sect master was at the peak of the sixth heavenly layer, only one step away from the seventh heavenly layer. In the entire overseas martial arts world, there were probably only a few peak sect masters. We're in trouble. The sect master of the Wanjian school suddenly felt troubled. If it was only a sect master who dared to attack the major sects, even if he didn't die, he would be suppressed. But a peak sect master, if a peak sect master wanted to leave, no amount of sect masters could stop him. What scared the Kirigenkyo sect master and the Snow God Palace Master even more was that they still didn't know who the peak sect master was. Which force did he come from? This is no longer something we can decide, the Snow God Palace Master said solemnly. I need to report to the ancestor. Chapter 226. Su Qin certainly didn't know that killing a few people had caused an uproar overseas and even alerted the sleeping ancestral patriarchs of the exalted sects. Or rather, even if Su Qin knew, he would still smile. With his current means, he wouldn't be afraid of even a ninth heaven legend, unless he was an earth immortal. What's more, the sleeping old ancestors of the major sects overseas were just a group of pitiful wretches whose vitality was declining, and their lifespan was nearing its end. They could not enter Su Qin's eyes. After Su Qin successfully broke through and confirmed that he couldn't sign in on Yingzhou Island anymore, he rushed back to Chang'an with the spirit essence spring in the jade box. As for Yingzhou Island, the essence qi and spirit essence on Yingzhou Island would definitely decline slowly after losing the spirit essence spring. However, the current essence qi tide was slowly recovering. Even if Yingzhou Island had declined, it would still recover its name of Deity Island after a few decades. The reason why perfected Lord Donghai chose to plant the spirit essence spring on Yingzhou Island was that even without the spirit essence spring, Yingzhou Island was still a blessed land that could naturally gather essence qi and spirit essence. Before taking them away, Su Qin specially repaired the heaven and earth array that shrouded Immortal Abode Island, and added a few arrays that he had comprehended himself. The entire Immortal Abode Island could be said to be impregnable. At least if Ming Yu and the others were stronger, it would be impossible for them to break the array so easily. It's time to go back. Su Qin left Yingzhou Island and looked at the blue sea as he flew in the direction of Chang'an. As for Qingqiu Qianqian and Lao Dao Warrior, they quickly followed. Although most of the old Taoist true essence was used to hold the jade box, as a fourth heavenly layer legend, flying in the air was like an instinct. In addition, Su Qin deliberately slowed down, so he could barely keep up. A day later, they had arrived outside Chang'an. Chang'an was still the same as before. Ever since the Empire of Tang unified the world, the city walls of Chang'an had been expanded several times to allow people from all over the world to enter and leave. After Su Qin entered Chang'an, he didn't alert anyone. He went straight back to the palace and stopped in the East Palace. The heaven and earth formation here. The Lao Dao priest held the jade box with both hands, his face full of shock. Although the heaven and earth great formation that enveloped the entire Eastern Palace could not be compared to the heaven and earth great formation that Eastern Sea True Lord had set up on Immortal Abode Island, it was incredible that dozens of great formations could fuse together in perfect harmony. Su Qin did not care about the Lao Dao's shock. The moment he returned to Chang'an City, Su Qin used his divine thought to scan the entire city. Although Su Qin had left something behind on the family Su and the others, he had to see it with his own eyes before he could be at ease. The number of martial artists has increased by a lot. Su Qin stroked his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Just a few months after he left, the number of martial artists in Chang'an City had increased by at least half, and there were at least hundreds of Grade 1 Great Grandmasters. As for Peak Grade 1, there were also more than a dozen. However, all the Peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters were between the first and second transformations. As for the third transformations of Grade 1 Great Perfection, there was not a single one, let alone a legend. Even if the world's essence qi tide recovered, even if it returned to its heyday 10,000 years ago, the number of legends was not even 1 in a million. The world's essence qi tide is getting more and more obvious. Su Qin shook his head slightly. If it was a few years ago, the world's essence qi tide was extremely obscure, and only peak legends like Su Qin could faintly perceive the changes in heaven and earth. But at this moment, even the ordinary people of Chang'an City could faintly feel that something was wrong. For example, their legs were a lot more nimble, old illnesses that had been there for many years suddenly healed, or martial artists that could only be seen occasionally in the past were now everywhere. The recovery of the world's essence qi tide was not targeted at martial artists, but at all creatures in the world, whether it was the human race, the monster race, or even other magical races. Father has entered the upper realm? Su Qin's divine sense swept across the East Palace. Although the East Palace was shrouded in the heaven and earth great array, other legends could not explore it with divine sense, but Su Qin, as the owner of these heaven and earth great arrays, was naturally not among them. Therefore, Su Qin immediately discovered that Su Shimin had entered the third grade martial artist realm. Of course, Su Qin also knew that Su Shimon's rapid breakthrough was entirely due to the accumulation of the previous decades, coupled with the cultivation of Su Qin now. There is no change in the Imperial Palace. Su Qin nodded slightly. Before he left the Imperial Palace and went to the East Sea, he had already informed the Emperor of Tang and others that he was going out. Just as Su Qin was thinking. Third uncle. Li Wan's crisp voice suddenly came. Wanner hasn't seen third uncle for a long time. Li Wan ran briskly in front of Su Qin and said coquettishly. But during the time when third uncle was away, Wanner did not slack off and worked hard to practice the sword. Li Wan blinked. Not bad, you didn't slack off during this time. Su Qin glanced at Li Wan and knew that Li Wan was right. At this moment, the internal strength in Li Wan's body had all turned into sword qi and even began to condense a sword heart. Once the sword heart was formed, it meant that one had walked their own path in the sword Dao and had unlimited potential. For Li Wan to be able to do this, at least he was about to fully comprehend the sword intent on the piece of wood that Su Qin left him. If there is a chance, I will instill some sword intent into it. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. This is body of the sword heart. The moment the Lao Dao teacher saw Li Wan, his pupils suddenly shrank. Even though he was a level 4 legend, when his gaze fell on Li Wan, he felt a faint stab of pain, as if he was looking at a sharp divine sword. If the people of Wanjian school knew that there was a body of the sword heart here, I'm afraid they would desperately come to snatch it. The Lao Dao teacher's thoughts turned quickly as he thought quickly in his heart. However, with Senior here, even if Wanjian school uses all the power of the sect, I'm afraid they can only return with broken swords. The Lao Dao teacher looked at Su Qin again, and a trace of awe flashed across his face. He knew that Su Qin had condensed a domain, and was a peak legend with abundant qi and blood and sufficient shouyuan. Even if Wanjian school was an upper sect, in the face of Su Qin, they could only retreat. Even if Wanjian school woke up their sleeping ancestor, they couldn't do anything to Su Qin. After all, the strongest ancestor of Wanjian school, Shouyuan, didn't have much left. The number of times he could attack was limited, and coupled with the decline of his qi and blood, he could only use half of his strength. How could he do anything to Su Qin? It would be good enough if he wasn't defeated by Su Qin. Just as the Lao Dao teacher was letting his imagination run wild, a surprised voice suddenly came. Martial uncle, why are you here? When Yan Hai heard that Su Qin had returned, he excitedly came to visit Su Qin, but he saw the Lao Dao teacher standing behind Su Qin. Martial nephew Yan Hai. The Lao Dao teacher was also stunned. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would meet his martial nephew under such circumstances. Master, he is my martial uncle in the Daoyi school. Yan Hai immediately explained to Su Qin. Master. The Lao Dao teacher's eyelids twitched. The Daoyi school was a major sect overseas, and more than one Earth Immortal had come out. If the news spread that their disciples recognized someone else as their master, it would definitely shock the entire overseas martial arts world. However, when the Lao Dao teacher thought of Su Qin's strength, he suddenly felt that it was reasonable. When he learned that the person who killed the Kuragenkyo and Snow God Palace disciples was Su Qin, the Lao Dao teacher was still wondering why his disciple didn't die. Now it seemed that Yan Hai was very perceptive. He knew that Su Qin's strength was unfathomable, and recognized him as his master in time to avoid death. As for Yan Hai recognizing Su Qin as his master, the Lao Dao teacher didn't find it strange. With Su Qin's strength, even if Yan Hai recognized him as his master, the Lao Dao teacher would agree without hesitation, let alone Yan Hai. After greeting Su Qin, Yan Hai took the initiative to stand beside the Lao Dao teacher and asked curiously, Master's uncle, you were also caught by Master. You followed Master here? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yan Hai knew that he said something wrong and immediately changed the topic. Master's uncle, what are you holding? Yan Hai looked at the jade box in the Lao Dao teacher's hands. The jade box was completely closed. Yan Hai didn't know what was inside, but from the Lao Dao teacher's face, he knew that it should be very heavy. Don't go near it. It belongs to the senior. The Lao Dao teacher glared at Yan Hai. Okay. Yan Hai's scalp tingled, and he immediately stood aside obediently. The jade box contained the spiritual fountain. Even though it was withered now, it was still a priceless treasure. Who knew how many major sects would kill to get their hands on a spiritual fountain? Third uncle, who is this sister? She's so beautiful. Li Wan looked at Qingqiu Qian and asked softly. Qingqiu Qian was from the Qingqiu Fox clan, and the Fox clan's human form had a great innate charm. Although this charm was not worth mentioning in Su Qin's eyes, it was like a pink skeleton. But others didn't see it that way, especially Li Wan. She was about to condense a sword heart, and was extremely sensitive to the outside world. Some grade 1 great-grandmasters couldn't compare to her. Of course, she could tell that Qingqiu Qian was special. Su Qin glanced at Qingqiu Qian. I'm just a servant of the master. Qingqiu Qian immediately replied. A servant? Li Wan didn't quite understand. And at this moment, the Emperor of Tang hurried over from his palace. Third brother, you're finally back. The Emperor of Tang was overjoyed when he saw Su Qin. Third brother, something big happened. The Emperor of Tang quickly walked to Su Qin and said solemnly. Something big? Su Qin raised his eyebrows, his expression showing a surprised expression. For the Emperor of Tang to say, something big, it would definitely affect the operation of the entire Empire of Tang. When Su Qin just returned to the palace, he didn't find anything big with his divine sense. What's the matter? Su Qin asked directly. I got the news. The Emperor of Tang took a breath and said solemnly. The War God Temple has appeared. War God Temple? Before Su Qin could speak, the Lao Dao warrior holding the jade box suddenly exclaimed, his face full of shock. It seemed that the words, War God Temple, had a special magic power. Chapter 227. Third brother, who is he? The Emperor of Tang looked at the Lao Dao warrior in surprise and asked curiously. As soon as he learned that Su Qin had returned, he rushed over in a hurry and didn't notice the Lao Dao warrior and Qingqiu Qian beside Su Qin. An elder of a large sect, Su Qin said casually and turned to the Lao Dao warrior. You know about the War God Temple? Senior, in the oldest books of the Daoyi sect, there are indeed records about the War God Temple. However, it involves the secrets of several eras of the Vitality Tide. I don't know if there is a connection between the two, the Lao Dao warrior said carefully. Although the words, War God Temple, were special, it might just be the same name. The Lao Dao warrior didn't dare to confirm it on the spot. Su Qin's heart was slightly stirred. He had lived 2 lives and of course knew the origin of the War God Temple. However, the Lao Dao warrior's performance made him a little uncertain whether the War God Temple that the Emperor of Tang mentioned was the War God Temple in his memory. Tell me about the War God Temple. Su Qin looked at the Emperor of Tang and asked. Third brother. Although the Emperor of Tang didn't know which sect the Lao Dao warrior was from, it was obviously not the time to pay attention to that. He immediately told him everything he knew about the War God Temple. According to the Emperor of Tang, the first time the War God Temple appeared was 8,000 years ago. After that, every time it appeared, it was 1,000 to a few thousand years apart. The last time the War God Temple appeared was 1,500 years ago. According to the information obtained by the Empire of Tang, the War God Temple was extremely mysterious and didn't seem to exist in this world. Every time it appeared, it would appear on the top of Kunlun Mountain. The War God Temple was vast and boundless. In the corners, there were exotic flowers and herbs that could not be found in the outside world. The ceiling of the temple was engraved with the stars of the heavens. Every living being that was lucky enough to enter the War God Temple would receive an inheritance. Third brother, after the Empire of Tang unified the world, they collected information from various countries. Over the past 8,000 years, nearly half of the martial arts legends who were born entered the War God Temple. Especially in a few eras, When several martial arts legends stood side by side and looked down on the world together, it was almost only a few decades after the Temple of War appeared. The Emperor of Tang said in a deep voice. Historically, the martial artists who have entered the War God Temple are at least grade 1 great perfection, and more than half of them have even entered the myth realm. For these powerhouses, they rarely reveal what they have experienced in the War God Temple. The Emperor of Tang only knows this because of the previous investigation of the imperial family. When Su Qin heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. When the world's essence qi began to recover, the environment of heaven and earth changed greatly. The world's essence qi was abundant, and the spiritual opportunity rose, which made it easy to break through to the myth realm. But thousands of years ago, especially 8,000 years ago, the last world's essence qi had just fallen into complete silence. It can be said that the world's essence qi had withered, and it was the real doomsday for martial arts cultivators. Perhaps for the lower and middle realms, they only need to temper themselves and will not be affected. But for the martial artists in the upper realm, especially grade 1 great grandmasters, they had begun to come into contact with the world's essence qi. The consequence of the complete silence of the world's essence qi was that it became extremely difficult to enter the upper realm. As for the myth realm, it was a real legend. But even so, the martial artists who entered the War God Temple could still continue to break through and step into the upper realm, grade 1 great grandmaster, grade 1 great perfection, and even the real myth realm. Although most of them did not go deep into the myth realm, it was already incredible. War God Temple. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He entered the myth realm by relying on signing in at the Shaolin Temple for nearly 30 years and obtaining countless divine pills and peerless cultivation techniques. The imperial teacher became a legend because of the accumulation of more than 100 years, coupled with the recovery of the world's essence qi. He was able to make the ultimate leap. But how did the other mythical warriors in history enter the mythical realm? Third brother. The appearance of the War God Temple this time is bound to be another bloody storm. The Emperor of Tang sighed softly. With the current foundation of the Empire of Tang, ordinary grade 1 great grandmasters can't shake it at all. Only those real legends can shake the Empire of Tang. Once there are a few more legends in the Empire of Tang, the Emperor of Tang will have a headache on how to appease them. Although Su Qin is in charge of the Empire of Tang, the Emperor of Tang knows very well that Su Qin can't do everything. If he wants to really maintain long-term peace in the world, he still needs to make the Empire of Tang strong. The expression of the Lao Dao man next to him kept changing. Finally, he sighed and bowed to Su Qin. Senior, I know what the War God Temple is, tell me. Even if Su Qin has 100 guesses in his heart, he still wants to hear what the Lao Dao man has to say. Senior, my Dao sect has been passed down since the last world's essence qi recovery era. The Lao Dao man calmed down and said solemnly. And in the last world's essence qi recovery era, the War God Temple already existed. No one knows the origin of the War God Temple. They only know that the War God Temple will appear once every 1,000 to thousands of years. Moreover, according to my Dao sect's records, not only in the last world's essence qi recovery era, but also in the previous world's essence qi recovery era. At this point, the Lao Dao man paused for a while and continued. Every martial artist who enters the War God Temple will get a great opportunity, and their strength will greatly improve. Unfortunately, the level of the War God Temple is too high. It is suspected to be a method left by the strongest. Although it exists in the world, it is not in this world. It is very magical. Moreover, the War God Temple can only allow martial artists of the legend level to enter. Earth immortals who are beyond the legend level can't enter at all. Once, when the War God Temple appeared, several peak Earth immortals wanted to enter the War God Temple to talk about it. They were ready to join forces to break in, but in the end, they left with their tails between their legs and never mentioned the War God Temple again. Later, when the last world's essence qi recovery era ended, the War God Temple has never appeared overseas. Many overseas legends thought that the War God Temple had completely disappeared, but they didn't expect that it was just a change of location. The Lao Dao man looked emotional and finished quickly. So powerful? Even Earth immortals can't do anything about it. Qingqiu Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Lord Donghai, who enslaved the entire Green Hill Fox clan 10,000 years ago, was also an Earth immortal. In the eyes of the Green Hill Fox clan, Lord Donghai's methods were no different from that of a god. The world's essence Qi recovery era before the world's essence Qi recovery era. Wan Qing was also shocked. Although he was an overseas legend cultivator, he only knew about the world's essence Qi recovery era 10,000 years ago. As for earlier, he didn't even think about it. As for the Emperor of Tang and the others, they were confused for a long time. For them, the overseas martial arts world, Earth immortals, and the world's essence Qi recovery era were too far away. Only Su Qin's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement after hearing that the War God Temple had appeared in the world's essence Qi recovery era 2 years ago. Although Su Qin was interested in the inheritance in the War God Temple, it was only a little. It wasn't necessary. After all, no matter how precious the inheritance in the War God Temple was, could it be compared to the Buddha's palm? Could it be compared to the 9 beads of the demon path? Could it be compared to the painting of the 12 divine beasts? Could it be compared to the other divine arts that Su Qin had obtained from signing in? What Su Qin really wanted was the War God Temple itself. If what the Lao Dao man said was true, the War God Temple had already appeared long before the world's essence Qi recovery era, then the War God Temple had existed for at least 10,000 years. After such a long time, how much Dao accumulation had been accumulated in the War God Temple? If Su Qin could sign in the War God Temple, what kind of amazing treasures would he obtain? Now, Su Qin was already an 8th heavenly stage legend. After stepping into the 9th heavenly stage legend, he was ready to condense his primordial spirit and break through to the Earth immortal stage. The resources needed for the cultivation of the Earth immortal stage were even more terrifying. If Su Qin wanted to advance by leaps and bounds, just signing in Chang'an City would be far from enough. However, the War God Temple, which had accumulated Dao accumulation for tens of thousands of years, could completely meet Su Qin's needs. Are you serious? Is the War God Temple really passed down from the world's essence Qi recovery era? Su Qin looked at the Lao Dao man with a sharp gaze. The Lao Dao man was shocked when he heard this. He had never seen Su Qin speak in such a tone. He said seriously, "Senior, everything I said came from the records of the Daoyi sect. It shouldn't be wrong. 10,000 years ago, during the peak of the last essence Qi recovery era, the Daoyi sect was also a famous sect in the world. To be able to be solemnly accepted by the Daoyi sect and passed down to this day, it was obviously confirmed." I see. Su Qin roughly judged that the Lao Dao man wasn't lying through the wisp of immortal will planted in his body. In fact, in front of Su Qin, a peak legend who had condensed the domain, the Lao Dao man wouldn't dare to lie. Besides, what the Lao Dao man said didn't involve the top secret of the Daoyi sect at all. Although the War God Temple was mysterious, it wasn't a secret during the peak of the last essence Qi recovery era. When will the War God Temple be born? Su Qin looked up in the direction of Kunlun Mountain and asked. Third brother. According to the records of the ancient books, whenever the void ripples appear on Kunlun Mountain, it's not far from the birth of the War God Temple. The War God Temple will definitely be born in a year or 2. The Emperor of Tang had clearly investigated everything before he came and answered without hesitation. But third brother, don't worry, I have already asked people to closely monitor Kunlun Mountain. If there is any movement, I will know in less than a day. The Emperor of Tang patted his chest and promised. Now that the Empire of Tang had unified the world, coupled with the Emperor of Tang's bold reforms in the past few years, the Empire of Tang was no longer what it used to be. If it wasn't for the recovery of the Essence Qi recovery era that led to the birth of one powerful martial artist after another, the Empire of Tang alone was enough to suppress everything. No need. I have already sensed it. Su Qin opened the eyes of truth, and at the same time activated the celestial being observation technique. His thoughts began to rise infinitely. He could vaguely feel that there was indeed an aura rising on Kunlun Mountain, as if the space was shaking and something was squeezing out. Chapter 228. The Emperor of Tang ordered people to monitor Kunlun Mountain day and night, but how could they be faster than Su Qin's eyes of truth and celestial gaze? Now that Su Qin is at the 8th heavenly layer, eyes of truth, as a magic power that can evolve with the improvement of Su Qin's strength, naturally also rises. His grasp of qi, whether it is subtle or range, has skyrocketed. You feel it? The Emperor of Tang was shocked. Kunlun Mountain is almost 100,000 miles away from Chang'an City. Even if the Emperor of Tang uses all means, even if he uses a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster to send a message, he can only guarantee that he will know what happened on Kunlun Mountain within a day. This is based on the foundation that the Empire of Tang has unified the world. Otherwise, if it was in the past, not to mention one day, even 10 days or half a month may not necessarily be able to obtain information about Kunlun Mountain. But now, Su Qin hasn't even taken a step out of Chang'an City, but he said that he has already perceived Kunlun Mountain. This is simply shocking. Although it is recorded in ancient books that legends have already transcended the mortal world, transcending the mortal world does not mean that they have really become immortals. But at this moment, Su Qin knows everything that happened 100,000 miles away. If this is not an immortal, then what is an immortal? Even the Lao Dao, who thought that they knew something about Su Qin, were also stunned. In the eyes of the Lao Dao, Su Qin is indeed powerful. A peak legend who has condensed a domain is enough to be invincible for several generations even overseas. But no matter how strong Su Qin is, it does not mean that he is omnipotent. Below the earth immortal, even if he condenses a domain, it is only a miniature one. The range of the domain that he can completely control is only about 100 feet. Of course, the range of a peak legend's divine sense is extremely wide, more than 100 miles. But between 100 miles and 100,000 miles is still an insurmountable gap. Only Li Wan still looked ignorant. She is not even in the upper realm, so she naturally does not understand the meaning of Su Qin's words. My feelings are different from what you think. Su Qin shook his head and said lightly. Whether it was the eye of truth or the celestial seer technique, they could only sense qi. As for other things, they did not touch much. For example, 100,000 miles away, Su Qin could only feel the spatial fluctuations on Kunlun Mountain. As for what Kunlun Mountain looked like and how many stones there were, he had no idea. To put it simply, Su Qin's perspective was different from that of ordinary people. From a certain point of view, Su Qin was already standing at a height unimaginable to ordinary creatures, observing this world. It's not the same. The Emperor of Tang and the others swallowed hard. Although they did not know exactly what was different, Su Qin's actions over the years had constantly refreshed their understanding of him. Under such conditions, it was not so difficult to understand what was happening 50,000 kilometers away. Next, after the Emperor of Tang chatted with Su Qin for a while, he said goodbye. Now that the world was unified, the state affairs he had to deal with every day could fill up the entire Long Life Temple. If it weren't for the Emperor of Tang occasionally taking time to recuperate in the East Palace, cultivating the cultivation method left by Su Qin and taking some pills, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. After the Emperor of Tang and the others left, Su Qin still stood in the same place. Qingqiu Qian and the others stood respectfully next to him. Before Su Qin gave the order, they did not dare to have their own ideas. Even Wan Qin, who had been in Chang'an City for a while, stood there respectfully at the moment. Where should I plant the spirit spring? Su Qin's divine sense swept across the entire Chang'an City, as he secretly thought. After Su Qin devoured it, the spirit spring was almost withered. It may not be useful in a short time, but if it recovers in the future, it will definitely bloom with unprecedented brilliance. Let's plant it under the right spring square. Su Qin raised his head and looked at the right spring square not far away. The right spring square was where Su Qin used to live. It was now the core of the many heaven and earth formations that covered the entire East Palace. Compared to other places in the East Palace, the Yuan Qi and Spirit Spring in the right spring square were more abundant. Therefore, it was very suitable for nourishing the Spirit Spring and allowing it to recover sooner. Thinking of this, Su Qin's mind moved. Suddenly, the jade box held by the Lao Dao's servant suddenly exploded. A hazy ball of light appeared. This ball of light was surrounded by Yuan Qi and Spirit Spring, but it had a weak smell. After Su Qin revealed the Spirit Spring, he directly let it fall into the right spring square. It's about time. Su Qin nodded slightly. The Spirit Spring had been planted. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the day it completely recovered. According to Su Qin's estimation, with the current recovery of the tide of Yuan Qi, the Spirit Spring would not be able to recover for long. It's done! During the time I was away, did anything happen? Su Qin's gaze was calm as he looked at Wan Qing and Yan Hai. Whether it was Yan Hai or Wan Qing, they were both legends of the third heaven. They were the strongest people in Chang'an City besides Su Qin. The reason why Su Qin was not in a hurry to stay in the East Sea for a few months was because these two people were in charge of Chang'an City. It was not that Wan Qing and Yan Hai were strong, but with the recovery of the tide, at least for 100 years, Yan Hai and Wan Qing could solve most of the problems. Su Qin did not need to worry. Master, nothing happened in the past few months. Wan Qing thought for a while and said respectfully. Yan Hai also said the same. Although the tide of Yuan Qi had begun to recover, it was still hundreds or thousands of years away from the peak. There was not even a single legend on the mainland. If not for the war god temple being about to appear, the Emperor of Tang would not have come to complain to Su Qin. Okay, all of you are dismissed. After asking a few more questions, Su Qin waved his hand and asked Wan Qing and the others to take the Lao Dao warriors and Qingqiu Qianqian away to understand some of the rules in the palace. Su Qin took a step forward and returned to the majestic underground palace in Chang'an City. According to the trend of the Qi movement caused by the spatial fluctuations on Kunlun Mountain, the space will be completely torn apart in about a year. At that time, the war god temple should appear. Su Qin sat cross-legged, facing the direction of Kunlun Mountain. His eyes were calm as he thought quickly in his heart. The war god temple was related to Su Qin's check-in location. Su Qin would definitely go there in person. But according to the ancient records, the war god temple will not appear for too long, at most a month. Su Qin frowned slightly. If the war god temple could only check in once or a few times, it would be fine. A month was enough to drain the Dao accumulation accumulated by the war god temple over tens of thousands of years. But if the war god temple was a repeatable check-in location, it would be a big loss if he could only check in for a month. Forget it. I'll wait until a year later when the war god temple appears. Su Qin calmed down, and his thoughts began to fluctuate. During this period of time, I've signed in a lot of fire element divine pills in the cavern world. Next, I'll start cultivating the Great Sun diagram of the 12 divine beasts diagram. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, a stone diagram that connected the sky and the earth faintly appeared. A great sun was engraved on it, burning fiercely as if it could burn everything. Chapter 229. The cultivation of the Great Sun painting requires a large number of fire element divine pills. In theory, as long as there are enough fire element divine pills, I can cultivate the Great Sun painting in a short period of time and transform into the strongest fire element divine beast, the three-legged golden crow. Su Qin's mind merged into the Great Sun painting as he thought silently. To some extent, the cultivation of the Great Sun painting is very simple. It doesn't require comprehension, physique, or bloodline. The only requirement is resources. However, this seemingly simple requirement is enough to stump almost all martial Dao cultivators in the world. Because the Great Sun painting requires too many resources, it can be said to be like mountains and seas. Su Qin has been signing in for decades and thinks that he is relatively rich. The lifetime accumulation of ordinary earth immortals is not as good as his. In addition, he obtained dozens of Lihua divine pills from Yingzhou Island. In the end, he didn't even light up a spot on the Great Sun painting. One can imagine the consumption of resources to cultivate the Great Sun painting. Moreover, this is only the first stone painting of the 12 divine beast paintings. The consumption of the following stone paintings is far above that of the Great Sun painting. Unfortunately, only fire element resources are useful for the cultivation of the Great Sun painting. Su Qin sighed softly. He has been signing in for decades. Whether it was in the Shaolin Temple or the Imperial Palace, most of the treasures he obtained were not fire element. Although the Lihua divine pills he obtained from Yingzhou Island were full of fire element energy, there were only dozens of them after all. However, during this period of time, I have obtained a lot of fire element demonic pills from signing in the cavern world. Su Qin's mind moved, and a large number of demonic pills exuding a hot aura suddenly appeared in front of him. These were the gains from signing in the cavern world in the past few months. Cavern world was built on an underground volcano, and the power of fire element was abundant. In addition, the branches of the ancient demon tree in cavern world were also close to fire element. Therefore, most of the treasures he obtained there were fire element treasures. Although these fire element demonic pills were not as good as Lihua divine pills, they were superior in quantity. Every time Su Qin signed in cavern world, he would obtain several to dozens of demonic pills or other treasures. Over the past few months, he had accumulated hundreds of fire-type demonic pills. Moreover, this was only the beginning. As time passed, Su Qin could obtain a large number of fire elemental demonic pills through signing in every day. For other demons, Cathode City was built on an underground volcano, and the climate was hot. If one lived there for a long time, they would easily suffer from fire poison. However, in the eyes of Su Qin, Cathode City was a treasure trove. To be able to continuously supply him with fire attribute demonic cores for the Great Sun portrait from afar, if this wasn't a treasure bowl, then what was? I've been signing in for more than 2 years in the Demon Cloud City. The Cathode City shouldn't be any shorter than this. In 2 years, if I continue to sign in like this, I might be able to cultivate the Great Sun painting to small success. Su Qin's eyes were burning. Although the small success of the Great Sun diagram was still a long way from the complete Great Sun diagram, it was still far from being able to transform Su Qin into a true three-legged golden crow. But at least he could use some of the abilities of the three-legged golden crow. For example, once the Great Sun diagram reached small success, Su Qin's understanding of the Tao of Fire would probably surpass that of true Lord Donghai in an instant. Of course, comprehension was comprehension, strength was strength. True Lord Donghai was a peak earth immortal. Even if he didn't rely on his realm, Su Qin was not his opponent. But once he comprehended it, strength was only a matter of time. Red flame demonic core, demonic fire pill, demonic flame liquid. Su Qin's eyes kept sweeping, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. The so-called fire attribute resources were not just divine cores and demonic cores. Other resources, as long as they contain the power of fire, are also helpful for the cultivation of the Great Sun diagram. These pills are all from the underground demon cave. Although they are biased towards the fire attribute, they have the violent taste of the underground demon cave. Su Qin felt it carefully and compared the difference between the fire attribute demonic core and the fire attribute divine core. Although the fire attribute divine core was also hot, it was much more stable on the whole. However, the demonic cores in front of Su Qin had an extremely violent aura. If it were other attribute pills, I might have to go through the Devil Buddha golden body transformation, but the fire attribute. Su Qin took a deep breath. In an instant, all the demonic cores in front of him rose up and turned into a huge amount of demonic fire power, surging towards Su Qin's body. The three-legged golden crow was the strongest divine beast of the fire attribute. In front of it, as long as it was the power of fire attribute, there was no difference between divine core and demonic core. It could easily devour it. Buzz! Just after a large number of demonic cores entered his body, a huge stone diagram faintly appeared behind Su Qin. There was a great sun on the stone diagram, and in addition, there were tens of thousands of light spots engraved on it. At this time, a certain light spot on the edge of the stone diagram slowly lit up. If these demonic cores were taken individually, they might be useless, and the effects might not even be seen, but there were so many of them. Su Qin continued to take them. After hundreds of accumulated demonic cores were used up, he improved his strength. When he received more demonic cores in the cave world, he continued to take them. In this way, after repeated cycles, the aura in Su Qin's body became more and more profound, and the stone diagram behind him became clearer and clearer. Especially the bright light spot on the edge of the stone diagram, it was about to completely light up. Once this light spot completely lit up, it would mean that Su Qin had already entered the threshold of the cultivation of the Great Sun diagram. Just as Su Qin was slowly cultivating. In the Emperor of Tang's palace, Ruan Qing took Qingqiu Qianqian and the Lao Dao scholar to walk around the palace and familiarize themselves with the environment of their future life. Yan Hai, who was next to them, finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Martial uncle, why were you also caught by Master?" The Lao Dao scholar was an elder of the Dao sect, a fourth heavenly layer legend. His status was far higher than an inner disciple like Yan Hai. Although Yan Hai was at the third heavenly layer, there was a big bottleneck between the third heavenly layer and the fourth heavenly layer. In the many large sects overseas, only a fourth heavenly layer could become an elder of the sect. Therefore, in Yan Hai's opinion, an elder of the Dao sect like the Lao Dao scholar should be in charge of the Dao sect. How could he come here and be caught by Su Qin? When the Lao Dao scholar heard this, he smiled bitterly. If he had known that Su Qin's strength was so terrifying, he would have dared to come here even if he was beaten to death. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Senior's strength is unparalleled. It's already very good that I was able to keep my life. Ming Yu, Shui Yu, and the others died on the spot. The Lao Dao scholar sighed with emotion. Although his life was not in his control now, at least he was alive. Ming Yu? Ruan Qing and Yan Hai looked at each other, and their pupils suddenly shrank. In the entire overseas, only the deputy sect master of the Kyujinkyo was a legendary martial artist named Ming Yu, who was said to be the closest to the sect master level. Master killed Ming Yu? Yan Hai's voice trembled in disbelief. Even a disciple like him knew how terrifying Ming Yu was. In the overseas, the Kyujinkyo's methods were ruthless, and the deputy sect master Ming Yu had made a name for himself in the Kyujinkyo. You don't know Senior's strength? The Lao Dao scholar was a little confused. Su Qin was a peak legendary martial artist who had condensed a domain. Killing Ming Yu, a legendary martial artist who was not even a sect master, was not something that could be done with just a thought? Master's strength. Yan Hai was silent for a while, and then carefully probed. Isn't Master a sect master level legendary martial artist? More than a year ago, Su Qin killed several third heaven disciples of the Snow God Palace and the Kyujinkyo. He did not show his true strength, so even Yan Hai did not know how strong Su Qin was. Therefore, when the Lao Dao scholar asked this question, Yan Hai told him his guess. This was when he saw that the Lao Dao scholar was also captured, and temporarily raised his understanding to a higher level. After all, even in the overseas, a sect master level legendary martial artist was also a big figure who could suppress a region. No matter how much Yan Hai thought highly of Su Qin, he was not sure that Su Qin had entered the sect master level. A sect master level legendary martial artist? The Lao Dao scholar heard this, slightly stunned, shook his head and said, "A sect master level legendary martial artist is not even qualified to stand in front of Senior." When these words came out, Yan Hai's eyes almost popped out. What kind of existence was a sect master level legendary martial artist? It was enough to run rampant overseas. Even those high and mighty sects did not dare to completely offend a sect master level legendary martial artist. After all, although the sects also had sect masters, but if a sect master level legendary martial artist put down his face and specifically targeted your disciples to kill, what would you do? With the strength of a sect master level legendary martial artist, to deal with the existence below the sect master level, it was just a matter of one move, and there was no time to rescue. Therefore, in the overseas martial arts world, a sect master level legendary martial artist was already beyond the sects. But Yan Hai did not expect that. According to the Lao Dao scholar, the extraordinary sect master-level legendary martial artist was not even qualified to stand in front of Su Qin. If the person who said this was not his martial uncle, an elder of the Daoyi sect, and it was absolutely impossible for him to lie, Yan Hai would not have believed it at all. Uncle Master, you mean? Yan Hai's heart was in turmoil, and suddenly an incomparably terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Master. Yan Hai muttered for a long time, but did not say anything. Senior is a peak legendary martial artist, and a peak legendary martial artist who has condensed a domain. Not to mention a sect master level legendary martial artist, even our many sect's ancestors who are deep in slumber overseas are not Senior's match. The Lao Dao scholar did not hide anything, and directly told him everything he knew. Peak legendary martial artist, a peak legendary martial artist who has condensed a domain. Yan Hai's expression was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. He had thought that Su Qin was very strong, but he did not expect him to be this strong. No, this was no longer just strong. Su Qin's level had completely exceeded the limit of their imagination. Master Wan Qing, who was beside him, swallowed. The impact he received was equally great. Although Wan Qing had seen Su Qin bathed in lightning, at most he guessed that Su Qin might be at the level of an ancestor. But at this moment, hearing the Lao Dao scholar's words, Su Qin was already standing above most of the ancestor level. The strongest foundation of the overseas sects was the ancestor who was deep in slumber in their respective sections. As long as the ancestor was still alive, they would always be able to stand above all living beings overseas. But now, not only had Su Qin reached this level, but he had also faintly surpassed it. How terrifying was this? How domineering was this? How disdainful was this? Chapter 230. So Master is this strong? Yan Hai swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice. Only those who had entered the 7th layer were qualified to be called a peak legend. Currently, most of the ancestors of the many powerful sects overseas who were in hibernation were at this level. And to condense a domain, in this era, was something that only legends of the 9th heaven would consider. Although it was recorded in the ancient books that legends of the 7th heaven could condense a domain, for example, during the peak of the last vitality tide, there were a few heavens chosen who condensed the power of heaven and earth and condensed a miniature domain at the 7th heaven. But records were just records. Since ancient times, how many legends could condense a domain at the 7th heaven? Now my only hope is that the Daoyi sect will not send anyone over. The Lao Dao warrior was silent for a moment and sighed. As soon as he said this, Yan Hai was shocked. According to the Lao Dao warrior, Su Qin was a peak legend who had condensed a domain. Such a terrifying existence, other than the land immortals who appeared once in 1,000 years, who could do anything to him. If the Daoyi sect continued to send people over, it would be suicide. Although he and the Lao Dao warrior bowed their heads in time and saved their lives, it did not mean that Su Qin would let the other Daoyi sect disciples go. And more importantly, if the disciples of the Dao One sect don't know how to think and offend Su Qin in the future, the entire Dao One sect will suffer a disaster. In the future, if you find any disciples of the Daoyi sect entering Chang'an City, immediately stop them and bring them to see the senior to prove that the Daoyi sect has no intention of offending you. The Lao Dao warrior said with a serious expression. Okay. Yan Hai nodded and said solemnly. When he was enslaved by Su Qin, Yan Hai still had a glimmer of hope in his heart that the Daoyi sect would communicate with Su Qin in the future and redeem him. But now, Yan Hai had completely given up on this thought. Su Qin was so powerful that the Daoyi sect could not wait to send more disciples to curry favor with Su Qin. How could they redeem him? However, following Master, my strength has improved faster than the Daoyi sect. Yan Hai thought to himself. Suddenly his spirit jolted. Although his life and death were in Su Qin's hands, Su Qin had never made any excessive requests. Occasionally, Su Qin would even guide him in his cultivation. Being guided by a pinnacle myth who had condensed a domain was enough to make the eyes of a group of sect master level myths turn red with envy. Let alone being enslaved, they would even be willing to work like a cow or horse. Humph, you humans, how do you know the Lord's methods? At the side, Qingqiu Qian sneered in her heart. She had served Su Qin on Yingzhou Island for such a long time, so she naturally knew that in addition to Su Qin's identity as a legendary martial artist, he was also faintly related to the legendary three-legged golden crow. Although Su Qin had once denied that he was not a three-legged golden crow, in Qingqiu Qianqian's opinion, even if Su Qin was not a pure-blooded three-legged golden crow, he must have the bloodline of the most powerful mythological beast, the three-legged golden crow, and it was the kind that was close to pure-blooded. This was a mythological beast. The most powerful mythological beast, the three-legged golden crow. How could a mere myth martial artist be compared to it? A real adult three-legged golden crow could transform into the great sun, burning the sky and boiling the earth. Even the world under its feet was enough to burn, let alone some living creatures. However, the relationship between Master and the three-legged golden crow should be a big secret, and it must not be exposed. Qingqiu Qianqian's thoughts fluctuated as she thought quickly. Time passed slowly. Several months passed in a blink of an eye. Above the underground majestic hall. After several months of hard work, Su Qin's aura was more profound than a few months ago, especially the huge stone diagram that faintly appeared behind him. The light spots at the edge were only a little bit away from completely lighting up. Suddenly, at this moment, it seemed to have reached some kind of qualitative change. The light spots at the edge of the stone diagram suddenly bloomed with a bright brilliance. Vaguely, a three-legged divine bird like the great sun spread its wings and flew over. The terrifying power of fire almost melted the majestic hall. After nearly a year of hard work, I've finally mastered the great sun diagram. Su Qin slowly opened his eyes, and a flame mark faintly flashed in the depths of his eyebrows. After returning to Chang'an City for a few months, plus the few months on Yingzhou Island, Su Qin used all his sign and opportunities in the cavern world's cavern city to sign in fire tribute demonic pills for the great sun diagram to cultivate. My physical body, after being tempered by the power of fire, seems to be undergoing the sixth transformation. Su Qin looked happy. At this moment, his physical body had once again risen to a higher level, and his every move seemed to be tearing the air. Su Qin believed that if Qingqiu Qingling stood in front of him at this moment, she wouldn't need to use the Five Thunder God Fist at all. She could directly crush him with her physical strength. But this was not Su Qin's biggest gain. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and in his white jade-like palm, in addition to a trace of gold, there was also a red light that was as hot as a flame. This meant that Su Qin's physical body at this moment was innately close to the power of fire. Once he cultivates a fire attribute cultivation technique or treasure codex, he will definitely be able to advance 1,000 miles in a single step. At this moment, my physical body is enough to be immune to most fire attribute attacks. Even if true Lord Donghai comes back to life, if he attacks me with fire, I'm afraid it will be weakened by more than half. Su Qin looked amazed and whispered to himself. After mastering the Great Sun diagram, Su Qin felt that the whole world had changed. In the past, although Su Qin could still control the earth, fire, wind, water, and so on with the power of his domain. But that was forcibly controlled with absolute strength. But now, Su Qin had a feeling that even if he didn't use his true essence, divine sense, and domain power, he could control the power of fire. This kind of control was a kind of innate control, as if it was an instinct. This is just the entry level. If I really master the Great Sun diagram, what kind of scene would it be? After Su Qin familiarized himself with the changes in his body, he looked slightly emotional. This divine art is really incredible. Su Qin's mind sank into the depths of his mind, and once again glanced at the 12 stone diagrams that were slowly rotating, and thought to himself. However, just the entry level of the Great Sun diagram alone took me nearly a year to obtain treasures from signing in. What about the next minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection? Su Qin's expression was slightly heavy. During this period of signing in addition to obtaining some fire attribute demonic pills, I also obtained a drop of demon god's blood. Su Qin's mind moved, and a drop of blood suddenly appeared in front of him. This drop of blood was different from the demon god's blood that Su Qin obtained before. It obviously didn't come from the same demon god. The demon god's blood that Su Qin obtained from signing in the Cathode City, although it could still only be seen with the naked eye, it was vaguely filled with an extremely powerful flame power. This flame power was naturally far inferior to the true sun fire emitted by the three-legged golden crow that was engraved in the depths of the Great Sun diagram, but it was much more powerful than Lord Donghai. A demon god of the flame Tao? Su Qin touched his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. I can feel that this drop of demon god's blood is of great help to my Great Sun diagram. Su Qin looked at the demon god's blood in front of him, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. But I can't touch it. The demon god's blood can't be touched by the divine sense domain. He can only see it with his eyes, so naturally, he can't touch it. Let's talk about it later. Su Qin pondered for a while and put the demon god's blood back into the system space. Anyway, the demon god's blood has already fallen into his hands, and it can't run away. Sooner or later, it will surge up, so Su Qin wasn't in a hurry. After the Great Sun diagram was completed, Su Qin breathed a sigh of relief and no longer devoted all his time to cultivation. He often ran to the imperial palace to give pointers to the family Su. Third brother, I feel that I'm getting younger and younger in the past few months. Su Yuyun found Su Qin and said with joy. Su Qin smiled and didn't speak. Although the Yiwood spiritual liquid had no effect on Su Qin, this was because Su Qin's level was too high. If it were other mythical warriors, even if they were at the sect master level, they would be extremely eager for the Yiwood spiritual liquid. Not to mention that it could extend the lifespan of the Shouyuan, at least it could improve the physique, which was enough to make people excited. As an ordinary person, Su Yuyun absorbed the Yiwood spiritual liquid, so what if he could regain his youth and eternal youth? There are still 2 or 3 pounds of Yiwood spiritual liquid left. Should I give a drop to the family Su? Su Qin thought in his heart. At this moment, he was already at the 8th level and had condensed his territory. There was no need for him to sleep for such a long time like Su Yuyun. Thinking of this, Su Qin secretly divided a drop of Yiwood spiritual liquid into 3 parts, and slowly merged it into the family Su's body. After making arrangements for the family Su, Su Qin gave a drop to the Emperor of Tang. Anyway, there were still a few pounds of Yiwood spiritual liquid left, and it was useless to Su Qin, so he didn't feel bad about it. Then, Su Qin gave Li Wan another piece of wood. This time, Su Qin left a little more sword wool on it, enough for Li Wan to comprehend for a few years. Do you know what you lack the most right now? Su Qin looked at Li Wan, who was practicing swordsmanship not far away, and frowned. Third uncle, what do I lack? Li Wan was at a loss. Murderous aura, Su Qin said slowly. The sword Dao that Li Wan showed was almost at the upper realm, but it didn't contain a trace of murderous aura. Sword Dao was originally a killing Dao, and it was famous for being good at fighting. As a result, Li Wan's sword Dao didn't have murderous aura. Murderous aura! Li Wan looked at a loss. Su Qin saw this scene, but his expression didn't change. Murderous aura could only be trained after a lot of life and death battles. Li Wan was the princess of the Empire of Tang. In the entire palace, who would dare to let Li Wan fall into a life and death battle? Even those red-clothed eunuchs who often fought with Li Wan didn't dare to have a trace of murderous aura towards Li Wan, let alone a life and death battle. In this case, Li Wan couldn't give birth to real murderous aura at all. Without murderous aura, Sword Dao was like losing its soul. No matter how gorgeous it was just an empty shell. Then third uncle, what should I do now? Li Wan didn't understand and quickly asked. What should I do? Su Qin was about to speak. Suddenly. At this moment, Su Qin's face changed, and he suddenly looked up in a certain direction. Kunlun Mountain! Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, opened, eyes of truth, and ran, Sky Man observation technique. He faintly felt a huge spatial fluctuation coming from Kunlun Mountain. The War God Temple is coming out. Chapter 231. Under Kunlun Mountain. Inside an inn. At this time, because of the appearance of the war god temple, many martial artists in the world gathered at Kunlun Mountain, wanting to see the legendary glory of the war god temple with their own eyes. After all, for thousands of years, as long as a martial artist came out of the war god temple alive, they were at least grade 1 great perfection, and there was no lack of legends. No martial artist would ignore this kind of once-in-a-millennium opportunity. As a result, the inns at the foot of Kunlun Mountain were full of people coming and going. And at this time, outside the inn, two figures slowly walked in. On the left was a man with a calm expression, and on the right was a little girl in her teens. Third uncle. What are we doing here? The little girl looked up at the man and whispered. I'll let you see what murderous aura is. The man's gaze was deep as he said lightly. These two people were naturally Su Qin and Li Wan. Li Wan comprehended the sword intent left by Su Qin day and night. Although she had the realm of sword Dao, she lacked murderous aura. Su Qin took advantage of the appearance of the war god temple to bring Li Wan out. Martial Dao cultivation, especially sword Dao, must go through a lot of life and death battles. And Li Wan, as the princess of the Empire of Tang, has a respected status. In the imperial palace, those red-clothed eunuchs and the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army, who would dare to attack Li Wan. Therefore, Su Qin brought Li Wan out. Anyway, even without Li Wan, Su Qin would have come to Kunlun Mountain. It was completely a piece of cake. Oh! When Li Wan heard Su Qin's words, she immediately stood beside Su Qin. When the two walked into the inn, the waiter immediately greeted them and said respectfully, "Two guests, please go upstairs." The waiter's eyes were sharp. Although he couldn't see anything from Su Qin, the more he didn't dare to be careless. During this time, who knows how many martial artists passed by? Maybe Su Qin was a hidden master. Very soon. After Su Qin sat down, Li Wan also sat down next to him. There are still a few days left. Su Qin raised his head and looked at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. At this close distance, he could clearly sense when the war god temple would appear. When he was in Chang'an City, he was 100,000 miles away from Kunlun Mountain. Although he could vaguely sense the fluctuations in space with the eye of truth and the celestial being aura-gazing art, he was able to deduce when the war temple would appear. However, that was only a rough guess. There was an error of half a month to a month. But now, Su Qin was at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, and he had already accurately estimated the time of the war god temple's appearance to be within a few days. Since everything has reached a bottleneck, it won't hurt to wait for a few days. Su Qin tapped his right hand on the wooden table. Now that he had mastered the basics of the picture of the Great Sun, there was no way he would be able to achieve minor accomplishment in a short period of time. As for breaking through to the 9th heavenly layer, it was not something he could do immediately. I wonder what kind of surprise the war god temple will give me. Su Qin's gaze was faint as he thought to himself. Just as Su Qin was thinking, the inn was already in an uproar. Many martial artists gathered here began to talk. Do you think the Green City Sword King will come this time when the war god temple appears? A black-clothed man asked with interest. The Green City Sword King is a grade 1 great grandmaster who has risen in recent years. He is good at killing and has once suppressed several great grandmasters of the same level with his own strength. The Green City Sword King? A martial artist chuckled. The appearance of the war god temple is rare. Not to mention the Green City Sword King, even those peak grade 1 old monsters would not be able to hold back. Peak grade 1. The whole inn suddenly went quiet. Even if it is far beyond the tidal recovery, and the cultivation environment has become easier, a peak grade 1 great grandmaster is still rare. What about grade 1 and above? Another martial artist asked with a burning gaze. Above grade 1. Everyone's complexion changed slightly. Although a peak grade 1 great grandmaster is above grade 1, it is still within the realm of grade 1. Only legends and venerable Arhat can truly be called above grade 1. In this era, we clearly know that there are two existences above grade 1. One is the venerable of the Shaolin Temple, and the other is the legend of Chang'an City. At this time, a man in green clothes, who had been sitting on the second floor of the inn, slowly spoke. As soon as the man in green clothes spoke, everyone in the inn looked at him. He is? A martial artist's complexion changed as he looked at the man in green clothes in disbelief. The Green City Sword King. I didn't expect the Green City Sword King to have already arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Some martial artists looked at each other in shock. This man in green clothes is the Green City Sword King they were talking about just now. The Green City Sword King is a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster who has recently risen. His reputation has almost overshadowed the older generation of Great Grandmasters. Sword King, who do you think is stronger, the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple or the Legend of Chang'an City? The man in black clothes who had just spoken suddenly asked, his face full of curiosity. When the other martial artists heard this, they immediately pricked up their ears. Obviously, they also wanted to know this matter. Throughout the ages, legends in Venerable Arhat have always been at the limit of the martial Tao. Although the two have different names, they belong to the same level. Who is stronger and who is weaker? The Green City Sword King looked hesitant. Although he knows more than most people present, how can he know the strength of a legend? Based on the current record, the legend of Chang'an City should be stronger. The Green City Sword King lowered his head and thought for a while. The reason why he came to this conclusion was entirely because many legends have fallen in Chang'an City. Whether it was the imperial teacher of the Mengyuan Empire or the Blood-Kill Gate ancestor, they all showed the terrifying strength of the legend of Chang'an City. As for the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple, from the beginning to the end, he only made a move after the Demon Lord came. Compared with the legend of Chang'an City, he is, of course, weaker. So that's how it is. Many martial artists in the inn were deep in thought. Sword King, you haven't said, will the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple and the legend of Chang'an City come this time when the War God Temple appears? A martial artist seemed to have thought of something and asked loudly. I don't know about the legend of Chang'an City. The Green City Sword King glanced at the crowd and said in a low voice, but the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple is very likely not to come. As soon as these words came out, many martial artists present suddenly looked puzzled. They never thought that the Green City Sword King would be so sure that the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple would not come. I have checked the ancient books. The legends in Venerable Arhat born in the past will not stay on this continent for long. Instead, they will cross the sea and leave in pursuit of a higher realm. The Green City Sword King did not keep them in suspense and said bluntly, 20 years ago, a Venerable came out of the Shaolin Temple, but in the past 20 years, there has been no news about this Venerable. I think it is very likely that this Venerable has left the Shaolin Temple and left this continent. Although the Green City Sword King's tone was very light, it spread throughout the inn and resounded in everyone's ears. This was not only the Green City Sword King's thought, but also the speculation of other Grade 1 Great Grandmasters and even Peak Grade 1. The Venerable Arhat of the Shaolin Temple may have left long ago. Yes. If there is still a Venerable in the Shaolin Temple, I'm afraid that he would have already announced to the world that the Buddhists are respected. How could he still be there for 20 years? Many martial artists nodded slightly in agreement. Although the Buddhists pursue being aloof from worldly affairs, being aloof from worldly affairs does not mean that they do not fight for anything. Even if the Shaolin Temple is not interested in worldly power, it can at least strengthen its position among the 4 Buddhist sects. The Sword King's words make sense. A martial artist sighed with emotion. However, the Shaolin Temple has just produced a Venerable, and not long after, there was a Xian Ku, a holy monk. When has God ever favored the Buddhists? Xian Ku, a holy monk. As soon as these words came out, the entire inn fell silent again. In the Buddhist sects, only a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is qualified to be called a holy monk. And Xian Ku, a holy monk, can be said to be the strongest of the younger generation in the past 10 years. Even a Sword Dao Great Grandmaster like the Green City Sword King was suppressed by him. 10 years ago, Xian Ku, a holy monk, walked out of the Shaolin Temple, but he was only Grade 2. But in the past 10 years, Xian Ku, a holy monk, quickly rose to Grade 1, and was at the peak of Grade 1. He was only half a step away from completing the transformation and becoming a peak Grade 1. In a few months, he killed 7 Grade 1 Great Grandmaster evil martial artists in a row, shocking the world. Xian Ku, the Green City Sword King's pupils shrank slightly. He once secretly fought with Xian Ku, but after only a few moves, he was defeated and fled. It can be said that that battle was the shadow of his life. It is said that Xian Ku, a holy monk, is a disciple of the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple. How can he not be strong? A martial artist said mysteriously. A disciple of the Venerable. Everyone was suddenly stunned, but when they thought about it, they felt that it was only natural. The means of the Venerable are not something that they can figure out. A disciple of the Venerable, let alone a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, even if he is a Grade 1 Great Perfection, it is still natural. Third uncle. That Xian Ku, a holy monk, I heard Imperial Father mention him. Li Wan listened with relish, looked up at Su Qin and said excitedly. Xian Ku? A holy monk? Su Qin touched his chin. He did not expect that Xian Ku would step into Grade 1 Great Grandmaster so quickly. According to Su Qin's estimation in the Shaolin Temple, even if Xian Ku has a Buddha heart, it will take at least 50 years to enter Grade 1, and then 100 years to reach Grade 1 Great Perfection and try to break through to the Venerable Arhat realm. But now, in less than 20 years, Xian Ku has already reached Grade 1. Is it the effect of the recovery of the vitality tide? Su Qin's face was thoughtful. The recovery of the vitality tide happened in the past decade. It is completely natural that Xian Ku benefited from it and stepped into Grade 1 in advance. I haven't been back to the Shaolin Temple for a long time. Su Qin sighed softly. The next moment, he seemed to feel something and looked up in a certain direction. Huh! A trace of surprise appeared on Su Qin's face. Chapter 232. Since coming to the foot of Mount Kunlun, Su Qin had used most of his divine sense to perceive the spatial fluctuations at the top of Mount Kunlun. The rest of his divine sense was restrained in his body, but just now, Su Qin sensed a familiar aura approaching. Third uncle, what are you looking at? Li Wan saw Su Qin's gaze and hurriedly tiptoed to look outside the inn. Sure enough. A moment later, a monk in a grey robe strode in. This monk was extremely inconspicuous, like an ordinary person, but Qingqing Sword King, who was sitting on the second floor, changed his expression and almost exclaimed, Xian Ku! Qingqing Sword King suddenly got up and stared at the grey-robed monk in disbelief. He never thought that he would meet a holy monk Xian Ku of the Shaolin Temple here. As Qingqing Sword King's words spread, all the martial artists in the inn were stunned, and their eyes quickly fell on the grey-robed monk who had just walked in. Xian Ku? He's Xian Ku, a holy monk from the Shaolin Temple? Isn't Xian Ku a holy monk too young? Is Xian Ku a holy monk also here to fight for the War God Temple? Many martial artists chatted quickly, their eyes constantly sweeping over Xian Ku. Namo Amitabha. The grey-robed Xian Ku bowed slightly and said, I'm not here for the War God Temple. Xian Ku's words. The martial artists present were even more puzzled. The martial artists who came to Mount Kunlun were basically here for the War God Temple. If Xian Ku wasn't interested in the War God Temple, why would he appear here at this time? Under everyone's gaze, Xian Ku raised his head slightly and said loudly, This little monk has found you. Are you still not going to show yourself? Little bald donkey Xian Ku, you've chased us for several months and traveled tens of thousands of miles. Do you really want to kill us all? A hoarse voice sounded. A man with cold eyes walked out. The man's facial features were ordinary, but there was an inexplicable evilness that made people want to sink into him. Qixia Sanren, him? Some of the martial artists' expressions changed drastically as a trace of fear appeared on their faces. Qixia Sanren was a famous evil martial artist in Jianghu. He once massacred several villages in order to practice evil martial arts. Even the Empire of Tang wanted him. If Qixia Sanren wasn't a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, and if it wasn't for the fact that he would have immediately fled at the first sign of trouble, he would have fallen into the hands of the Empire of Tang. Qixia, along the way, this little bald donkey has never held back. Whether he wants to kill us all or not, you know best in your heart. A thin man slowly stood up and stood side by side with Qixia Sanren. This thin man had protruding cheekbones and sallow skin, but his eyes were faintly exuding a tyrannical aura. Spiritual Master Sha, why is he here? Many of the martial artists present felt their hands and feet go cold. Even the Green City Sword King's eyes flashed with a trace of dread. Whether it was Qixia Sanren or Spiritual Master Sha, they were both Grade 1 Great Grand Masters of the evil path who wreaked havoc in the world. Their methods were vicious and they wantonly slaughtered people. This little monk is not trying to kill you all. If you are willing to follow this little monk back to the Shaolin Temple and enter the demon-subduing tower, you can still live. Xianku put his palms together and said softly, "Humph. Demon-subduing tower? You think we will definitely lose?" At this time, two more figures walked out of the inn. One was a beautiful woman, the other was a tall man. Like Qixia Sanren and Spiritual Master Sha, they were both evil path martial artists who had wreaked havoc in the world. In particular, the beautiful woman was an expert in the yang harvesting technique and had sucked dry the essence, qi, and spirit of many male martial artists. Heavens, were we talking in front of these four kings of hell just now? Many martial artists in the inn felt their legs go soft, and their hearts tremble. If not for the sudden appearance of Xianku, a holy monk, no one present would have thought that they had walked the line between life and death. Based on the personalities of these four evil path martial artists, if not for the pursuit of Xianku, a holy monk, they would have already slaughtered all the martial artists in the inn, and used their essence and blood to heal their injuries. Even the Green City Sword King's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Although he had long sensed the aura of a first-rank martial artist hiding in the inn, he did not know that it was these notorious evil path martial artists. "Xianku, can you handle it?" The Green City Sword King gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist and looked down. In any case, Xianku came from the Shaolin Temple, a righteous path sect. Now that he was besieged by evil path martial artists, how could he stand by and watch? Moreover, if these evil path martial artists really killed Xianku, they would probably turn around and attack him. Whether we win or lose, that will depend on your abilities. Xianku looked up at the evil path martial artists and raised his right hand. A terrifying internal force rose and almost enveloped the entire inn. In the face of the vast pure yang Buddhist aura, the evil path martial artists suddenly felt their strength being suppressed. "Xianku, you little bald donkey, don't be too proud. When we were unhindered in the world, you were still drinking milk." Qixia Sanren fiercely stomped his right foot on the ground and turned into a viper, rushing towards Xianku. The other three also used their own methods, faintly surrounding Xianku. Rumble! The aura of a battle between first-rank great grandmasters pervaded the air. If Xianku had not been unwilling to harm the innocent and promptly retreated from the inn, it was likely that the entire inn would have collapsed. When the martial artists in the inn saw this scene, their eyes suddenly lit up and they hurriedly rushed out of the inn to watch the battle between Xianku and the evil path martial artists. Fights between Grade 1 Great Grandmasters are rare, especially this kind of situation where they outnumber each other, which is even more difficult to happen. A first-rank Great Grandmaster was not a fool. How could they take the initiative to fight against several powerhouses of the same level? Only a Buddhist genius like Xianku, whose cultivation technique can restrain the evil path, would have the confidence to chase after several evil path martial artists. The Sword King hesitated for a while and did not immediately take action. First, if he took action at this moment, he would inevitably scare away the evil path martial artists. Second, he also wanted to figure out Xianku's strength. With Xianku's strength, ordinary first-rank great grandmasters were not his opponent at all, but at this moment, there were 4 first-rank great grandmasters. They should be able to force Xianku to use his full strength. "I'll wait until Xianku can hold on, then I'll help." The Sword King thought for a while and began to look at the battlefield outside the inn. "Third uncle. Who do you think will win?" Li Wan's eyes were shining as he asked in a low voice. Although in the imperial palace, Li Wan had also seen the fight between the red-clothed eunuch and the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army. But how could it compare to the excitement of watching Xian Ku and the evil path martial artists fighting to the death? In particular, the monstrous murderous aura exuding from the evil path martial artists made Li Wan feel inexplicably frightened. Who will win? Su Qin sat casually on the chair, a deep look on his face. Chapter 233. For Su Qin, meeting Xian Ku here was a pleasant surprise. The reason why he did not recognize him was because he wanted to see how Xian Ku has progressed in the past 20 years. With Su Qin's current realm, he can easily see through Xian Ku's realm. But realm is realm. His specific fighting ability still needs to be observed a few more times. It is best to show it in actual combat. Yes. These people are really bad guys. Teaming up to bully one, what kind of ability is that? Li Wan clenched his fists and said angrily. When martial artists fight, as long as they can survive, it is normal to bully the weak with numbers. Su Qin glanced at Li Wan and said lightly. I know, third uncle. Li Wan shrank his head. And at this moment, Li Wan was not the only one who wanted to know whether Xian Ku of the Shaolin Temple or the Four Evil Path Great Grandmasters was stronger or weaker. All the martial artists watching the battle were also secretly guessing. On the second floor of the inn, in an inconspicuous corner, the inn owner was leisurely looking at the battlefield outside with his hands behind his back. Who do you think will win, Xuankusunga or the Four Evil Path Great Grandmasters? The chubby inn owner asked with interest. If there were other Grade 1 Great Grandmasters paying attention to this corner, they would be shocked to find that every word spoken by the innkeeper was only heard within 3 meters of him. Anything beyond that seemed to be cut off. This is a certain way of using divine sense. This seemingly chubby and ordinary-looking inn owner is a peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster who has at least transformed his divine sense. Sir, although the Four Evil Path Great Grandmasters are powerful and have many means, Xuankusunga is a holy monk of the Buddhist sect. His Buddhist internal strength is vast and can restrain these evil path great grandmasters. A scholar next to him thought for a while and continued. According to my guess, although the Four Evil Path Great Grandmasters can suppress Xuankusunga will win in the end. You're right. The chubby innkeeper nodded slightly, then suddenly changed the topic. But since you can see this, why are the Four Evil Grandmasters still attacking here? According to the character of the Evil Path's martial artists, once they knew that they couldn't win, why would they still make a move? Even an outsider like the scholar could see the situation on the battlefield. How could the four evil warriors who had been entangled with Xuankusunga for several months and had fled tens of thousands of miles away not know the difference between themselves and Xian Ku? If they could defeat Xuankusunga by joining forces, why would they be chased for tens of thousands of miles? The scholar's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He looked at the chubby innkeeper and whispered, "Mister, what do you mean? The four evil grandmasters are just bait." The fat innkeeper shook his head and said, "Holy monk Xian Ku abhors evil as if it were his enemy. He has been in the world for more than 10 years and has killed nearly 10 evil great grandmasters. He has even taken action many times and ruined the plans of some old monsters." The chubby innkeeper paused for a while and sighed softly. "If it weren't for the venerable from the Shaolin Temple, I'm afraid that some old monsters would have already attacked Xian Ku. Since they know that the Shaolin Temple has a venerable, why are they still using the four evil grandmasters as bait?" The scholar was puzzled. "Naturally, it's because someone found out that the venerable is no longer in the Shaolin Temple." The chubby innkeeper's expression showed a hint of surprise. Since ancient times, whether it's a martial arts legend or the venerable Arhat, they have all crossed the sea. Since the venerable from the Shaolin Temple has left and hasn't returned for nearly 20 years, it must be the same. So, those old monsters can't help it. A sneer appeared on the chubby innkeeper's face. When the venerable from the Shaolin Temple was here, those old monsters didn't dare to do anything. But now that he has left, the chubby innkeeper didn't continue, but the meaning he wanted to express was obvious. Of course, even if the venerable left, no old monster would dare to attack the Shaolin Temple. Who knows how many tricks the Venerable left behind in the Shaolin Temple? Just because they don't dare to attack the Shaolin Temple doesn't mean that they can let Xian Ku go after the evil Grandmasters so wantonly," the chubby innkeeper said slowly. "As far as I know, the evil Emperor, who was in seclusion 70 years ago, came out some time ago. I have seen him from afar. Now, the strength of the evil Emperor should be at grade 1 great perfection." The evil Emperor. The scholar sucked in a breath of cold air. 70 years ago, the evil Emperor dominated the world. His methods were extremely ruthless, and even the lords of the various countries were afraid of him. Although the various countries had armies to suppress him, for a powerhouse like the evil Emperor, the army was too cumbersome. As long as the evil Emperor paid attention, it was impossible for the army to encircle and suppress him. And once the evil Emperor was annoyed, he could turn into the most terrifying assassin and assassinate the royal family of the various countries at that time. If it weren't for the appearance of a demon lord in the demon gate at the same time, who kept the evil Emperor in check, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was the evil Emperor or the demon master, after dominating a region, they soon lost interest and went into seclusion to pursue a higher cultivation level. "Mister, now that the evil Emperor has made his move, should we stop him?" the scholar asked carefully. "Stop? I am not the evil Emperor's opponent. Even if I wanted to stop him, I can't." The chubby innkeeper shook his head. Although he is also a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, compared with the evil Emperor, who is a grade 1 great perfection existence, he is still inferior. But if he wants to save Xian Ku, he is not strong enough. "Sir, if the evil Emperor kills Xian Ku, you are not afraid of the Shaolin Temple?" the scholar couldn't help but say. Xian Ku is not just one person. Behind him stands the Shaolin Temple. As a great sect that just came out of Venerable Arhat, the Shaolin Temple is at its peak in this era. Moreover, according to some rumors, Xian Ku is Arhat's disciple. "Shaolin Temple?" The chubby innkeeper smiled and said. "Before the evil Emperor went into seclusion, he was already more than 120 years old. After 70 years, he will be more than 190 years old. He should not be too far away from the 200-year limit of Shuyuan. Do you think that the evil Emperor at this time will care about the Shaolin Temple?" the chubby innkeeper said softly. "This is also the reason why he is not willing to stop the evil Emperor. The current evil Emperor is close to Shuyuan. He is simply a madman. Not to mention that his strength is not as good as the evil Emperor. Even if his strength is equal to the evil Emperor, or even stronger than the evil Emperor, he is not willing to fight with the evil Emperor. It seems that it will be difficult for Xuankusunga to go back alive." The scholar's face was full of emotion. Xuankusunga can be said to be the strongest of the younger generation of the Shaolin Temple. His potential is infinite, and he may be able to reach the level of Venerable Arhat. However, potential is just potential. Before it is transformed into strength, it is still so fragile. The evil Emperor is about to make his move. The chubby innkeeper looked at a certain place outside the inn, a thoughtful look on his face. His divine sense transformed, and he could faintly sense a monstrous evil aura hidden in that corner. It is the evil Emperor. At the same time, in the direction that the chubby innkeeper looked, a man with deep eyes stood with his hands behind his back. The Shaolin Temple? The inheritance of the Venerable? This man with deep eyes is the evil Emperor. At this moment, he is looking at Xian Ku, who is fighting with 4 evil grandmasters, with longing. Humph. The world thinks that the reason I am making a move is because the evil grandmasters are dying one after another. The evil Emperor thought, and a trace of sarcasm appeared on his face. But for me, the so-called evil path is nothing. Even if the evil path is cut off, what effect will it have on me? The evil Emperor's expression was full of coldness. Xian Ku is the strongest disciple of this generation of the Shaolin Temple. He stepped into grade 1 great grandmaster before the age of 50. He must have some sort of inheritance from that venerable one. The evil Emperor licked his lips and whispered to himself, "If I kill Xian Ku and take away the inheritance of the venerable, maybe I can take that step." Thinking of this, the evil emperor's spirit shook. Although he is not a Buddhist disciple, and even if he obtained the inheritance of the Venerable, he may not be able to understand it. But it is better than figuring it out by himself. Besides, even if Xian Ku does not have the inheritance of the Venerable, the evil emperor will still do the same. He will deliberately force the Shaolin Temple to use their heritage, and it would be best to take out the artifacts left by the Venerable to kill him. The artifacts left by the Venerable contain a wisp of the Venerable's divine sense, and can exert part of the Venerable's power. If I face the Venerable directly, I will definitely die, but it's just an artifact of the Venerable. Under the pressure of life and death, I may be able to take the last step. The evil emperor's thoughts fluctuated, and he thought quickly in his heart. Shouyuan doesn't have much left, and in 2 or 3 years at the latest, he will die of old age, so he can only take risks. As long as I can take that step, even if I have to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Shaolin Temple, even if the Venerable returns from overseas, what can he do? A trace of madness appeared on the evil emperor's face. In fact, no matter in which era, it is absolutely stupid to provoke a force that has just produced a Venerable. However, the evil emperor had no other choice. If this dragged on, he would die of old age. Rather than watching helplessly as his qi and blood deteriorated, he might as well take a gamble. If he failed, he would die in a seated posture. But if he succeeded, he, the evil emperor, would be reborn. Unfortunately, your potential is much stronger than mine. If you step by step, you can definitely step into grade 1 great perfection before the age of 150, and then have enough time to reach a higher level. The evil emperor looked coldly at Xian Ku in the distance, and a trace of cruelty appeared on his face. But unfortunately you met me. For my path, go to hell. The evil emperor slowly took a step forward, ready to go all out to kill Xian Ku, and then search for the Venerable's inheritance. However, just as the evil emperor was about to attack, the void faintly condensed, and the world began to distort. The evil emperor only felt that everything around him had stagnated. By the time the evil emperor managed to react, he discovered that he had already arrived at the inn. This is? The evil emperor's eyes widened, and his heart was set off stormy waves. He subconsciously raised his head and saw a man sitting not far away with a calm expression. Beside the man was a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. She was looking at him with a face full of surprise. Chapter 234. What the hell is going on? The evil emperor suddenly found himself kneeling on the ground. He wanted to get up, but he felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his shoulders, and he couldn't move. This. The evil emperor trembled all over, and his face was full of horror. He clearly remembered that he was just outside the inn, ready to kill Xian Ku, but in the blink of an eye, the world changed, and he appeared inside the inn, kneeling on the ground, unable to move. This was simply unbelievable. If the evil emperor didn't clearly feel everything around him, he would have thought that he was dreaming. And at this moment, the evil emperor suddenly heard a clear and puzzled voice. Third uncle, why did this person suddenly appear here, and why is he kneeling there? Li Wan looked curiously at the evil emperor, her small face full of confusion. Su Qin didn't even bother to look at the evil emperor, and said casually, "Just an ant, no need to pay attention to him." Su Qin, of course, had already noticed the evil emperor lurking nearby. The reason why Su Qin let Xian Ku fight with the 4 evil grandmasters was because he wanted to see Xian Ku's fighting ability. If the evil emperor just stood there obediently, Su Qin would be too lazy to deal with him. But the evil emperor actually wanted to make a move. The evil emperor was a grade 1 great perfection martial artist, while Xian Ku was only a peak grade 1, not even a peak grade 1. There were several realms between the two. If the evil emperor was allowed to make a move, no matter how strong Xian Ku's fighting ability was, he would probably be crushed by the evil emperor. Of course, this was not what Su Qin wanted to see. Oh, Li Wan nodded obediently, no longer paying attention to the evil emperor kneeling on the ground. However, the conversation between Su Qin and Li Wan was clearly heard by the evil emperor. It's over. At this moment, how could the evil emperor not know that the reason he had appeared here was all because of that calm man? This person's strength. The evil emperor's hands and feet were cold, and his face was full of despair. To be able to ignore his resistance, teleport him to this place in an instant, and suppress him with a single thought, this person must be someone who was far stronger than him. Martial arts legend. He's at least a martial arts legend. There was only one thought in evil emperor's mind. The reason why he added the word, at least, was that even the evil emperor himself did not think that an ordinary martial arts legend could toy with him so easily. In the eyes of the evil emperor, it was true that someone who had just become a martial arts legend could easily kill him. But to kill and to toy with were two completely different concepts. The evil emperor was a grade 1 great perfection, only half a step away from the mythical realm. Even if he encountered a wisp of a martial arts legend's divine mind, he was confident that he could survive. Even if he could not defeat the martial arts legend, he would at least be able to feel how he was defeated. But just now, the evil emperor did not feel when he came from outside to inside the inn. Teleportation in the void is absolutely impossible for ordinary martial arts legends. I'm afraid that only those martial arts legends can do it. The evil emperor knelt on the ground and trembled. Information flashed through his mind one after another, and in the end, he was filled with despair. Even an ordinary martial arts legend would be able to easily kill him, let alone a peerless powerhouse among the martial arts legends. And at this moment, the situation of the battlefield outside the inn gradually became clear. In the beginning, the 4 evil martial arts grandmasters were able to suppress Xian Ku, but as time passed, they gradually went from being suppressed to being evenly matched. In the end, they were even suppressed by Xian Ku. Xuanku Sangha's Buddhist art is amazing. He's fighting 1 against 4 and has the upper hand. Many martial artists who were watching the battle were discussing excitedly. Originally, many people were still doubtful when they heard that Xian Ku had killed nearly 10 evil martial arts grandmasters. After all, evil martial arts grandmasters were still martial arts grandmasters. If they could not defeat Xian Ku, they would definitely run away. An evil martial arts grandmaster who ran away with all his might was almost impossible to kill by experts of the same level. But now, seeing the scene of Xian Ku suppressing 4 evil martial arts grandmasters by himself, many martial artists were immediately convinced. The battle prowess that Xian Ku had shown today could be said to be invincible under the peak first stage. Even Xuanku Sangha has such ability. I wonder how powerful the Venerable One from the Shaolin Temple is. A martial artist sighed emotionally. The other martial artists were immediately filled with respect. At this moment, Xian Ku's every move was filled with Buddhist light, let alone the Venerable One from the Shaolin Temple who was far more powerful than Xian Ku. Was he not a true Buddha in the world? Just as everyone was discussing, the situation on the battlefield was completely reversed. Merciful and merciful palm! Xian Ku's expression was solemn. He raised his right hand, and a huge amount of inner force vibrated, forming a huge Buddha's palm that pressed down on the 4 evil martial arts grandmasters. Not good! The 4 evil martial arts grandmasters' expressions changed. They did not dare to hold back and attacked with all their might. If they hesitated, they might be seriously injured by this Buddha's palm. At that time, they might really die at the hands of Xian Ku. Rumble! The majestic Buddhist inner force swept away everything. No matter how hard the 4 evil martial arts grandmasters tried to resist, they began to retreat frantically. They finally stopped hundreds of meters away and looked at Xian Ku in horror. Xian Ku, little bald donkey, I didn't expect you to hold back just now. Qixia Sanin stared straight at Xian Ku and said word by word. The other 3 evil martial arts grandmasters turned pale and also looked at Xian Ku in disbelief. Xian Ku had been chasing them for months, and both sides had some understanding of each other's methods. However, Xian Ku had never used the merciful and merciful palm just now. Namo Amitabha. Xian Ku put his palms together and said seriously, If you are still willing to enter the demon-subduing tower, my promise is still valid. Demon-subduing tower? Little bald donkey, if you want us to enter the demon-subduing tower, we might as well die. The burly man grinned. The demon-subduing tower of the Shaolin Temple suppressed all the demons in the world. Once imprisoned in it, no one had ever escaped. In that case, I have no choice but to take action. Xian Ku sighed softly. However, at this moment, Qixia Sanren suddenly laughed wildly. Ha ha. Xian Ku, little bald donkey, do you know why we chose to fight with you here? Qixia Sanren looked at Xian Ku with a trace of complacency on his face. If the four of us scatter and escape, I'm afraid you can't do anything to us, right? As soon as Qixia Sanren said that, Xian Ku's face changed slightly. He had thought of this problem just now, but before he could figure it out, they had already attacked. But now, hearing Qixia Sanren mention this, Xian Ku vaguely felt that something was wrong. In the past few months of hunting, the four evil grandmasters had joined forces, but they had all failed. Instead, they were almost seriously injured by Xian Ku. Logically speaking, after joining forces several times, the four evil grandmasters had suffered losses, so they wouldn't choose to join forces again. The rest of the martial artists in the audience looked at each other and suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, Qixia Sanren suddenly got down on one knee and shouted enthusiastically in a certain direction. Ancestral Master Evil Emperor, please kill this man and show the power of evil. Ancestral Master Evil Emperor, please kill this man and show the power of evil. The other three evil grandmasters also got down on one knee and shouted in a deafening voice. Chapter 235. Evil Emperor? Xian Ku's expression changed slightly as he looked around with great vigilance. His internal force was constantly circulating within his body. Although Xian Ku is a Xian generation disciple of the Shaolin Temple, and it has been decades since the evil emperor dominated the world, he has still heard of this peerless evil path master. As early as 70 years ago, the evil emperor was already at peak grade 1 and almost touched the edge of transformation. If 70 years had passed, the evil emperor would be at least a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, and he might have even transformed more than once. He might have undergone 2 transformations or even 3 transformations to reach grade 1 great perfection. Although Xian Ku is very confident in himself, and Buddhist cultivation techniques can restrain the evil path, but the so-called restraint is only relative. Water restrains fire, but how can a drop of water extinguish a monstrous fire? At this moment, Xian Ku is facing such a situation. The evil emperor is too powerful. Unless Xian Ku also advances to peak grade 1, he can't even resist in front of the evil emperor. However, although Xian Ku is feeling heavy, there is not much fear in his heart. The wooden sword left by Su Qin still hangs around his neck. This wooden sword contains a wisp of Su Qin's divine sense. When Xian Ku was killed by a grade 1 great grandmaster, it was this wooden sword that revived and killed that great grandmaster. Compared to Xian Ku's heavy mood, the rest of the martial artists watching the battle were completely panicking. Evil Emperor? Isn't the evil emperor in closed-door cultivation? No wonder. I was wondering why the 4 evil path great grandmasters didn't scatter and escape. It turns out that they deliberately led Xuanku Sunga here. Many martial artists turned pale, especially the Green City Sword King, whose face was full of fear. The other martial artists only know how terrifying the evil emperor is, but the Green City Sword King knows that even if the evil emperor comes out of closed-door cultivation, Shu Yuan is nearing the end of his life. After killing Xian Ku, he will use his evil art to suck the blood essence of all the martial artists present to make up for the loss. Qixia Sanren and the other evil path great grandmasters saw this scene, and a carefree smile appeared on their faces. The evil path martial artists are similar to the martial artists of the devil path, or even worse. The devil path had at least one demon sect that could barely exchange a few moves with the righteous path, although the so-called demon sect had been destroyed by the Shaolin Temple more than 20 years ago. But the evil path was like a pile of loose sand, and everyone wanted to beat them. When had he ever made all the martial artists in the world so fearful? Just hearing a name was enough to make him feel fear? Welcome, ancestral master evil emperor! Show us the power of the evil path! Shishia Sanran and the other 3 evil path great grandmasters shouted again, and the sound waves spread for several miles, with extraordinary momentum. However, after a while, the 4 evil path great grandmasters looked strange, because they shouted several times in a row, but there was still no sign of the evil emperor. What's going on? Shishia Sanran panicked. He dared to lead Xian Ku here and join forces with the other 3 evil path great grandmasters to besiege him because of the evil emperor. As a result, he was seriously injured by Xian Ku's merciful and compassionate palm. If not for the evil emperor's support, Shishia Sanran, with his cautious character, would have fled tens of thousands of miles away. How would he dare to tangle with Xian Ku? The other 3 evil path great grandmasters also had the same idea. Welcome, ancestral master evil emperor! Show us the power of the evil path! The 4 demonic grandmasters looked at each other, then braced themselves and shouted once more. In the inn, the chubby innkeeper's expression changed greatly, as if he had found something unbelievable. Impossible! The evil emperor's aura disappeared? The chubby innkeeper swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice. Although he was not as powerful as the evil emperor, he could vaguely sense the evil emperor's aura with his divine thoughts. But just now, he suddenly felt that the evil emperor's aura had completely disappeared. Sir, did the evil emperor run away? The scholar next to him asked carefully. After all, Xian Ku was a disciple of the Shaolin Temple, and the evil emperor was afraid of the Shaolin Temple. It was possible that he changed his mind halfway. Ran away? The chubby innkeeper's expression was gloomy. With the evil emperor's strength of grade 1 great perfection, it is absolutely ridiculous for him to run away from a grade 1 great grandmaster like Xian Ku. As for being afraid of the Shaolin Temple? If the evil emperor was still a Shouyuan, then this could be explained. But the current evil emperor is only a few years away from the end of the Shouyuan. How could he be afraid of the Shaolin Temple? Moreover, what made the chubby innkeeper even more inconceivable was that the disappearance of the evil emperor's aura was not gradual, but more like a sudden disappearance, as if he had left Kunlun Mountain in an instant. But how is this possible? The evil emperor is just a grade 1 great perfection, not a legend. How could he have such speed? Just as the chubby innkeeper was in doubt, Su Qin, who was not far away, casually glanced at the evil emperor, who was kneeling on the ground. They are calling you? The evil emperor's strength is indeed very strong. After 3 transformations, he stepped into grade 1 great perfection, and is only half a step away from becoming a legend. Even the demon lord from more than 20 years ago is not the evil emperor's opponent now. But in front of Su Qin, the evil emperor is like an ant. Let alone a grade 1 great perfection like the evil emperor, even those legends are nothing to Su Qin. Lord! When the evil emperor heard Su Qin's question, he suppressed the horror in his heart and respectfully replied, I have nothing to do with these 4 people. The evil emperor has never been so afraid before. Since he was born, he has been dominating the evil path, causing chaos in the world. Even the kings of various countries are afraid of him. But now, the evil emperor is kneeling in front of Su Qin, and he finally realized how weak he is. The evil emperor does not know Su Qin's name, does not know Su Qin's strength, and does not know anything about Su Qin. The only thing he vaguely guessed is that Su Qin seems to have some connection with Xian Ku of the Shaolin Temple. The reason for that was because the last thing he did before kneeling there was to kill Xian Ku. Therefore, when the demonic emperor heard that the 4 demonic grandmasters were begging him again and again to take action, he wanted nothing more than to smash them into smithereens on the spot. What are you shouting for? Can't you see that I am also kneeling? Nothing to do with you? Su Qin shook his head. How could he not know what the evil emperor is planning? Since that is the case, you can solve it yourself, Su Qin said calmly. He has already seen Xian Ku's fighting skills, and he has a rough idea of the progress Xian Ku has made in the past 20 years. Naturally, he was too lazy to continue watching. Solve it? The evil arch was slightly taken aback, but immediately after, he felt the giant mountain pressing down on his shoulder loosen, and he suddenly regained the ability to move. I will not let you down! The evil emperor took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and walked out of the inn. They can't see me? The evil emperor swallowed because he could feel that some of the warriors in the inn did not notice his existence at all. Even the chubby peak rank 1 innkeeper did not look at him. What kind of trick is this? The evil emperor's scalp went numb, and his back was soaked in cold sweat. At this moment, outside the inn, the 4 evil path grandmasters led by Sanren shouted several times in a row. Ancestral Master Evil Emperor, please make a move! The atmosphere suddenly became strange. The onlookers who were originally terrified looked at each other and blinked, realizing that the evil emperor they were so afraid of had not appeared. What's going on? Could it be that the 4 evil path grandmasters are lying, and the evil emperor did not come at all? It should be impossible, right? If they dare to make a move here, they must have something to rely on. Even if it is not the evil emperor, it must be another peak grade 1 great grandmaster. Many cultivators looked around cautiously as they discussed in low voices. There is no peak grade 1 evil path aura nearby. Xian Ku carefully sensed the surroundings with his Buddha's heart and frowned slightly. He has a Buddha's heart, and his perception of the outside world is extremely sensitive. When Sanren said the words evil emperor, Xian Ku began to perceive the surroundings with his Buddha's heart. However, in the inn, there was indeed an aura that he could not see through, but it was definitely not an evil path martial artist, let alone the so-called evil emperor. Just when Xian Ku was puzzled. Run! The 4 kneeling demonic martial grandmasters suddenly jumped up. However, they didn't charge at Xian Ku. Instead, they rushed in all directions. After the evil emperor did not respond for a long time, the 4 evil path grandmasters did not dare to stay in place and fled without hesitation. Not good! Xian Ku's complexion changed slightly. This was what he was most worried about. The 4 evil path grandmasters were fleeing in different directions. Although with Xian Ku's speed, after choosing a direction, he is confident that he can suppress the evil path grandmaster in that direction. But the evil path grandmasters in the other 3 directions would be like fish in the sea. Sanren? Among the 4 evil path grandmasters, he has killed the most people. Xian Ku's thoughts raced, and he was about to chase after Sanren. Suddenly, at this moment, a terrifying and evil aura suddenly erupted from the inn, and a man strode out. He is the evil emperor? The moment Xian Ku saw this man, he immediately stopped chasing after Sanren's body and stared at him. The rest of the martial artists who were watching the battle paled. They did not expect that the evil emperor had been hiding in the inn all this time. The evil emperor? The chubby innkeeper's eyes widened. His divine sense covered the entire inn, but he could not sense where the evil emperor came from. Ancestral Master Evil Emperor! Ancestral Master Evil Emperor has finally appeared! The 4 fleeing evil path grandmasters were overjoyed and were about to rush towards the evil emperor. Humph! The evil emperor coldly glanced at the 4 evil path grandmasters, and finally, under everyone's incredulous gazes, he directly raised his right hand and fiercely pressed it towards the 4 evil path grandmasters. Rumble! In an instant, the terrifying evil path's internal force spoiled and turned into a giant palm that crushed the 4 grade 1 evil path grandmasters. Evil Emperor, you? Before 7 evils died, his face was still filled with shock. The 4 grade 1 evil path grandmasters were certainly far from being the evil emperor's opponents. But if they were sincere in escaping, it would not be so easy for the evil emperor to kill them. However, the 4 of them had not expected the demonic emperor to attack them. As a result, they were caught off guard and all of them died under the demonic emperor's palm. The audience was dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that after the evil emperor appeared, he would suppress Xian Ku with one hand and shock the audience, or that Xian Ku would use the artifact left behind by the venerable of the Shaolin Temple to escape from the evil emperor's hands, or that the evil emperor would directly fall to the artifact left behind by the venerable. All kinds of possibilities, all kinds of consequences, were all speculated by everyone. However, no one thought that after the evil emperor appeared, the first thing he did was to turn around and kill the 4 evil path grandmasters. This, Qian Ku had already secretly held the palm-sized wooden sword on his neck in his hand, but at this moment, he was still in a daze. Not only did the spectators not expect this scene, but even Qian Ku also did not expect this scene, because it was too inconceivable. However, next, under everyone's shocked gaze, after the evil emperor killed the 4 evil path grandmasters with one palm, he turned to the inn and bowed deeply, and said with incomparable respect, "My lord, it is over." Chapter 236. Under Kunlun Mountain. Outside the inn, all the martial artists were numb from the shock. First, Xuankusunga of the Shaolin Temple chased after the 4 evil grandmasters for tens of thousands of miles. Then, the evil emperor, who had wreaked havoc in the world 70 years ago, appeared again. Not only did the evil emperor not attack Qian Ku, but he also killed the 4 evil grandmasters with a single slap. Finally, what made the martial artists even more shocked was that the evil emperor actually bowed to someone in the inn respectfully, and called him Lord. 70 years ago, the evil emperor was already at peak grade 1, a peerless powerhouse who was close to transforming. Now 70 years have passed. Even if the evil emperor was not at grade 1 great perfection, he was not far from it. With the strength of the evil emperor, there were only a few people in the world, including the Tao, let alone Lord. If the scene in front of them were to spread out, it would certainly shake the world. The heartbeats of countless cultivators quickened as their eyes faintly swept over the inn, thoughts flashing through their minds one after another. To be able to make the evil emperor, who once dominated the world unhindered, call him Lord, just how graceful must he be? At this moment, the chubby innkeeper, who was also on the 2nd floor of the inn, only felt his body stiffen and tremble. How could the chubby innkeeper not know what the evil emperor's deep bow meant? A legend. There must be at least a legend in the inn. The chubby innkeeper's forehead overflowed with cold sweat. He only felt as if he had just walked through a life and death situation. A legend had entered the inn. If he had been dissatisfied with him just now, the innkeeper would have been dead by now. No wonder the evil emperor's aura disappeared in an instant. It turns out that he was captured by a legend. The chubby innkeeper felt that all his doubts had been explained. As for the rest of the martial artists in the inn, they were all dumbfounded and trembling. They did not think as much as the innkeeper, but they also realized that there was an existence in the inn that they could not afford to provoke. Who is it? Qian Ku looked as if he was facing a great enemy. If it was just the evil emperor, he believed that the palm-sized wooden sword left behind by Su Qin would be enough to deal with him. But now, looking at the evil emperor's attitude, it was obvious that there was someone else behind him. Let me announce that I've been using a book-chasing app recently. It allows me to cache books and read them aloud offline. Moreover, this person's strength was far beyond that of the evil emperor. It was very likely that he was a mythical being. The next moment, under the gazes of all the cultivators, a tall and slender figure slowly walked out of the inn. Boom! A fear that seemed to burst out from the depths of their lives instantly filled everyone's hearts. Many of the cultivators present knelt down on the ground, feeling as if the figure who had just walked out of the inn was like an immortal god. Do not look directly at it. Unfathomable. Honorable! Only Qian Ku widened his eyes in disbelief. At this moment, the tall and slender figure who had walked out of the inn was the honorable who had left the Shaolin Temple more than 20 years ago. Let's go together. If it's not convenient here. Su Qin glanced at Qian Ku and turned to leave. Yes. Qian Ku immediately followed. Evil Emperor hesitated for a moment. He did not have the courage to take advantage of this opportunity to escape, so he could only follow Qian Ku behind. Until Su Qin and the others had completely left. Many of the cultivators present had barely recovered. When they saw the tall and slender figure walk out of the inn, they felt as if they were looking at a grand sundae. Even their eyes began to sting, not to mention the fear that filled their hearts. This is a martial arts legend! Some of the cultivators trembled with excitement. When the rest of the cultivators heard this, their heartbeats suddenly accelerated. To be able to make the evil emperor so respectful and respectfully address him as Lord, and just by standing there, all the cultivators present knelt on the ground, unable to look directly at him. I'm afraid that only a legendary martial arts legend could do this. I don't know who it is. The legend of Chang'an City? Or the Honorable from the Shaolin Temple? As time passed, more and more cultivators recovered and joined in the discussion. For these cultivators, legends, even the upper realm, were out of their reach. At this moment, they actually saw legend with their own eyes. It was enough to brag about for a lifetime. Didn't the Honorable from the Shaolin Temple cross the sea long ago? It should be the legend of Chang'an City, right? A cultivator voiced his opinion. No, if it's the legend of Chang'an City, there's no need to save Xuankusunga. The second cultivator questioned. At this moment, some of the cultivators reacted. The reason why the evil emperor attacked the 4 evil grandmasters was probably to save Xianku. The legend of Chang'an City has nothing to do with Xianku. Only the Honorable from the Shaolin Temple would do this. Whether it's the legend of Chang'an City or the Honorable from the Shaolin Temple, this time when the War God Temple appears, there will be a good show to watch. As soon as these words came out, many cultivators' eyes lit up. Indeed, now that the War God Temple is about to appear, at this time, a legend-level existence came here, most likely for the War God Temple. Just as the cultivators were discussing this matter, Su Qin had already brought Xian Ku and the others to an ancient tree. Disciple greets the Honorable. Xian Ku bowed to Su Qin, extremely excited. If it weren't for Su Qin helping him complete his Buddha's heart and guiding him on the path of cultivation, he would still be reciting Buddhist scriptures in the Shaolin Temple at this moment. How could he have such achievements? Get up! Su Qin waved his hand. Next, Su Qin asked about what happened in the Shaolin Temple over the years, and Xian Ku answered truthfully. Over the past 20 years, the Shaolin Temple has relied on the heritage left by Su Qin, and with the help of the recovery of the Vitality Tide, several Grade 1 Great Grandmasters have appeared. Even Abbot Huiwen has faintly begun to touch the transformation level. As for other things, the Shaolin Temple is still the same as before. Time passes slowly, except for the addition of a few more experts. There is almost no difference from 20 years ago. It is worth mentioning that the Shaolin Temple has begun to recruit disciples of the Ming generation. The Ming generation is the generation after the Xian generation. Su Qin, as a disciple of the Jin generation, is already among the ranks of the ancestors. What do you know about the War God Temple? Su Qin glanced at the peak of Kunlun Mountain and asked casually. War God Temple? Xian Ku shook his head and said truthfully. Venerable, I didn't come to Kunlun Mountain this time for the War God Temple. The appearance of the War God Temple will inevitably shock the world. At that time, who knows how many hidden old monsters will appear. If they want to enter the War God Temple and obtain the great opportunities in the temple, they must at least be a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster who has transformed once. Although Xian Ku's potential was limitless, he was still too young. Even though he was terrifyingly talented, he was still lacking compared to those old monsters who had lived for 170, or even 190 years and were nearing the end of their lifespans. Sir, I have some understanding of the War God Temple. At this time, the evil emperor, who was standing respectfully next to him, cautiously said. Look! Su Qin looked at the evil emperor and said lightly. In any case, the War God Temple has been passed down since the origin Qi Tide era. It cannot be underestimated. Although Su Qin is very confident in himself, he is not too arrogant. He still wants to know more about the War God Temple. Sir? As far as I know, there are living creatures in the War God Temple. The evil emperor hesitated for a while and said quickly. Oh? Continue. Su Qin's expression remained unchanged. You mean there are living creatures in the War God Temple? Xian Ku was taken aback and couldn't believe it. the war god temple only opens once every 1,000 years. With such a long time span, even a legend or venerable arhat would have died of old age long ago. How could there be living creatures? Thousands of years ago, an ancestor of the evil path entered the war god temple and came out alive. He left records that there is a creature called the demon dragon in the war god temple. The evil emperor felt Su Qin's gaze and immediately told him everything he knew without hesitation. Demon dragon? Xian Ku's pupils shrank. Since ancient times, dragons have always been creatures in myths and legends. They can move clouds and summon rain, symbolizing power. Since the demon dragon in the war god temple has the word dragon in its name, it is obviously beyond the imagination of ordinary martial artists. That's right. The evil emperor nodded solemnly. The demon dragon is guarding the war god temple. If you want to obtain the real great opportunity in the war god temple, you must obtain the demon dragon's approval. The evil emperor's face showed a hint of bitterness. According to the records of the evil path's ancestor, the demon dragon in the war god temple is extremely powerful. I'm afraid it has surpassed ordinary legends. The evil emperor carefully peeked at Su Qin. Chapter 237. Obtained the approval of the demon dragon? Su Qin was slightly taken aback. In the memories of his previous life, he did know that the war god temple was guarded by a demon dragon, but he didn't know the specific strength of this demon dragon, and whether it really had the bloodline of a true dragon. Now that he heard the evil emperor's words, Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face. That's right. Seeing that Su Qin was interested, the evil emperor quickly said, It is said that the demon dragon has existed since the war god temple first appeared 8,000 years ago. Some people even suspect that it has lived for far longer than 8,000 years. Usually, this demon dragon is asleep. Even if the war god temple opens, as long as no one provokes it, it will be fine. The evil emperor thought hard and told everything he knew. However, if you want to enter the depths of the war god temple, you will have to face this demon dragon. But according to the words left by the evil path's ancestral master thousands of years ago, in front of this demon dragon, a grade 1 great grandmaster is as weak as a speck of dust. The ancestral master suspects that the strength of this demon dragon has probably surpassed the strength of an ordinary legend and is at the peak of the legend realm. When the evil emperor said this, his eyes flashed slightly and he continued, My lord, although the demon dragon is powerful, it is not impossible to deal with. With my lord's strength, you can at least contend with the demon dragon. As long as my lord enters the war god temple, the great opportunities in the war god temple will definitely belong to my lord. While the evil emperor said this, one thought after another flashed through his mind. This person's strength is terrifying, but at least he can delay the demon dragon. In this way, I can take the opportunity to sneak into the depths of the war god temple. The evil emperor thought to himself, a trace of heat appearing in the depths of his eyes. Since the birth of the war god temple 8,000 years ago, no one has ever stepped into the depths of the war god temple. All those who had this thought were shrouded by the aura of the demon dragon and turned to dust. Is that so? Su Qin stroked his chin as he pondered. Originally, Su Qin thought that the demonic dragon in the war god temple was in existence at the level of an earth immortal. One had to know that even if the demonic dragon only had a trace of the true dragon's bloodline, it was still the bloodline of a divine beast. Its potential was limitless. It might even have a true dragon's divine ability that could destroy the world. However, according to the evil emperor, the demonic dragon was only at the peak of the mythical level. Of course, it was also possible that the evil ancestral master from thousands of years ago had guessed wrongly. However, according to the information from the Lao Dao from the Daoyi sect, as early as the previous Vitality Tide era, several Earth Immortals had once joined forces and wanted to enter the War God Temple. In the end, they escaped with their heads and faces covered in dust. If the demonic dragon was really at the level of an Earth Immortal, with the blessing of the divine beast's bloodline in its body, it might be able to crush ordinary Earth Immortals. Those Earth Immortals who wanted to force their way into the War God Temple, even if they managed to escape, would have to pay a huge price instead of just having their heads and faces covered in dust. However, maybe this demonic dragon is really an earth immortal, or even an earth immortal. However, it has lived for too long, its chi and blood have declined, and its strength has decreased greatly. It can't even hold back a few earth immortals? Su Qin thought silently in his heart. According to the information that Su Qin knew, the War God Temple had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. It had been passed down since the recovery of the Vitality Tide 2 years ago. The demonic dragon had probably lived for tens of thousands of years. After such a long time, even if the demonic dragon had a trace of the divine beast's bloodline in its body, it would not be able to withstand it. Its chi and blood would inevitably decline, and its strength would be greatly reduced. Therefore, even if Su Qin was weaker than the demonic dragon in terms of realm, his chi and blood were vigorous, he had many tricks up his sleeves, and he had countless trump cards to protect himself. Naturally, he was not afraid of the demonic dragon. Of course, the most important thing was that Su Qin had now mastered the Great Sun diagram. Although he was far from being able to transform into a three-legged golden crow, the demonic dragon was not a pure-blooded true dragon either. The two of them were about the same. In fact, the divine beast's aura on Su Qin's body was far superior to that of the demonic dragon. All right. Since you've already told me everything you know, you can die now. Su Qin glanced at the evil emperor and said lightly. With Su Qin's strength, although he could not see through other people's thoughts, he knew clearly whether the evil emperor had good intentions or bad intentions. The demonic emperor had purposely allowed Su Qin to deal with the demonic dragon while he himself reaped the benefits. How could he possibly hide this from him? What? The evil emperor felt a chill in his heart. Just as he was about to burn his chi and blood to escape, he found that the void around him had condensed into a prison. No! My lord, please spare my life! Just as the evil emperor was about to beg for mercy, his entire body was shattered by a terrifying force. Even his divine sense could not escape and was turned into ashes. Xian Ku watched from the side and had no intention of stopping it. The evil emperor was a great demon who had wreaked havoc in the world. 70 years ago, who knew how many lives he had slaughtered? Now that he had fallen, it was entirely his fault. All right. Let's go to the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Su Qin said casually and walked directly to the peak of Kunlun Mountain. When Li Wan saw this scene, she hurriedly caught up. Although she didn't look very old, only in her teens, she was a middle-realm martial artist. As she circulated her internal strength, she wouldn't fall down from exhaustion. Venerable One. The demonic dragon in the War God Temple. Xian Ku's face changed slightly. Although he had never entered the War God Shrine before, the evil emperor had still said some valuable information just now. For example, there was a demonic dragon with unfathomable strength in the War God Shrine, and it was not safe. It was unknown how many people had fallen to that demonic dragon. Xian Ku was not worried that the demonic dragon could kill Su Qin. However, if the demonic dragon delayed Su Qin until the War God Temple closed, wouldn't it keep Su Qin in the War God Temple forever? Don't worry. Su Qin seemed to see Xian Ku's worry and said without turning his head, A beast can't keep me here. Although Su Qin's tone was flat, it faintly revealed strong confidence. Although the demonic dragon was strong, Su Qin was not weak either. He had countless cards in his hand. If the demonic dragon was smart and hid in the corner, Su Qin would not bother with it. However, if it took the initiative to come out and die, Su Qin did not mind killing it. Soon, they rushed to Kunlun Mountain. However, as they got closer and closer to the peak, the air began to faintly fill with an inexplicable pressure. This pressure was everywhere, filling every inch of the air. Xian Ku was fine. After all, he was a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. Coupled with the calming effect of Buddhist inner force, he was not affected too much. However, Li Wan could not bear it. Her little face was pale and she felt that the inner force circulating in her body was almost stagnant under this pressure. Third uncle, I can't take it anymore. Li Wan walked slower and slower. Even speaking became extremely difficult. Hold the piece of wood with the sword mark I gave you. Su Qin glanced at Li Wan and said, Yes. Hearing this, Li Wan immediately took out the piece of wood and held it tightly in her hand. Suddenly, a slight warmth spread. Li Wan only felt that the omnipresent pressure suddenly disappeared. Third uncle, what's going on? Li Wan breathed a sigh of relief and asked curiously. Xian Ku's ears perked up when he heard this. He was also curious as to what was going on with this pressure that filled the air. He had been to Kunlun Mountain before and did not notice such abnormalities. The War God Temple is about to be born. It will break through space and create spatial ripples, causing a great change in the world. That's why you feel uncomfortable. Su Qin raised his head and looked at the peak of Kunlun Mountain with a deep gaze. His perspective was different from others. Under the observation of the Eye of Truth and the Celestial Seer technique, the peak of Kunlun Mountain at this moment was like the surface of the water with countless ripples in Su Qin's eyes. Looks like the War God Temple is really related to the ultimate powerhouses. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated slightly as he thought quickly. The Lao Dao priest of the Dao One sect said that in the previous Vitality Tide Recovery era, some powerhouses guessed that the War God Temple was the work of an ultimate powerhouse. Now that Su Qin personally saw the scene of the War God Temple being born, he immediately felt that the Lao Dao priest's words were somewhat credible. Although Su Qin was not an Earth Immortal, he had a rough understanding of the methods of peak Earth Immortals like true Lord Donghai on Immortal Abode Island. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to do this. Time slowly passed. An hour later, Su Qin and the others gradually arrived at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Along the way, the pressure in the air was getting greater and greater, resulting in almost no martial artists. Most of the martial artists who came to Kunlun Mountain stayed at the foot of the mountain and waited for the War God Temple to be completely born before rushing to the peak. Of course, this was just the majority. There were still many martial artists hiding on the mountainside. These martial artists had profound auras. They were at least peak grade 1 great grandmasters who had transformed once. Seeing this, Xian Ku's heart jumped. If it weren't for Su Qin next to him, Xian Ku would have turned around and left long ago. Although the War God Temple is good, the premise is that you can survive. It has begun to suppress my divine sense, Su Qin secretly thought. With his current huge divine sense, once released, it can cover at least hundreds of miles, but now, it was suppressed by January 10th, 000. At this moment, they finally arrived at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. This is? Li Wan's eyes widened, full of shock. At this time, the peak of Kunlun Mountain was full of space ripples. The space on the entire mountain was constantly shaking, and an incomparably terrifying aura filled the air. Just looking at it made people feel like they were facing an abyss. It's too scary. Xian Ku's body trembled. He was just wondering why those peak grade 1 great grandmasters only hid on the mountainside instead of occupying the peak. Now it seems that it's not that they didn't want to, but that they didn't dare. In such an environment full of space ripples, even a peak grade 1 great grandmaster would be afraid. It will probably be born in one day. Su Qin's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he estimated the time when the War God Temple would be born. Ordinary martial artists may be frightened by these space ripples, but Su Qin has already seen through everything with eyes of truth and heavens gazing at aura. Although the space ripples are terrifying, they are firmly locked on the peak of the mountain. As long as one doesn't take the initiative to approach, there will be no danger. Although the War God Temple has not been born and I can't sign in, this place is the peak of Kunlun Mountain. It has a long history. Will there be a Dao accumulation for me to sign in? Su Qin thought about it, and his eyes lit up. Kunlun Mountain is known as the ancestor of all mountains and the home of all gods. It is rumored that the Queen Mother of the West lives in Kunlun Mountain. Although Su Qin didn't find any traces of Kunlun Mountain being covered by a great array on the way up the mountain, since Kunlun Mountain has so many legends, it will definitely not be so simple. Maybe it is like Ingzhou Island, it is the Immortal's cave of a powerhouse. Thinking of this, Su Qin took a step forward and said in his heart, "System, sign in! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained immortal fruit, immortal peach." Chapter 238. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the immortal fruit, immortal peach. A mechanical and cold voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Immortal peach? Immortal fruit? Su Qin's pupils constricted slightly. Even though Su Qin had vaguely sensed that there was a Taoist connotation at the top of Kunlun Mountain, he didn't expect to receive such a legendary immortal fruit. Legend has it that the immortal peach grows in the immortal peach garden, which is managed by the Queen Mother of the West. Kunlun Mountain is where the Queen Mother of the West lives, so it makes sense that I received an immortal peach. In a flash, Su Qin's thoughts turned quickly. He quickly merged his mind into the system space and found a fist-sized spirit fruit in a corner. This spirit fruit was red in color, and it was emitting wisps of an indescribable aura. This is the immortal peach? The immortal peach that is known as the longevity fruit? Su Qin was amazed. According to the system's prompt just now, as long as Su Qin swallowed this immortal peach, he would be able to extend his life by 1,000 years without any side effects. What does it mean to extend one's life by 1,000 years? Generally speaking, only Earth immortals had a lifespan of 1,000 years. How rare was an Earth immortal? Even during the peak of the last vitality tide recovery, 1 in a billion was still rare. Besides, although Earth immortals were known to have a lifespan of more than 1,000 years, in fact, they spent most of their time in seclusion and didn't have much time to enjoy themselves. And now, a single peach of immortality was comparable to the lifetime Tao fruit of an Earth immortal. Even at the peak of the recovery of the last essential Qi tide, this was something that had never happened before. If this news was spread out, it would inevitably cause a fight among the strongest. Immortal peach! Su Qin touched his chin and was puzzled. According to what he knew, the real immortal peach was definitely not as simple as extending one's lifespan by 1,000 years. It was to become an immortal immediately and become immortal. Some of the best immortal peaches could even live as long as heaven and earth once consumed. However, Su Qin thought about it from another perspective. Maybe the immortality peach he obtained from signing in wasn't a real ripe immortality peach. Naturally, it wouldn't have the same effect as a real immortality peach. Moreover, Su Qin was already very satisfied with the fact that this peach of immortality could extend his lifespan by 1,000 years. He already had 1,000-year-old Shouyuan. Once he consumed this peach of immortality, his Shouyuan would be boosted to 2,000 years. For 2,000 years, Su Qin would be alive, which was enough to kill 2 generations of Earth immortals. Even if I didn't get any treasures from signing in at the War God Temple, this trip to Kunlun Mountain was worth it. Su Qin nodded slightly and looked at the center of the mountain peak, thinking silently. In the following time, Su Qin sat there and quietly waited for the War God Hall to appear. As for Xian Ku and Li Wan, they stood behind Su Qin obediently. Although they couldn't be immortal like Su Qin who ate qi, but with the circulation of their internal energy, they could go without eating for several days or even dozens of days. As time passed, half a day later, the time of the War God Temple's appearance was getting closer and closer. And at this time, more and more powerhouses came to the top of the mountain, occupying one side and being wary of each other. These powerhouses were at least peak grade 1 great grandmasters, and many of them had even transformed more than once. At this moment they gathered here, wanting to take advantage of the great opportunity of the War God Temple's appearance to advance further and continue to live freely in the world for another 500 years. This time, according to the previous records, only 20 people can enter the War God Temple. Are you sure you want to compete with me? A dark-skinned man with a dense aura glanced at the others and said coldly. He was a peak grade 1 great grandmaster who had only transformed in recent years. In fact, most of the peak grade 1 present were basically the same as him. They all relied on the recovery of the vitality tide to advance further, complete the transformation, and become a peak grade 1. Hee. The War God Temple is a great opportunity that only appears once in 1,000 years. Why should we give it to you? Another old man in simple clothes said faintly. He just stood there, exuding an aura that made the other peak grade 1 unwilling to approach him. Humph! The dark-skinned man who had just spoken coldly snorted and did not continue to speak. This old man in simple clothes was different from him. He was a peak grade 1 who had transformed twice decades ago. His strength was unfathomable. However, although the dark-skinned man no longer spoke, there was not much fear on his face. Although he believed that his strength was not as strong as the old man, with so many peak grade 1 gathered at the top of the mountain, with the old man's strength, he would definitely be the focus of attention. When the War God Temple appears, he might be restrained by the other peak grade 1 and lose the opportunity to enter the War God Temple. Peak grade 1 was divided into 3 levels: 1 transformation, 2 transformations, and 3 transformations. Although there is a gap between these 3 levels, it is not like a natural chasm. At least, if a few peak grade 1 who had transformed once joined forces, they might not be able to defeat a second transformation peak grade 1, but at least it would not be a problem for them to stall for a short period of time. A tall tree attracts the wind. The stronger the old man is, the more obstacles he will encounter when entering the War God Temple. But for someone like the dark-skinned man, who has just entered peak grade 1, it will be much easier. Haha, this time, the appearance of the War God Temple has already shaken the world. Do you think that the legend of Chang'an City will come? The third old woman with a walking stick slowly said. When these words came out, the complexions of all the peak grade 1 great grandmasters changed drastically. At their level, even if there is the influence of the recovery of the vitality tide, they are still extremely intelligent. They naturally realize that once the legend of Chang'an City comes here, the situation on the field will probably be reversed. Even in the face of a third transformation grade 1 great perfection, these peak grade 1 great grandmasters have the confidence to deal with it. If 1 is not enough, then 10 will come together. But a legend, even if all the peak grade 1 great grandmasters on the field attack together, they would not be able to defeat a legend. The difference between the 9th grade and the 9th heavenly layer is like the difference between clouds and mud. I have already received news that not long ago, there were traces of a suspected legend under Kunlun Mountain. A peak grade 1 martial artist said slowly. I heard that the evil emperor, who just came out of seclusion, called this existence Lord. This peak grade 1 martial artist did not get specific news. At that time, there were at least hundreds of martial artists gathered at the inn. Who knows how many rumors have spread. 70 years ago, the evil emperor was about to touch the transformation grade. Now that he has been in seclusion for 70 years, even if he is not grade 1 great perfection, he is not far away. The dark-skinned man looked dignified. With the strength of the evil emperor, to be able to force him to call him Lord, only a legend can do that. So, if that legend wants to enter the War God Temple, who dares to stop him? A trace of ridicule appeared on the face of the peak grade 1 martial artist. The rest of the martial artists were silent when they heard this. They really don't dare to stop him. What kind of joke is this? Trying to stop a martial arts legend? Did he have a death wish? Even if a legend really comes here, what can he do? Every time the War God Temple appears, there are a total of 20 spots to enter. Even if a legend occupies 1 spot, there are still 19 spots left. The dark-skinned man sneered. You can't tell me that there are 20 legends here who all want to enter the War God Temple, right? The expressions of the peak grade 1 great grandmasters suddenly eased. Indeed, since ancient times, it is rare for 1 legend to appear in an era. As for 20 legends, it is simply nonsense. Even if the legends born in thousands of years are added up, there are less than 20. Enough. Don't talk nonsense. According to the records, the War God Temple is about to appear. The old woman with the cane said. This time, there are 20 spots to enter the War God Temple, and there are dozens of us here. The old woman with the cane glanced at the audience, and suddenly made a sound of surprise. She looked at a corner near the center of the mountain peak. At this moment, there were 3 figures with their backs facing the peak grade 1 martial artists. It was Su Qin and the others. On the top of the mountain, spatial fluctuations filled the air. Even Su Qin's divine sense was suppressed by 1/10,000th, let alone a grade 9 martial artist who has not even entered the myth realm. Therefore, these peak grade 1 great grandmasters who had just arrived at the top of the mountain only discovered the existence of Su Qin and the others now. They are? The old woman with a cane frowned. Su Qin's back was completely facing them, so they couldn't see his face clearly. Xian Ku of the Shaolin Temple? A peak grade 1 great grandmaster recognized Xian Ku, and dissatisfaction appeared on his face. In their view, Xian Ku was just a junior, not even a peak grade 1. What qualifications does he have to stand in front of them? It is indeed Xian Ku. The old woman with a cane frowned. Although the Shaolin Temple is a great sect and produced Venerable Arhat 20 years ago, Xian Ku is just a grade 1 great perfection. What qualifications does he have to appear here? Junior, I will now teach you on behalf of Abbot Huiwen. In front of your elders, you must know how to be respectful. The dark-skinned man was furious. Originally, the War God Temple only had 20 spots, which made him feel very pressured. Now that he saw Xian Ku, who was only grade 1, standing so close to the War God Temple, of course, he was very dissatisfied. If other peak grade 1 great grandmasters snatched the spot to enter the War God Temple, although he would be unwilling, he would have no opinion. But if a junior like Xian Ku snatched the spot, it would be a humiliation for a peak grade 1 like the dark-skinned man. Thinking of this, the dark-skinned man took a step forward and rushed towards Xian Ku. At the same time, he raised his right hand, ready to teach Xian Ku a lesson and throw him out of the Kunlun mountain peak. Behind Xian Ku stood the Shaolin Temple. He did not dare to kill him, but he had no qualms about throwing him out. When the other peak grade 1 great grandmasters saw this scene, they shook their heads slightly and no longer watched. Although the dark-skinned man has just transformed, he is still a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. Dealing with a grade 1 like Xian Ku is simply too easy. Just as everyone was watching coldly from the sidelines. When the dark-skinned man rushed within 100 feet of Xian Ku, he seemed to feel something, and his face suddenly changed. The next moment. Chapter 239. Peak of Kunlun Mountain. The dark-skinned man's aura was terrifying, but when he got within 100 feet of Xian Ku, he quietly turned into powder. This is... The peak grade 1 great grandmasters who were watching the show froze on the spot, unable to believe it. Although the dark-skinned man has only just entered peak grade 1, he has already taken that step. His internal strength has transformed, and he can easily sweep away a group of grade 1 great grandmasters. Even if it is a grade 1 great perfection who has transformed 3 times, it is impossible to kill him in an instant. What the hell is going on? Many peak grade 1 great grandmasters looked at each other, their faces solemn. It is simply unbelievable that the dark-skinned man suddenly fell to such a state. Is it Xian Ku from the Shaolin Temple? The old woman with a walking stick calmed down and whispered. Xian Ku? The faces of the other peak grade 1 great grandmasters changed slightly. The old woman's suspicion is not unreasonable. The dark-skinned man was about to attack Xian Ku. If there is no connection between the two, who would believe it? Xian Ku does not have this strength. The old man in simple clothes shook his head. Although divine thoughts were suppressed in this place, with their eyesight, they could see that Xian Ku had not undergone any transformation. At most, he was only at the peak of grade 1. Not to mention killing the dark-skinned man, even blocking him would be extremely difficult. It is not Xian Ku. The old woman with a walking stick turned her eyes slightly and fell on the backs of Li Wan and Su Qin. Li Wan's aura is weaker than Xian Ku's. As for Su Qin, at this moment, Su Qin's back was facing everyone. Even the old woman could only see Su Qin's back. However, what made the old woman surprised was that Su Qin gave her a very strange feeling, as if he was an ordinary person. But can an ordinary person stand on the top of Kunlun Mountain? She is afraid that he would be crushed by the omnipresent pressure. Xian Ku, Shaolin Temple. The expressions of a small number of grade 1 great grandmasters changed slightly, as if they had thought of something, and their pupils shrank. At this moment, Xian Ku heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, when the dark-skinned man charged at him, the aura of a peak grade 1 had given him a lot of pressure. If not for Su Qin beside him, Xian Ku would have turned around and fled. Although Xian Ku was a disciple of the Shaolin Temple and had read all the Buddhist scriptures in the temple since he was a child, he was not a fool. He would not act rashly when he knew that he could not win. "Thank you for your help, Venerable One." Xian Ku bowed deeply to Su Qin. The dark-skinned man was a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. At this moment, he turned into powder for no reason. Only Su Qin, a venerable arhat, can do this. However, what Xian Ku did not know was that his actions had set off stormy waves in the hearts of many peak grade 1 great grandmasters. "Venerable?" All the peak grade 1 great grandmasters trembled and almost knelt down on the spot. They did not expect that the venerable arhat, who was said to have left the Shaolin Temple and crossed the sea, was standing in front of them. "I should have thought that Xian Ku is only grade 1, yet he dares to come here. He must have something to rely on, and the biggest reliance of the Shaolin Temple is the venerable." The old woman with the cane smiled bitterly and quickly took a step forward until she was 100 feet away from Su Qin. Just when Xian Ku thought that the old woman was going to take action and avenge the dark-skinned man, the old woman with the cane bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Venerable One." When the rest of the peak grade 1 saw this scene, they suddenly woke up from a dream. They secretly cursed the old woman for being a bootlicker. They quickly walked to the old woman's side and respectfully said, "Greetings, Venerable One." One by one, the peak grade 1 great grandmasters on the field stepped forward and saluted respectfully, as if they had seen a god. More than 20 years ago, Arhat walked out of the Shaolin Temple, and it has long been spread all over the world. Many of the peak grade 1 great grandmasters on the field have already heard of it. Now that they have met Arhat himself, how could they dare not show respect? "Third uncle." Li Wan blinked her big eyes. Of course, she knows that Su Qin is very strong, but at this moment, the respectful attitude of these people made her a little overwhelmed. "Huh! The peak of Kunlun Mountain is only enough for me to sign in once?" Su Qin ignored the many peak grade 1 great grandmasters who bowed and saluted him and sighed in his heart. Yesterday, he signed in for the first time at the peak of Kunlun Mountain and got a peach of immortality. He thought that he could continue to sign in here. If he can get dozens of peaches of immortality in a row and eat them consecutively, wouldn't he make a lot of money? But unfortunately, a day later, when today's sign-in opportunity refreshed, Su Qin found that he could no longer sign in at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Could it be that the Kunlun Mountain here is not the Kunlun Mountain in the legends? Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. If it is really the ancestor of all mountains in the legends, the home of the gods, how can Su Qin sign in once exhaust its Tao accumulation? A peach of immortality that can prolong one's life is precious, but it is not comparable to divine arts such as Buddha's palm and 12 divine beasts diagram. Even an overseas island like Yingzhou Island can let Su Qin sign in dozens of times, let alone Kunlun Mountain. The world's essence Qi tide is recovering, the sky is getting higher and the earth is getting wider. This continent is expanding every moment. Maybe when the world's essence Qi tide enters its peak, the real Kunlun Mountain will be revealed. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. In fact, in the past few years, as the recovery of the world's essence Qi tide has become more and more intense, many places have shown extraordinary aspects. Su Qin sat in Chang'an City and felt the world, faintly aware that something was being nurtured in several places. And just as Su Qin was thinking, many bowing peak grade 1 great grandmasters saw that Su Qin did not speak. Of course, they did not dare to get up. They all maintained their bowing posture with a respectful look. After a while, after Su Qin confirmed that sign-in at Kunlun Mountain is not possible, he slowly moved his gaze to the dozens of peak grade 1 great grandmasters. Seeing Su Qin looking at them, the peak grade 1 great grandmasters, led by the old woman with a walking stick, were shocked and said loudly again, "Greetings, Venerable. You all get up." Su Qin's eyes were calm, and he said lightly. With Su Qin's divine sense perception, he naturally discovered this group of peak grade 1 great grandmasters long ago, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. These peak grade 1 great grandmasters can dominate the world, but in Su Qin's eyes, they are not much stronger than ants. Of course, he will not care too much about them. The War God Temple belongs to me. Do you have any objections? Su Qin looked at the peak grade 1 great grandmasters and said. Everyone he looked at, whether it was a peak grade 1 who has transformed once or a grade 1 great perfection who has transformed thrice, they all bowed their heads and said again and again, No objection, no objection. According to the rules of the War God Temple in the past, 20 people are allowed to enter, but at this moment, Su Qin wants to occupy 20 spots by himself. It is simply overbearing. However, even so, no one dared to say the word no. Even the old woman with the walking stick stood respectfully at her original spot. Everyone knew very well in their hearts that as long as they show any other thoughts, the dark-skinned man who was turned into powder would be a lesson to them. But among the many peak grade 1 great grandmasters, there were still a few who felt a trace of unwillingness in their hearts. They were about to be exhausted by Shuyuan, and they were counting on the appearance of the War God Temple to let them go further. Now that their hope was cut off by Su Qin, how could they be willing? However, even if these people had resentment in their hearts, they did not dare to show it. Instead, they lowered their heads deeply. The War God Temple is rare, and only the Venerable, who stands at the peak of the world, is qualified to enter. The old woman with a walking stick was about to speak. Suddenly, at this moment, rumble! A terrifying fluctuation slowly spread, and an incomparably magnificent picture slowly unfolded from the top of Kunlun Mountain. That is? The complexion of a peak grade 1 great grandmaster changed. He couldn't believe it. On the top of Kunlun Mountain, a majestic and vast palace slowly emerged, as if it had turned from illusion to reality. The interior of the palace was vast and boundless, and the top of the palace was engraved with stars. In every corner of the palace, there were countless strange flowers and grasses. War God Temple. The War God Temple has appeared. When the peak grade 1 great grandmasters saw this scene, they only felt inexplicable shock in their hearts. They had long known the way the War God Temple appeared from their respective ancient books, but the ancient books only recorded the words manifesting from the void, which was extremely abstract. How could it be as shocking as seeing it in front of everyone's eyes at this moment? This scene, which seemed to come from another world, simply crushed the perception of many martial artists on the scene over and over again. In the eyes of most martial artists, even if a grade 1 great perfection like Venerable Arhat can fight against 1,000,000 people, there is still a gap between him and the immortal gods in myths and legends. But at this time, when they saw the majestic and magnificent War God Temple, a thought suddenly emerged in the minds of many martial artists. Perhaps the so-called immortal gods are just powerful martial artists? Legend has it that there is a great secret hidden in the depths of the War God Temple. Unfortunately, with the protection of the demonic dragon, no one has been able to find out for thousands of years. The old woman with the walking stick calmed down and suppressed the trace of greed in her heart. Although the War God Temple was good, it was not something she could touch. Now that Su Qin had announced the ownership of the War God Temple, if these peak grade great grandmasters still had thoughts about the War God Temple, it could only be said that they did not know what was good for them. Perhaps when the War God Temple opens this time, the Venerable One can go to the depths of the War God Temple. The old woman with the walking stick suddenly thought of something and carefully stole a glance at Su Qin. Although she had now given up on the idea of entering the War God Temple, she still had great curiosity about the War God Temple. For thousands of years, all the martial artists who entered the War God Temple basically circled around the periphery. No one could pass the demonic dragon and enter the depths of the War God Temple. But with the demonic dragon's protection, the Venerable One. Thoughts appeared in the old woman's mind one after another. Just as everyone's attention was attracted by the War God Temple, a trace of surprise flashed across Su Qin's face. Chapter 240. At the peak of Kunlun Mountain. the majestic war god temple emerged from the depths of the void, and a terrifying pressure quickly spread, enveloping the entire Kunlun mountain in an instant. This war god temple doesn't seem to have left this world, but is hidden in the depths of space and will only appear at a specific time? Su Qin looked solemn. Just now, he had been observing the appearance of the war god temple with eyes of truth and celestial gazing aura, so he was naturally aware of some information about the war god temple. Under the aura of the war god temple, many other peak great grandmasters' internal strength circulation slowed down. As expected of the war god temple. Just the aura unintentionally emitted can easily suppress us. A peak grade 1 great grandmaster's eyes were fanatical as he muttered to himself. At this time, they were still some distance away from the war god temple. Once they enter the war god temple, their strength will probably be reduced to less than 10%. As time passed slowly. The originally illusory war god temple. Finally, at a certain point, it completely solidified. And the moment the war god temple was completely revealed. Suddenly, several figures jumped out of thin air and rushed towards the war god temple at a terrifying speed. These figures were already very close to the war god temple. At this time, they suddenly burst out and caught the other peak great grandmasters off guard. By the time they reacted, they had almost entered the war god temple. Venerable Arhat? I'm about to die of old age. At this time, even if it's the Emperor, he can't stop me from entering the war god temple. The aura of these figures was powerful, at least a second transformation peak great grandmaster, and one of them was even a third transformation peak grade 1 great perfection. The other peak great grandmasters more or less have a decade of Shoyuan, so they naturally don't dare to disobey Su Qin, the invincible venerable Arhat. But they are different. These peak great grandmasters are similar to the evil emperor. They don't have many years left to live. The war god temple is their only hope. How can they give up so easily? For these peak great grandmasters, their only chance of survival is to rush into the war god temple, seize the opportunity in the war god temple, and take that step as soon as possible to become a legend. In this way, even if they anger Su Qin, what can they do? Until then, Su Qin was venerable Arhat. They were also martial arts legends. Everyone was a martial artist of the same level. Even if there was a gap, it wouldn't be too big. No one could do anything to the other. If he gave up on entering the war god temple, he would definitely die of old age. He staked everything on one throw and forced his way into the war god temple. Therefore, these great grandmasters who were nearing the end of their lifespans naturally knew how to choose. When the other peak grade 1 great grandmasters saw this scene, their complexions suddenly changed. These top martial artists who were rushing towards the war god temple ignored Su Qin's order. They simply didn't take venerable Arhat, Su Qin, seriously. When Su Qin saw this, he frowned slightly. However, in the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something and did not immediately attack. Instead, a strange expression appeared on his face. Ha ha! We're in. After the few martial grandmasters rushed into the war god hall, they cried tears of joy. A smug look appeared on their faces. So what if he was venerable Arhat? Wasn't he still being played around by them? Just when these martial grandmasters were planning to immediately head into the war god temple to look for a great opportunity. Roar! A dragon's roar that shook the world came. A huge demonic dragon hundreds of meters long slowly flew out from the depths of the war god temple. A faint dragon might emanated from the demonic dragon's body. Under this dragon might, the martial grandmasters who rushed into the war god temple only felt their hands and feet stiffen, and the internal strength in their body was suppressed to the point of almost stagnation. Fear burst out from the bottom of their hearts. These martial grandmasters wanted to turn around and escape from the war god temple, but under the dragon might, they couldn't even move, let alone escape. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, the demonic dragon opened its mouth lazily and swallowed the few top martial grandmasters who had rushed into the combat's sacred hall. The audience was dead silent. All the martial grandmasters who saw this scene only felt their hands and feet go cold. Originally, a few martial Grand Masters were still envious in their hearts, but at this moment, when they saw the fate of those who rushed into the War God Temple, their faces suddenly turned pale. The martial Grand Masters who rushed into the War God Temple had at least completed 2 transformations, and one of them was even a Grade 1 Great Perfection who had undergone 3 transformations. Even such a powerhouse ended up like this. If they entered the War God Temple unprepared, they are afraid that they will also follow in their footsteps and be swallowed by the demonic dragon. Demonic dragon! This is the demonic dragon in the War God Temple! Damn it, isn't the demonic dragon in a deep sleep? As long as we don't step into the depths of the War God Temple, we won't attract its attention. Why did it take the initiative to come out this time? A martial grandmaster on the scene recognized the origin of the demonic dragon and exclaimed. When the other martial grandmasters heard this, their expressions turned ugly. Indeed, according to ancient records, the War God Temple is guarded by the demonic dragon, but this demonic dragon spends most of its time sleeping and doesn't bother to pay attention to the martial artists who enter the War God Temple. This is also the reason why those martial grandmasters rushed into the War God Temple without any precaution. In their view, as long as they are careful and don't have any thoughts about the depths of the War God Temple, they won't provoke the demonic dragon. But now, those martial grandmasters were swallowed by the demonic dragon as soon as they entered the War God Temple, let alone entering the depths of the War God Temple. Such a change is simply unprecedented. Idiot! Su Qin's eyes were calm, but a trace of contempt flashed across his face. The demonic dragon is sleeping because its vitality is declining, and it has no choice but to sleep to reduce the consumption of vitality. But no matter how much it sleeps, it will eventually consume some of its vitality. Especially after experiencing the silent era of the vitality tide, the demonic dragon has experienced a long period of consumption. Now that the War God Temple has appeared, the first thing the demonic dragon does is naturally to look for replenishment. And in the world, who can replenish the demonic dragon's consumption better than the vitality of martial artists? Of course, the demonic dragon's eagerness to come out has something to do with Su Qin. Su Qin's body has undergone 5 transformations, and after mastering the picture of the Great Sun, he is close to undergoing the 6th transformation. His vitality is soaring, and no matter how much he tries to conceal it, he can't hide it from the demonic dragon in the War God Temple. In the eyes of the demonic dragon, Su Qin is a delicious cake that exudes the fragrance of vitality. As long as it swallows Su Qin, it can at least prolong its existence for hundreds or thousands of years. However, the demon dragon did not have the confidence to deal with Su Qin. Naturally, it would choose to devour the few peerless Grand Masters who had broken into the Temple of War to replenish some of its blood essence before thinking about how to devour Su Qin. Venerable One, this evil dragon is not weak, Xian Ku said with a grave expression. It's fine, Su Qin said casually. Compared to the many martial grandmasters present, the demonic dragon is not just not weak. It is simply crushing. The demonic dragon has been sleeping in the War God Temple for countless years, and Su Qin knows that it has been tens of thousands of years. In tens of thousands of years, even a pig can rise against the trend, let alone the demonic dragon with an extraordinary bloodline. However, although the demonic dragon has the bloodline of a true dragon, Su Qin can feel that the vitality in the demonic dragon's body has declined to the limit. If it wasn't for the extraordinary bloodline of a divine beast, it would have died of old age many years ago. Moreover, under Su Qin's perception, he can roughly estimate the demonic dragon's strength. The peak of the 8th heaven. With the magical talent of the Dragon Clan, it is comparable to a 9th heaven legend. Roar! Just as Su Qin was thinking, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the world. Immediately after, this huge demonic dragon directly rushed out of the War God Temple. The dragon body that is hundreds of meters long wantonly exuded an incredible dragon aura. In the end, the demonic dragon's huge blue eyes finally fell on Su Qin. A dragon and a human began to look at each other. In the eyes of the other grandmasters present, the demonic dragon is huge and boundless, and the dragon aura is unparalleled. Compared to the demonic dragon's size, Su-Chin is not even comparable to an ant. The demonic dragon can be said to be looking down on Su-Chin. But in fact, the two are looking at each other as equals. Moreover, as time passed, Su-Chin's eyes were still deep and calm, like a bottomless abyss, while the demonic dragon became more and more anxious. The demonic dragon faintly realized that the human in front of him, whom he regarded as food, exuded an aura that made him a little uncomfortable. In the demonic dragon's memory, only the master of the war god temple gave him this feeling many years ago. At that time, the demonic dragon was originally free, but the master of the war god temple forcibly enslaved him and planted a restriction in his body, making him guard the war god temple for generations to come. Since then, the demonic dragon was no longer free. Instead, he was trapped in the war god temple for countless years. Scenes of the past flashed through the demonic dragon's mind. The demonic dragon became more and more anxious, and the dragon aura exuding from his body became more intense. "You want to fight?" Su-Chin quietly looked at the demonic dragon, and a trace of mockery flashed through his eyes. As expected, Su-Chin still overestimated this demonic dragon. In fact, this demonic dragon's intelligence was very low, and the trace of divine beast bloodline in his body was barely visible. Rather than calling him a dragon, it was more like a serpent. Roar! The demonic dragon finally couldn't take it anymore. Even if he felt threatened by Su-Chin, he couldn't care less. Boom! At the peak of Kunlun Mountain, a terrifying heat spread wildly. In the demonic dragon's mouth, a cluster of pitch-black flames ignited out of thin air. The moment this cluster of pitch-black flames appeared, the world's essence chi began to riot and slowly melted. Under the burning of this cluster of pitch-black flames, even the world's essence chi seemed to be able to burn into nothingness. What is the demonic dragon doing? Why does that cluster of pitch-black flames give me such a terrifying feeling? That's right, my inner force is starting to burn. Not good, let's go! A peerless grandmaster on the scene exclaimed in disbelief. In their eyes, the cluster of flames in the demonic dragon's mouth seemed to have come from the abyss of hell, burning everything. The Venerable is in trouble! The old woman with the walking stick calmed herself down and looked at Su-Chin. Under this cluster of pitch-black flames, everything in the world was like fuel. It was terrifying. No matter how confident the old woman was in Su-Chin, she didn't think that he could withstand this terrifying cluster of flames. The Venerable Qian Ku trembled. He only glanced at the cluster of pitch-black flames from afar, and he felt his inner force start to burn. In just a short moment, he had lost more than half of his inner force. Third uncle Li Wan was also scared. She looked at Su-Chin, who was already invincible in her heart. Roar! The next moment, the demonic dragon finished brewing, and the cluster of pitch-black flames in its mouth suddenly surged. It spewed out and shrouded Su-Chin. It's over! When the dozens of peerless grandmasters saw this scene, their hearts sank. After the demonic dragon killed Su-Chin, its next target would probably be them. With the strength that the demonic dragon had shown, which martial artists present had the confidence to survive. You're playing with fire in front of me? At this moment, a smile appeared on Su-Chin's face. He looked directly at the pitch-black flames that were rapidly shrouding him. In the depths of his eyes, there was a faint image of the sun hanging in the sky and the golden crow suppressing the world. Buzz! Under everyone's shocked gaze, the pitch-black flames that seemed to be able to burn everything quickly gathered within 10 feet of Su-Chin. They floated and burned around Su-Chin in an extremely obedient manner. Under the cover of the pitch-black flames, Su-Chin's eyes were calm. He was like a god of fire, controlling all flames in the world. Chapter 241. In front of the war god temple, Su-Chin stood with his hands behind his back. Within a radius of a few dozen meters around him, pitch-black flames gathered and slowly burned like stars surrounding the moon. The flames that the demon dragon spat out seemed to be able to burn everything. When they got close to Su-Chin, not only did they not hurt him, they even broke free from the demon dragon's control. This all the peerless grandmasters were stunned. The demon dragon had existed in the war god temple for at least thousands of years. In their eyes, it had long surpassed ordinary mythical venerables. Even if Su Qin could block the flames spat out by the demon dragon, he must have exhausted all his means and might even be severely injured on the spot. But now, Su Qin just stood there and didn't even move, yet he was able to keep the demon dragon's flames within a few feet of him. What kind of method was this? What kind of ability was this? Venerable! Qian Ku was also shocked. He was the closest to Su Qin, and could see much more than the other peerless grandmasters. In Qian Ku's eyes, Su Qin did not just block the dark flames, but also took control of the flames from the demon dragon. It was unbelievable. Compared to the shock of the others, Su Qin's expression was calm. He casually glanced at the black flames burning around him, then turned his gaze back to the demon dragon. What a pity! My picture of the great sun is only at the beginner level. At most, I can affect these flames and ensure that I will not be hurt. Su Qin thought silently. The beginner level of the picture of the great sun was limited to Su Qin. But if the picture of the great sun was at the beginner level, Su Qin could really control all the flames in the world. Before the demon dragon spat out the flames, Su Qin could directly detonate them. It was terrifying to the extreme. However, even the beginner level of the picture of the great sun was not something the demon dragon could deal with. The demon dragon wanted to kill Su Qin with the flames, which was no different from letting a fish drown. Roar! The demon dragon's blue eyes flashed with a very human-like surprise. It seemed to be wondering why the dark flames it spat out would change like this. The next moment, the demonic dragon stretched its body. Its two horns were like swords, piercing straight into the sky. Its sharp claws shone with a cold light, and its black scales had a cold metallic luster. Even though its chi and blood were deteriorating, the aura in its body was still like a suppressed volcano that could erupt at any time. It was far from what an ordinary legend could withstand. Rumble! The demonic dragon stood in front of the war god shrine, and a terrifying aura spread out as it silently charged towards Su Qin. Although the demonic dragon was not a real divine dragon, the bloodline that flowed in its body was related to the divine dragon. It contained all kinds of incredible potential, and its physical body was extremely strong. Because of this, even though Su Qin easily blocked the black flames that it spewed out, the demonic dragon didn't care at all. This was because it hadn't used its most powerful attack yet. At that moment, everyone else saw a terrifying scene. The demon dragon that was hundreds of meters long seemed to have turned into a black bolt of lightning that swept through everything in the world, and even the air started to distort. As for Su Qin, in this vast scene, Su Qin was as inconspicuous as a speck of dust. Master! Qian Ku's heart tightened, and his face was full of worry. Third uncle is invincible. Li Wan next to him wasn't so worried. Although she was frightened by the demonic dragon that swooped down, Li Wan had absolute confidence in Su Qin. Run! The other peerless grandmasters felt their legs go weak. Compared to the black flames just now, the demonic dragon rushed towards Su Qin personally. Its huge dragon body covered the sky and was far more shocking than the black flames. Slash! Su Qin didn't say anything. He directly pulled out a strange sickle-shaped blade that was curved like a full moon from the void and slashed at the demonic dragon without hesitation. Slash! Heaven and earth seemed to have transformed into a pitch-black ocean, with only a streak of light that looked like a spatial crack slashing through the air. Crack! A wound appeared on the demonic dragon's huge body. The blade light from the demonic blade directly penetrated the demonic dragon's body. Roar! The demonic dragon roared violently in pain. Unfortunately, although the blade light from the demonic blade was a few meters long, which was enough to cut a person in half, the demonic dragon's body was too huge. It was hundreds of meters long, and a wound of a few meters was insignificant on such a huge dragon body. If it wasn't for the demonic blade's aura that seemed to come from the abyss of hell that spread wildly to other parts of the body, the wound would have healed in a few seconds. Slash again! Su Qin didn't hesitate. He held the demonic blade and slashed several more times. The blade light flashed like a spatial rift, and almost instantly, it was close to the demonic dragon. This time, the demonic dragon learned to be smart. It knew that its body couldn't block the demonic blade. Its body suddenly turned into a black shadow and dodged several slashes from the demonic blade. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The dignified war god temple's guardian demon dragon was actually afraid of Su Qin's saber. It was simply shocking. That blade! A great grandmaster's eyes fell on the demonic blade in Su Qin's hand, and his heart trembled. Although they didn't know why a Buddhist venerable like Su Qin used a blade as a weapon, at this moment, the blade light slashed out by this blade was so sharp that it could destroy everything. He's not that stupid after all. Su Qin saw that the demonic dragon didn't dare to confront the demonic blade head-on, and a smile appeared on his face. The demonic blade was obtained by Su Qin when he signed in the cave world. It was said to have some relationship with the supreme demon god in the depths of the world. Su Qin hadn't found any existence that could block the blade light slashed out by the demonic blade. Even the heaven and earth great formation outside Immortal Abode Island that was set up by an earth immortal like Lord Donghai was cut in half by the demonic blade. In that case, Su Qin put away the demonic blade, took a step forward, stood in the air, and walked towards the demonic dragon. What? Many great grandmasters widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw this scene. The demonic dragon was originally good at close combat. If Su Qin wanted to deal with the demonic dragon, the best way was to distance himself from the demonic dragon and continuously use the blade in his hand to consume the demonic dragon. But now, Su Qin was actually rushing straight towards the demonic dragon. Roar! When the demonic dragon saw this scene, a trace of excitement flashed in its huge dragon eyes. It was still hesitating on how to approach Su Qin, but the other party directly took the initiative to approach it. Buzz! The demonic dragon's huge dragon body suddenly bloomed with endless power of qi and blood. Vaguely, a dragon shadow appeared and roared towards the sky. The terrifying aura suppressed the entire Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, all the living beings on Kunlun Mountain had a vague urge to kneel down. It was as if the suppression from the essence of life made the minds of countless living beings go blank. The demonic dragon was obviously going all out. Its qi and blood were already declining. If it stimulated its qi and blood power like this, it was simply courting death. However, as long as it could devour Su Qin and absorb Su Qin's huge qi and blood vitality, it would definitely make a huge profit. Not only would it be able to live for hundreds or thousands of years, but it might even be able to break free from the shackles of the War God Temple and regain its freedom. After all, after tens of thousands of years, even the War God Temple couldn't exist forever. It was already in a state of extreme decline. Otherwise, the demonic dragon wouldn't have come to the War God Temple. However, in the face of such a scene, Su Qin's expression was still calm and indifferent. He raised his right hand slightly. Die! Su Qin slowly stretched out his palm. From the moment he stretched out his palm to the moment it landed, its aura changed constantly. There was the five Thunder God Fist, the vast Buddhist Pearl Demon subduing divine art, and the endless and profound 9 notes of the demonic path. In an instant, at least hundreds and thousands of peerless divine arts were revealed from this palm. These peerless divine arts had been completely mastered by Su Qin, and they had even surpassed the realm of the Creator. In the end, these hundreds and thousands of peerless divine arts were all merged into one and merged into Su Qin's palm. Coupled with his huge qi and blood body, it could be said that he could already exert 50% of Su Qin's strength. Buzz! Su Qin's palm power was restrained to the extreme. In the eyes of outsiders, it was just an ordinary palm. Compared to the scene where the demonic dragon stimulated its qi and blood and even faintly summoned the dragon shadow that reached the sky, it was simply insignificant, like dust. However, the next moment, the two silently collided with each other. A terrifying power suddenly erupted as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Strands of fluctuations spread out in all directions with Su Qin and the demonic dragon as the center. Su Qin's outstretched palm remained motionless. The power of hundreds and thousands of peerless divine arts gathered together was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. It was enough to crush an 8th heavenly layer legend and shake a 9th heavenly layer legend. Boom! Under everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Zichen's expression changed. The demonic dragon's huge body began to crack under Su Qin's palm, and horrifying wounds appeared one after another. If it wasn't for a faint light that appeared in the demonic dragon's body at the critical moment, it would have been torn apart. The entire place was dead silent. All the peerless grandmasters were stunned on the spot. No one had thought that Su Qin would be so terrifying that even the demonic dragon, who had been guarding the war god temple until now, could not withstand his palm. Ha ha! Awesome! Again! After Su Qin struck with his palm, the battle intent in his heart slowly boiled. A surge of vitality that was comparable to or even stronger than the demonic dragon appeared and shrouded the entire place. Su Qin strode forward and walked directly toward the demonic dragon. He raised his right hand again and slowly grabbed down. Roar! The demonic dragon let out a wail. At this moment, how could it not know that it was no match for Su Qin? It didn't even have the qualifications to fight with Su Qin. Immediately afterward, the demonic dragon turned into black lightning again and fled into the war god temple. It had been scared witless by Su Qin. If it continued to stay, it was afraid that it would really die. It ran away? Su Qin frowned slightly. It had to be said that the demonic dragon's speed when it turned into black lightning was extremely fast. Ordinary mythical legends might not even be able to catch it. If it wasn't for Su Qin's domain, they might not have been able to react. Do you think you can run away? Su Qin's body emitted a light that was like the sun. It overlapped and finally condensed into a golden sun. Su Qin stood in the center of the sun. A three-legged divine bird that was burning with flames flew up, exuding a strong, immortal, and eternal aura. With the blessing of this three-legged divine bird, Su Qin's aura rose infinitely. He reached out his right hand and easily grabbed the demonic dragon. Then, with a pull of his left hand, the demonic dragon that was hundreds of meters long was torn in half. Black dragon blood with surging aura fell from the sky. No matter how the demonic dragon struggled, it was easily torn apart by Su Qin's hands like thin paper. In the 9th year of the Empire of Tang, Su Qin tore the demonic dragon apart at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 242. The demon dragon was dead. After the massive dragon body was torn apart by Su Qin, a dim divine sense appeared. It wanted to charge into the war god temple, but it was stopped by Su Qin, who was already prepared. Then, it was completely reduced to ashes, its body and soul destroyed. The demon dragon was very strong. Even if its vitality was declining and Shouyuan was close, ordinary mythical legends didn't even have the ability to resist in front of the demon dragon. If it wasn't for the restriction of the war god temple, all the creatures on the continent would have been slaughtered. Especially at the last moment, when the demonic dragon stimulated his qi and blood, the combat strength he displayed had already reached the level of a 9th heaven legend. His ferocity was unparalleled. And in the era when the vitality tide was still, such combat strength was absolutely invincible. Unfortunately, the demon dragon met Su Qin. Su Qin's body had almost completed 6 transformations. The strength of his body alone had definitely reached the level of an Earth Immortal. Ordinary Earth Immortals were even inferior to Su Qin in terms of physical strength. Although the demon dragon had the bloodline of a divine beast, Su Qin also cultivated the picture of the Great Sun. To some extent, Su Qin's divine beast aura was stronger than the demon dragon's. In addition, the demon dragon's vitality had already declined. Although it was barely activated, it was far from being able to crush Su Qin. In the end, it was killed by Su Qin with hundreds of thousands of peerless divine arts, and supplemented by the picture of the Great Sun. In fact, if the demon dragon was still alive, Su Qin would really consider using the Buddha's palm. After decades of meditation, Su Qin had completely mastered the first move of the Buddha's palm. I, the unique and righteous. Once used, the sky and earth would be enveloped by the light of Buddha. This was known as the strongest divine art passed down by Buddha. Even Su Qin didn't know what the upper limit of its power was. But the flesh of the demon dragon can be collected. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. And just as Su Qin was thinking, everyone on the scene looked at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. Mo Long is dead? The old woman with the walking stick swallowed hard. She raised her head and looked at Su Qin, who was standing in the air with his hands behind his back. Her heart was in turmoil. This was a devil dragon. This demonic dragon had existed since the war god temple's first appearance. It had lived for countless years since ancient times and had long surpassed the terrifying divine beast that was a martial arts legend. Such an existence had actually died. Furthermore, it had died in such an insignificant manner that it could not even put up a decent struggle before it was torn apart on the spot, and its dragon blood scattered everywhere? Gulp. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain, the hands and feet of some of the peak great grandmaster level martial sages who had other thoughts turned cold when they saw this scene, feeling like they had fallen into an abyss. After the demon dragon was born, they were not shocked, but rather delighted. If it wasn't for the demon dragon, no one would have dared to refute Su Qin's words of, "The war god temple belongs to me." But the mystic dragon gave them some leeway. Some of the peak great grandmaster level martial sages present did not hope that the mystic dragon could kill Su Qin, but it could at least stall Su Qin or severely injure Su Qin so that both sides would suffer. This way, Su Qin would be powerless to stop them from entering the war god temple. And inside the war god temple, without the demon dragon's protection, the great opportunity in the deepest part of the temple would be at their disposal. It was the best of both worlds. And just as everyone was in shock, Su Qin had already begun to prepare to collect the dragon blood and dragon meat scattered on the ground. The demon dragon of the war god temple, to be precise, could not even be considered a flood dragon. It could only be said that it had a trace of a true dragon's aura. It was precisely under the influence of this aura that it could grow to this day and survive in the war god temple until now. One had to know that even the monster race's Shouyuan was far superior to the human race, let alone the demon dragon. However, compared to the human race, the cultivation speed of the other races was much slower. The peerless geniuses of the human race might reach the Earth immortal realm in a few hundred years, but the monster race would probably need to spend more than 1,000 years to reach this realm. If I absorb all of this dragon blood and dragon meat, I might be able to complete my 6th metamorphosis. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. Now that his physical body had almost completed the 6th metamorphosis, if he bathed in dragon blood, he might be able to go one step further and complete the 6th metamorphosis. Of course, this was also because the demon dragon of the war god temple was not at a high level. Coupled with the fact that its vitality was declining, the essence contained in the dragon blood and dragon meat was extremely limited. Although it was somewhat helpful to Su Qin, it was not a qualitative change. Otherwise, if it was a full-grown demon dragon, or a real flood dragon, it would still be very helpful to Su Qin. Not to mention completing the 7th metamorphosis of his physical body, but at least he would be able to take a step toward the 7th metamorphosis. There's too much dragon blood and dragon meat. Su Qin enveloped the entire peak of Kunlun Mountain with his domain and frowned slightly. The demon dragon was hundreds of meters long, and its dragon body covered the sky. After Su Qin tore apart the demon dragon's body, the dragon blood that spilled out was at least tens of thousands of pounds. Coupled with the demon dragon's body, it was probably the size of a small mountain. Although this weight was not worth mentioning to Su Qin, it would be extremely troublesome to carry it around. As for the system space that Su Qin had, the system space could only accommodate the treasures obtained from the system sign-in. As for other things, it could not be stored in. Let's refine it directly. Refine all the impurities in the dragon blood and dragon meat. Su Qin suddenly made a decision in his heart. The next moment, with a thought in Su Qin's mind, all the dragon blood and dragon meat within the domain began to slowly gather towards him. At this moment, a cluster of flames suddenly appeared in front of Su Qin's eyes. This cluster of flames was the 9-yang divine fire condensed by Su Qin using the 9-yang divine art. In addition, when Su Qin cultivated the Great Sun diagram, he faintly contained the aura of the 3-legged golden crow, causing the power of the 9-yang divine fire to skyrocket by several levels. Refining the flesh and blood of the fallen demon dragon was completely done by him. Walala! A large amount of dragon blood was burned by the 9-yang divine fire, and a large amount of black dragon blood continued to decrease. When the other great grandmasters in the distance saw this scene, they only felt that the shock in their hearts was simply indescribable. Not only did Su Qin forcibly tear apart the demon dragon, but he also refined all the dragon blood and dragon meat of the demon dragon with a raise of his hand. One must know that even if the demon dragon had fallen, there was still a terrifying aura within its flesh and blood. Even if an ordinary myth could refine it, it would take decades to do so step by step. But Su Qin directly refined all the dragon blood and dragon blood with some kind of flame. Buzz! Time passed. Half an hour later. Under the burning of the 9-yang divine fire, the dragon blood that weighed tens of thousands of pounds was reduced to only 9 drops. These 9 drops of dragon blood were as black as ink, and vaguely, there seemed to be a dragon-shaped shadow roaring in them. Not bad. Su Qin nodded slightly with a satisfied look. These 9 drops of dragon blood were the most precious thing in the body of the demon dragon that was hundreds of meters long. Moreover, the terrifying aura in the dragon blood had been removed by Su Qin. If an ordinary person were to absorb it, they would definitely be reborn and their physical body would be far stronger than those of the same level. They could even reach the level of a myth with their physical body. Su Qin only glanced at the 9 drops of dragon blood, then took out a jade bottle and put all the dragon blood into it. He then carried it with him, preparing to consume the dragon blood after returning to Chang'an City and completely complete the 6th transformation of his physical body. After everything was ready, Su Qin glanced at Xian Ku and Li Wan, and said casually, "I'm going to the War God Temple. If I don't come out in 10 days, you can go back by yourselves." "Yes." Xian Ku and Li Wan looked at each other, and immediately replied. "As for you?" Su Qin glanced at the many peak grade 1 great grandmasters and said lightly, "You can all go back." "Yes." "Venerable." All the peak grade 1 great grandmasters bowed and then slowly left the top of Kunlun Mountain under Su Qin's gaze. "Rise!" Su Qin looked around and saw a heaven and earth great array surrounding the entire Kunlun Mountain. This heaven and earth great array was not a killing array, but it was enough to stop all martial artists below the 4th heavenly layer. Even if a 6th or 7th heavenly layer legend breaks in, they will be trapped for a while. In addition, once the great array is touched, Su Qin will know immediately even if he is in the War God Temple. Next. It's time to enter the War God Temple. Su Qin slowly raised his head and looked at the majestic and magnificent War God Temple. Now that the demon dragon in the War God Temple has fallen in the hands of Su Qin, it stands to reason that the War God Temple should be unimpeded for Su Qin. Thinking of this, Su Qin took a step forward and his figure appeared in front of the War God Temple, then took another step and entered the War God Temple. Inside the War God Temple, the world's essence, chi, and spiritual vigor are far more abundant than on the mainland, not much weaker than a mortal abode island. Su Qin's gaze constantly swept through the strange flowers and grasses in the corners that do not exist in the outside world, as well as the top of the great hall engraved with stars. Now that the world's essence chi is abundant and spiritual vigor is everywhere, how can the War God Temple be spied on by an earth immortal? Su Qin slowly released his divine sense and constantly covered all directions. Lao Dao scholars once said that in the previous essence chi recovery era, several earth immortals had designs on the War God Temple, but they were chased out in disgrace. For earth immortals, as long as they put in the effort, they could have as much essence chi and spiritual vigor as they wanted. For example, the heaven and earth great formation that Lord Donghai had set up allowed immortal abode island to survive the essence chi recovery period. Although the spiritual vigor spring played a part in it, it was undeniable that Earth immortals did not care about essence chi and spiritual vigor. Su Qin suddenly seemed to have discovered something. His domain quickly spread out, and the last jade stone appeared before Su Qin. This is the jade stone that records cultivation methods? Su Qin's divine sense probed it, and found that there was a mythical-level divine skill stored within the jade stone. This should be the great opportunity in the eyes of the martial artists who entered the war god temple in the past. Su Qin guessed. A mythical-level divine skill, coupled with abundant essence chi and spiritual vigor, it was no wonder that countless martial artists fought over it. By the way, I have also entered the war god temple. I should be able to sign in here. Su Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his head and glanced around. System, sign in. Su Qin thought for a moment, and said in his heart. Congratulations, host, for signing in successfully. You have received Essence Spirit Pill X1. Chapter 243. Just when Su Qin entered the War God Temple and dozens of Grand Masters left the top of Kunlun Mountain, everything that happened in Kunlun Mountain spread like a hurricane to the whole world. Have you heard? The evil emperor who caused chaos in the world 70 years ago has come out. What's the evil emperor? Let me tell you, the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple also appeared in Kunlun Mountain. What? Didn't they say that the Venerable had left the Shaolin Temple and crossed the sea? How could he appear in Kunlun Mountain? How dare we speculate about the Venerable's thoughts? In a restaurant, many martial artists kept talking. Now that the recovery of vitality was becoming more and more obvious, the cultivation environment was getting easier and easier. Although no legend has been born so far, the number of martial artists under the legend realm was much more than a few decades ago. Coupled with the fact that the Empire of Tang has unified the world and established schools to teach basic martial arts, the number of low-level martial artists has begun to surge like bamboo shoots after the rain. Although it hasn't reached the level of martial artists, it was relatively common for 3 or 4 martial artists to appear in 10 ordinary people. The news you know is too outdated. The Venerable of the Shaolin Temple not only appeared in Kunlun Mountain, but also tore the demonic dragon of the War God Temple with both hands. His power is like a prison, invincible in the world. At this time, a disciple in a brocade robe who was obviously from a martial arts sect said slowly. His face was full of emotion. War God Temple? Demonic dragon? Many martial artists in the restaurant looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. They knew about the War God Temple. During this period of time, the world has been abuzz with news. Even many juniors who have just entered the martial arts path were ready to leave and go to Kunlun Mountain to witness the birth of the War God Temple. But the demonic dragon guarding the War God Temple is already a top secret. Ordinary martial artists, even in the upper realm, can't know about it. Only a small number of martial artists' faces changed slightly, and their eyes flashed with disbelief. What is the demonic dragon? After a while, a martial artist couldn't help but ask the man in the brocade robe. Demonic dragon? The man in the brocade robe shook his head. No one knows the origin of the mystic dragon. We only know that 8,000 years ago, when the War God Temple first appeared, the mystic dragon was already inside. Some seniors speculated that the mystic dragon might have some connection with the mythical true dragon. As soon as he said this, all the cultivators in the restaurant were shocked. They did not know whether the true dragon was a true dragon or not, but according to the man in the brocade robe, the fact that the demonic dragon had lived for 8,000 years was shocking enough. 8,000 years. A full 8,000 years. Not to mention that the demonic dragon was related to a divine beast, even if it was a pig, after living for 8,000 years. Wouldn't that be enough for it to become a divine being? Then this devil dragon's strength? A warrior asked cautiously. He has already surpassed ordinary martial arts legends. The man in the brocade robe said seriously. Ancient people from thousands of years ago speculated that ordinary martial arts legends might not even be able to escape in front of the demonic dragon. If it weren't for the fact that the demonic dragon was almost too lazy to move during the opening of the War God Temple, I'm afraid no one would dare to enter the war god temple. Since the demonic dragon is so powerful, how could it fall? A martial artist questioned. Could it be a misunderstanding, and in fact, the sage of the Shaolin Temple did not kill the demonic dragon? Yes, yes. Many martial artists nodded in agreement. The man in the brocade robe has completely divinized the demonic dragon and is almost comparable to an immortal. Although the sage of the Shaolin Temple is powerful, he is only comparable to a martial arts legend. How could he kill the demonic dragon? A misunderstanding? The man in the brocade robe sneered. This is the news brought back by my divine line sect's old ancestor. My divine line sect's old ancestor is a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. This time, he went to Kunlun Mountain with several friends. After experiencing this, how could it be false? The man in the brocade robe said proudly. When the rest of the martial artists heard this, their expressions changed slightly, and their gazes towards the man in the brocade robe became much more respectful. They did not realize that the man in the brocade robe was actually a disciple of the Divine Line sect. The Divine Line sect is a great sect that has been passed down for thousands of years. They have many experts. Some time ago, their old ancestor came out of seclusion and entered the peak realm. Since the man in the brocade robe mentioned his old ancestor, this matter is most likely true. I never said that the demonic dragon is not strong. For us, even the old ancestor of the Divine Line sect is no different from a real immortal. But the demonic dragon is strong, but the sage of the Shaolin Temple is even stronger. The man in the brocade robe said this and did not continue. With his status, the reason why he was able to explain so much was because when he heard the news, he was also shocked to the core. That was why he said it to ease his emotions. Following the words of the man in the brocade robe. In the entire restaurant, all the martial artists were silent, especially the last sentence of the man in the brocade robe. The demonic dragon is strong, but the sage of the Shaolin Temple is stronger. This made many martial artists feel inexplicably shocked, as if they were listening to a heavenly book. After a long while, a martial artist sighed and said, If the sage of the Shaolin Temple can even kill the demonic dragon, isn't he invincible? This immediately made most of the martial artists feel the same way, but there were also martial artists who refuted. The sage of the Shaolin Temple is strong, but the legend of Chang'an City is not weak either. It is too early to say that he is invincible. Yes, I also think that the legend of Chang'an City is better. I still think that the sage of the Shaolin Temple is stronger. He can even kill the demonic dragon. Can the legend of Chang'an City do it? You have never seen the legend of Chang'an City in action. How do you know that he can't? Suddenly, in the restaurant, many martial artists began to argue with each other. Was the sage of the Shaolin Temple or the legend of Chang'an City stronger? Although the legend of Chang'an City did not have the record of killing the demonic dragon, more than one martial arts legend had fallen in his hands. Although they had not fought with the sage of the Shaolin Temple, many martial artists still felt that the legend of Chang'an City was stronger. Shaolin Temple. Ancient Buddha lamp. The bronze bell rang. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads gathered in the Dharma court, looking excited. The Venerable has appeared? The warrior monastery chief was still hot-tempered. He was the first to speak, looking happy. Yes. Abbot Huiwen was also crying tears of joy. Su Qin was not only the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple, but also the patron saint of the Shaolin Temple. Su Qin's appearance in Mount Kunlun was tantamount to announcing to the world that the Shaolin Temple's strongest foundation was still there. Let's go to Mount Kunlun and pay our respects to the Venerable. The warrior monastery chief suddenly thought of something and immediately stood up. Wait! Abbot Huiwen stopped him and shook his head, saying, The Venerable must have his own plans in Mount Kunlun. If we go, we will only disturb the Venerable. When the Venerable blames us, who can bear the responsibility? That's true. The other court heads nodded slightly. Su Qin naturally didn't know that the outside world was shocked by his action of killing the demon dragon in Mount Kunlun. At this moment, Su Qin walked in the war god temple unhurriedly. Dozens of jade stones floated in front of him. These jade stones are scattered all over the war god temple. They contain the mythical level divine arts. Su Qin's gaze swept across the jade stone as he thought silently in his heart. Apart from that, the biggest gain is the elemental spirit pill I got from signing in at the war god temple. Su Qin's mind entered the system space and looked at a milky white elixir that seemed illusory. This elemental spirit pill didn't seem to be a real thing, but was completely formed by divine will. It was extremely magical. Elemental spirit pill. Su Qin sighed as his eyes lit up. According to the information left by Lord Donghai on Immortal Abode Island, if a mythical martial artist wants to ascend to the extreme and enter the Earth Immortal Realm, in addition to condensing a microdomain, they need to transform their divine will into primordial spirit. However, the transformation of divine will into primordial spirit is extremely dangerous. If they are not careful, their divine will be damaged. At that time, not to mention entering the Earth Immortal Realm, it will be a problem for them to maintain their current realm. And the elemental spirit pill can speed up and even skip this process. I didn't expect to get an elemental spirit pill. Su Qin was overjoyed and satisfied. A divine pill like the elemental spirit pill has long been lost even overseas. Even the medicine god sect, which specializes in refining elixirs, only preserved the remnant recipe of the elemental spirit pill. It's still thousands of miles away from truly refining it. However, according to Lord Donghai, the stronger the primordial spirit accumulated by a mythical martial artist before entering the Earth Immortal Realm, the better. In this way, when they really enter the Earth Immortal Realm, the greater the benefits they will get. Su Qin's mind merged into the system space and carefully sensed the aura emitted by the elemental spirit pill. An elemental spirit pill can indeed help Su Qin transform his divine will into primordial spirit in a short period of time, but if he wants to nurture a truly powerful primordial spirit, relying on just one elemental spirit pill is obviously far from enough. I'm not in a hurry now. Anyway, it's only the first day. With the Tao accumulated by the War God Temple for tens of thousands of years, not to mention thousands or tens of thousands of sign-ins, at least hundreds of sign-ins won't be a problem. Maybe I can even get some elemental spirit pills later. Su Qin nodded slightly and slowly walked forward. This should be the place where the demonic dragon is sleeping? Su Qin suddenly stopped and looked at a valley in front of him. In this valley, there are faint remnants of the demonic dragon's aura. Behind should be the depths of the War God Temple. The real secret of the War God Temple may be hidden in there. Su Qin's gaze leisurely followed the valley and looked into the distance. From the time Su Qin entered the War God Temple until now, he has been wandering around the periphery. The martial artists who entered the War God Temple in the past were all like this. But after this valley, he will enter the depths of the War God Temple. There's no aura of any living creatures? Su Qin opened the eyes of truth and used the celestial being gazing technique, but he found that the depths of the War God Temple were misty. However, although Su Qin can't figure out what's in the depths of the War God Temple, he is sure that there are absolutely no living creatures inside. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide from the eyes of truth. I want to see what secrets the War God Temple has. Su Qin pondered for a moment, took a step forward, and strode towards the depths of the War God Temple. Chapter 244. After a while, Su Qin came to a large hall. Where is this? Su Qin looked around with a solemn expression. There was a faint aura in the air that made one's heart palpitate. Is this the deepest part of the War God Temple? Su Qin stopped and looked in front of him. He saw a huge stone wall standing not far away. On the stone wall, there were reliefs carved on it. Unfortunately, most of the reliefs had been damaged, and even the entire stone wall had cracks. It was extremely dilapidated. Su Qin frowned. He vaguely realized that this huge stone wall was related to a powerful inheritance, but it was damaged. Did I come here for nothing? Su Qin frowned slightly. He walked closer to the stone wall and wanted to take a closer look at the reliefs on the stone wall. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a sudden change. The stars at the top of the hall began to rotate slowly. It was like a real big star, emitting a star power that could crush everything. Under the endless starlight, a blurry figure in a loose robe appeared, shrouded in the power of the stars. This figure seemed to have stepped out of the void. It was extremely majestic and looked at Su Qin. Boom! When the blurry figure's gaze fell on Su Qin, a majestic voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Kneel! Accept my inheritance! This voice was like a curse that kept echoing in the war god temple. It was indelible. If it was an ordinary expert, even a level 7, level 8, or even a level 9 legend, they might have to kneel under this demonic voice. However, a trace of coldness appeared on Su Qin's face. In the depths of Su Qin's ancestral aperture, the huge golden Buddha that pointed to the sky and touched the earth suddenly let out a roar. In heaven and earth, only I am supreme. Ha 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 ha! Su Qin's eyes were calm and his aura was profound. Kneel? You think your imprint is worthy of making me kneel? Su Qin's expression was indifferent, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Suddenly, divine light emerged from Su Qin's body. Countless swastikas, innumerable proverbs, and Zen chants appeared. It was difficult to see all of them clearly, but in the end, it returned to its original form. The Buddha suppressed the world, pointing to the sky and touching the earth. It filled the three realms, and only I am supreme. Inside the war god temple, the void trembled. Even the power of the stars was completely suppressed by the giant golden Buddha. The golden Buddha's eyes were deep and serene. There was no indifference, no mercy, and no pity. It was as if it was the heavenly Tao that was high above, looking down on all living beings. The aura of supremacy, and vastness shot straight into the 9 heavens. Rumble! The moment the golden Buddha appeared, the entire war god temple began to rumble and tremble as if it could not contain such an inconceivable existence. Under the heavenly cycle of stars, the figure shrouded in starlight saw this scene, and his originally stiff and wooden gaze finally flashed with a hint of intelligence. Buddha! The starry figure seemed to have regained consciousness and bowed slightly to Su Qin. I didn't expect you to be the Buddha's personal disciple. This is the war god temple. If you want it, I'll give it to you. After the starry figure said that, the originally blurry figure collapsed and turned into streams of light. They gathered into an illusory ancient book and floated quietly in front of Su Qin. Su Qin rubbed his glabella. He felt the golden Buddha in his ancestral aperture slowly calm down. It actually alerted the Gautama divine palm? Su Qin was slightly surprised. When the starry figure appeared just now, the demonic sound entered his ears and the ancestral aperture at his glabella. It immediately caused the golden Buddha in his ancestral aperture to change. Otherwise, even if Su Qin could block the demonic sound of the starry figure, he would not be able to do it so easily. That starry figure just now was just an imprint. It's not even a divine will, and yet it could pose such a threat to me. Su Qin was silent. So far, the strongest person Su Qin had seen was Immortal Abode Island's true Lord Donghai. True Lord Donghai was a peak Earth immortal martial artist. Even during the heyday of the last Vitality Tide, he was still considered a powerhouse. However, compared to the starry figure just now, true Lord Donghai was simply not on the same level. Perhaps in terms of strength, the killing formation left by true Lord Donghai was stronger than the imprint of the starry figure. However, in terms of the essence of power, the latter was far superior to true Lord Donghai. That starry figure should be the master of the war god temple. Su Qin thought in his heart. True Lord Donghai is already a peak Earth immortal, and the imprint left by the master of the war god temple has such power. His strength is probably far beyond true Lord Donghai's. Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Also, the master of the war god temple seems to know the Gautama divine palm? Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. Before the starry figure finally collapsed, it once said that it was the Buddha's personal disciple, and the Gautama divine palm was known as the Buddha's personal disciple. Forget it. It's useless to think about this now. Su Qin's gaze turned and landed on an illusory ancient book in front of him. When the starry figure was about to collapse, it left behind this illusory ancient book. Su Qin flicked his finger, and a wave of true essence swept past and directly passed through the illusory ancient book. True essence is useless. Then it should be divine will. Su Qin carefully extended a wisp of divine will. This wisp of divine will was an insignificant part of Su Qin's vast divine will. If there was any sudden change, he could abandon it at any time. Even if the master of the war god temple did something to this illusory ancient book, Su Qin could avoid it in time. Buzz! Although Su Qin's wisp of divine will entered, everything in the ancient book was immediately revealed. I am Ho Yuan. A moment later, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes. The illusory ancient book recorded the information left behind by the master of the war god temple. According to it, the master of the war god temple was called Ho Yuan, and the purpose of leaving this war god temple was to choose a successor to inherit the 49 reliefs carved on the stone wall. As for the origin of the 49 reliefs, the master of the war god temple, Ho Yuan, did not go into detail. Su Qin only knew that these 49 reliefs were strange objects that Ho Yuan obtained from the sky when he was traveling the 9 heavens. However, Ho Yuan himself could not understand these 49 reliefs at that time. But he sensed that the relief sculptures weren't simple at all. They might represent some powerful inheritance, so he intentionally preserved them and placed them in the war god temple. Every several thousand years, they would appear in the world, allowing countless geniuses of the later generations to comprehend the 49 relief sculptures together. Seeing this, Su Qin looked up at the huge stone wall not far away. There were dozens of reliefs carved on the stone wall, but most of these reliefs were damaged. Not to mention comprehending them, even seeing them clearly was a problem. What a pity! Su Qin shook his head slightly. The master of the war god temple hid the 49 reliefs in the war god temple, hoping that they could be passed down, but he probably did not expect that these reliefs would be damaged. What's the reason? Su Qin rubbed his chin and pondered. These 49 reliefs were hidden in the depths of the war god temple. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for them to be damaged. Could it be that because the vitality tide is still, it affected the war god temple and damaged the reliefs? Su Qin's thoughts raced as he reluctantly thought of a possibility. At this moment, after browsing through the illusory ancient book left behind by the master of the war god temple, Su Qin already knew that before the war god temple appeared, it was not hidden in another world, but in the depths of the void in the human world. In essence, the war god temple was still in the human world, but no one could find it. And since it was in the human world, it would be affected by the vitality tide. After experiencing several vitality tides, even if the war god temple had many backup plans, it would not be undamaged. The world shook, implicated the war god temple, and finally affected these 49 reliefs. Su Qin's gaze constantly swept across every corner of the war god temple. The reason why he had such a guess was not based on his imagination, but because other than these 49 reliefs, other places in the war god temple, especially the halls, also had cracks appearing as if they had been hit by a violent impact. Whether the reliefs are damaged or intact, it's all the same. To me, the most precious thing is this war god temple. Lin Feng sighed. Su Qin's eyes were burning as he looked at the entire war god temple. Perhaps the 49 reliefs did indeed represent some kind of divine art, but so what? What Su Qin lacked the least was divine art manuals. Whether it was the Buddha's palm, the 9 notes of the demonic path, or even the 12 divine beast diagrams, which one of them was not a divine art? As for the 49 reliefs, could the divine art that they represented be stronger than these? This war god temple is a space-type magical treasure. Su Qin muttered to himself with a happy expression. Whether it was the immortal abode island's East Sea True Lord or the illusory ancient book left behind by the war god temple's master, they all mentioned spatial treasures. Any spatial treasure contained a space that could accommodate everything. Although Su Qin's system space could also accommodate everything, it could only store the rewards from the system. For Su Qin, it was more or less inconvenient. But a true spatial treasure was different. As Su Qin became stronger, he could feel the preciousness of spatial treasures. For example, the dragon blood and dragon flesh of the demonic dragon outside the war god temple just now. If Su Qin had a true spatial treasure, there would be no need to waste time refining the dragon blood on the spot. He could just throw it into the spatial treasure. But a true spatial treasure was different. As Su Qin became stronger, he could feel the preciousness of spatial treasures. For example, the dragon blood and dragon flesh of the demonic dragon outside the war god temple just now. If Su Qin had a true spatial treasure, there would be no need to waste time refining the dragon blood on the spot. He could just throw it into the spatial treasure. If Su Qin had a true spatial treasure, there would be no need to waste time refining the dragon blood on the spot. He could just throw it into the spatial treasure. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.